Does everyone feel ready? I'm ready. Okay. Looks like everyone's feeling ready. All right, we're live. Okay. Can everybody hear me all right? Okay. Looks like I'm seeing myself on the actual thing, so it looks like everything's okay. All right. Welcome, I guess, to the first inaugural, I'm not sure how to say that, but the first ever big Jake fundraiser live stream. Thank you to everyone who has contributed so far to the fundraiser. We have been having a really phenomenal, out of this world response so far. Like, insane stuff. So thank you so much to everyone who's already contributed. Thank you to everyone who is considering contributing and will contribute, can, has, should, will contribute. Thank you if you're just watching and tuning in now. Really appreciate you being us and joining with us to hear our various skilled authors, starting us off with a wonderful reading. Later on, we will have various of our actual chapbooks authors here to answer questions and read a selection of their work. So get hyped for that. First one will be Elliott Coates, the man himself. And all things going well, it should be an utter blast. We have games, we have various things planned, we have lo-fi beats to study to, and it should be just a general Jake Heaven phenomenon. I realize I have not introduced myself. Hi, if you don't know me, I'm Ball, also known as N-Ball. I'm one of the fiction editors, and I will be the first sort of host for the first stretch. Later on, you will be meeting the rest of our cast, if you haven't already, through various Discord and online interactions. So if you have any questions, please let me know. We also have our moderators in the chat itself answering any questions. So if there's, again, any questions, any problems, any concerns, please let us know and we'll tackle them ASAP, with the caveat that we are live. And so whatever problem we have, we are going to try to solve live. So without a second to spare, if the authors feel ready, I'm probably going to call the first person on stage. We got thumbs up for it? Does that look good? Okay. All right. So first up on the docket is our wonderful author, Alex Carrigan, who is a Pushcart nominated editor, poet, and critic from Alexandria, Virginia. He is the author of Now Let's Get Brunch, a collection of RuPaul's Drag Race Twitter poetry, published on Carencia Press in 2023. And May All Our Pain Be Champagne, a collection of Real Housewives Twitter poetry, through Alien Buddha Press 2022. He has had fiction, poetry, and literary reviews published in Quail Bell magazine, Lambda Literary Review, Barrel House, Sage Cigarettes, Stories About Penises, and more. For more about Alex, please visit carriganak.wordpress.com or find him on Twitter at carriganak. Carrigan, Alex, if you feel so compelled, and if I've butchered some sort of part of your introduction, please feel free to correct me. I'm going to hand over the mic to you now.
Great. Thank you so much. So tonight I will be reading some select pieces from my books and from some of my previous and forthcoming publications. Um, First off, I will give content warnings for my section. The poems you are going to hear are include foul language, sexual references, drug and alcohol references, discussions of mental health, anxiety, and depression, body shaming, social media harassment, toxic fandoms, discussions of COVID and vaccinations, mental health, anxiety, and depression. It's quite a lot, but considering all my poems were made from Twitter, it makes sense. So first, I'm going to be reading some select pieces from my chapbook, May All Our Pain Be Champagne, from Alien Buddha Press. This is a collection of poems made entirely from Twitter accounts of 16 real housewives from across the franchise. The first piece I'm going to read comes from New York housewife Bethany Frankel. This is Bethany Frankel gives a TED talk to her stuffed animals. I've learned so much and seen so much waste, BS, branding, and rubber chicken charity dinners. You can be surrounded by people and miserable and totally solo and peaceful. I spent Thanksgiving solo before, and it was peaceful and a time for reflection. One year I did yoga and watched TV. Another year I jumped in the cold ocean. Don't get too attached to the marketing of a day. Is Mercury in retrograde? Because this week has been a shitstorm. Anyone else? Something was in retrograde today. Whatever it is, I kindly ask that it move forward tomorrow. I've been slipping away from other areas of entertainment. Maybe watch TV from this decade. There's a whole wild world of entertainment with actually funny people. Watch Handmaid's Tale. Watch season 1. I'm telling boring dental stories because we have to be educated. People can really take you down the wrong road, and I don't want this to happen to you. I can explain it to you, but can't understand it for you. Also, I guess we aren't even discussing that it's a pandemic with people sandwiched next to each other. You can choose your own adventure with this pandemic. It's like hide and seek. This is how true business people respond to a crisis. I'm not a celeb who panics in fear of cancellation because I didn't say something precisely how you needed to hear it. Nominate me for cancellation. There are like 5 others before you, so take a number. But what's really important in the world is what Mickey Mouse messaged Donald Duck, who told Goofy, and then Minnie chimed in to give her thoughts on the matter. Explain the story in greater detail. I want to hear it. I snorted melatonin an hour ago. What's supposed to happen? Can you please email info@bethany.com? It's horrific. All right. The next piece I'm going to read is actually from, as far as I know, the one person in this book who knows of its existence, has confirmed to me that she's read the poem, and might own a copy. So it's from Potomac housewife Mia Thornton. This is Mia Thornton flipping through an inspirational quotes coffee table book. Hey, Zaddy, repeat after me. I am powerful. I am unlimited. It's too exhausting trying to keep up with the negativity. That's not how I got to where I am today. I'm trying really hard to be bothered. A keyword. Try. Been through too much to care about anything other than my own paper. I'm sorry you're so bothered. I own 8 companies. Stripper passed and I still have more class. Imagine that. Out of respect to all the ladies who work in strip clubs, the correct term is entertainer. This is what's listed on my resume. Working on my choice of words. Finally, someone who understands the hustle. I still can't believe I swung my long ass legs around that darn pole 11 times. Actually, the club did have a valet, and yes, my car was parked for me every shift. Yes, I get driven, and no, I don't open my doors. At the end of the day, I never forget where and how far I have come. I didn't come this far to only come this far. Nothing has changed, just more people know me now. We all have the same 24 hours each day. It's what and who we allow in our spaces that dictates our future. Thank you for coming into my space. Such positivity all day. We don't do nasty drama. Thank you, sis. I'm honestly doing the best I know how, and I appreciate you. So next, I'm going to read a trilogy of Real Housewife poems in that they're all focused on one person who I have come back to essentially once a year since I made this book. This is the person who I started the collection with, Beverly Hills housewife Erica Girardi. This is Erica Jane with one hand on a Bible. No, I did not compare myself to Christ. Someone else did, and I reposted it. Now everyone can have a pretend meltdown about it. All dumb bitches with the conspiracy theories will keep at it all night. Check back in the AM. God forbid I fight for myself. Stop thinking I'll quit just because you think I should. Fuck that. Now you know we're gonna beat my story to death. There is no winning. I really just want to have some fun. It's been so dark and heavy for everyone. I also went to Petco and Target. 3 words: waste of money. Cujo scared the shit out of me as a kid. Frightening! Relax, I'm trolling. It's not that deep. Stop overanalyzing my life. Stress? Not my thing. That sounds like extortion. Nah, it's the fees. Always the fees plus costs. Don't be fooled. Double Cancer, Aquarius moon, 90% Western European, 10% Native American, Madagascar crocodile, custom latex. I was married to a Gemini for 20 years and also gave birth to one. Have you tried Toradol? Super strong but works. Only on certain occasions. I have to feel it. I'm not a smoker. Makes me hungry. Carnitas. Mexican food? Sour Patch Kids. Southern cooking. Hot toddy. Someone just sent me some yummy cannolis. So good night, Twitter. I'm going to enjoy myself. Thank you to everyone that is supportive and understanding. Tell your mom congratulations. So I first wrote that poem in like fall 2021, and then 10 months later, I decided to go back to her account and see what else she added. So this is the second poem I made from Erica Girardi's Twitter, which was published in the Daily Drunks Next Week On anthology. This is Erica Girardi's second day in court. I'm back, bitches. Welcome to my Twitter nightclub. Nighttime is Twitter time for me. I heard this was the new place for free speech, and I'm feeling very sassy at the moment. Thoughts on the January 6th hearings? Never mind, this is boring. Let's talk hair. I'm an American queen that lives in LA. Yes, I draw lots of attention. My clit is swollen and the cat is squishy wet. Mush. I am what I am. Fabulous. There's a person on here that is obsessed with me. I talked about it today in therapy. He's mentally ill and ugly. You know who you are. Why do people take what I tweet so personally? This is Twitter. It's dumb here. Can these trolls get more creative? It's the same old insults over and over. So many feel the need to jump in. Do it yourself if you're feeling bold. Bring that bullshit, Twitter. I deserve better trolls. Don't use my name to promote your book. Use your famous friends. Good night, Twitter. Night's checking in with everyone. The club is closing. Where are we eating? And after that, a few months after that, I made a third poem, which is going to be included in Blackstone Whitestone's fanzine. This is, on the third day in court, Erica Jane starts to lose favor with the jury. Good morning. Hot and dry here. Who is this passionate American? Anyone that wakes up after 4:30 a.m. is lazy. Woke up at 5 a.m. Hashtag lazy boots. The time is 5:29 a.m., which means it's time to get up and make your life whatever you envision for yourself. I like pumpkin pie, but not pumpkin lattes. I think it's the nutmeg. I do like peppermint mochas, but I have a rule that I can't start drinking them until after Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving! Why are the Halloween decorations already out? I like Halloween too, but damn, Christmas already? Impossible. This timeline is not correct. When you write a book, it's a choice what to write about. I kept it positive and about me and my friends, family. No need to include others. What? I'm not in the book? You read that wrong. Someone asked me, how's the dating life? Oh, it's getting spicy on the Twitter. If you are trying to shame me here, it's not working. Y'all know I already don't give a fuck and find these conspiracy theories to be pure comedy. This ain't my first rodeo. I did enjoy hashtag BravoCon 2022 though. We all have interesting, busy lives. After darkness comes light. 365 days ago, I was at one of the lowest points in my life. Thanks to your love and support, it is with tears in my eyes that I announce my first Las Vegas residency. Bet it all on blonde. It's showtime, baby! You're welcome again. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I won't be in a jumpsuit. I'm bored now. Enjoy your night. I cannot wait to irritate you some more. So once I had tapped the Real Housewives mine well pretty dry, I decided to what's the next reality TV franchise that I could make more Twitter poetry out of? The answer was RuPaul's Drag Race, which is in my first full length, Now Let's Get Brunch from Corencia Press. This book contains 40 poems from queens across the Drag Race franchise, so I'll read 3 from that book. The first one comes from the account of Trinity the Tuck. This is Trinity the Tuck pumps up her lips and her spirit. Good morning, world! In the words of Faye Dunaway as Joan Crawford in Mommy Dearest, now let's get to work. Baby, if you don't got thick skin, don't try out for Drag Race. These kids are nasty to the girls in the comments. Haters aren't buying tickets to the shows of people they hate. They aren't buying merch. They aren't supporting them. It's completely okay to block toxic people out of your life, be it social media or actual reality. You don't know anyone who's negative towards you anything. It's your life and your mental health. And if it's better for you, then block away. Why are you commenting on my shit when you don't follow me? Go spread your BS somewhere else. I swear, y'all come out of the woodwork just to be negative. Get your life elsewhere. Calm your puss. And we as a community stop questioning how people feel. That's how they feel. And so there isn't a debate about it. Life should be a fantasy. Reality sucks, lol. Girl, thank gay God for the block button. Some of these people are so annoying and so entitled. No, you don't get to say whatever you want and then expect anyone to not react to it. Bitch, you are dumb. Block. Don't at me. Block. You are a POS. Trinity the Block continues. Every person I block, I get younger. I'm feeling great today. All right. And next is going to be the poem from my favorite queen in the franchise, straight from the account of Katya. This is Katya, because who needs context? Ring in the new year with a lovely poem. Have you heard the news? I love Elizabeth Shue. Sick on tour and mad as hell? Well, they got you gals. My 2 moods, joyful and triple ecstatic. We come to this place for magic. Blazer on without my blouse, that is how I leave the house. Diva, you were serving Hunty. Did Jean Smart win the Emmy? That is exactly the kind of energy I am bringing into 2022. The only Ryan Murphy project that I'm interested in would be American Wig Story Volume 1, Australian Wig Mystery, and it's just about Nicole Kidman's wigs. The wig alone is cruel and unusual punishment. She ate, snapped, and yeeted the wig into the lake. Do you think Nicole Kidman is going to win the Best Actress Oscar? Academy voters, please, I beg you not to overlook this performance by an actress in a major motion picture. There need to be way more roles in movies for actresses in their 50s. Are you a big old diva who lives to serve? No one is doing it like you, Miss Laurie. Getting ahead in Hollywood can be tough, but it helps to have one foot in the door. The length of my left foot is half an inch less than that of my right foot. Shout out to all my asymmetric divas stuffing that one shoe with who knows what. You know what's fierce? Otters are causing seagrass plants to have more sex. Work, diva. And then to close out my set is the first poem I wrote for this book. This comes from the Twitter account of Kim Chi. This is Kim Chi ascends to a higher existence while at Chipotle. Hi, I got unlimited Chipotle for a year. How was your day? Nothing relaxes me more than looking at giant family-sized things at Costco that I'll never buy. Is that weird? Worst part about being single is never being able to purchase any pastries at Costco because you'll never finish the whole thing in time before it goes bad. Whoops, too late to work on my summer body. I was working on my summer bod, but cheese happened. The times I've grabbed shredded cheddar by fingerful and dust those bad boys in my mouth. Working on my summer body for 2025. Would I still be alive by then? COVID about to have more comebacks than Blackpink at this rate. The CDC just told me it'd be like that sometimes. Never fuck with a Korean woman in a beige coat carrying a Louis Vuitton purse. In my next life, I'd like to come back as one of those bitchy Korean girls with a YSL bag who's so skinny, can drink shots after shots, and consume everything on the heavy, rich restaurant menu, and still somehow stay little. All of her friends are exactly the same way. I don't like this universe, frowning emoji. I love being ugly at home, alone. I want to make a fierce-ass charcuterie board, but I don't think I have enough friends to come eat it. I don't really want to have sex. I just want to feel the weight of someone on top of my body. Is that too much to ask? Y'all love Britney versus Christina, but won't give Shawn Mendes versus Harry Styles a chance. Let's take down all men. Fans be like, when Harry Styles wears this dress, yes, femme representation, non-binary boots the groundbreaking house down, truly a celeb we need in these times. When a drag queen wears a dress, toot or boot. St. Patrick's Day is straight people's pride. I thought of a really good tweet last night, but passed out before I could tweet it. And now, I don't even remember what the tweet was. A truly offensive tweet. Being an adult is hard this week. Frowny emoji. Thank you very much. And if you like these books, you can find them on Amazon and Bookshop. Thank you very much.
That was fantastic, Alex. That was beautifully read. I really, really enjoyed that. Really wonderful poems, and could not have. I can't imagine anyone making them better than you. So, Emma, I hope you're feeling ready to go, because up next is our very own Emma Burnett, who is a researcher and a writer. She has had stories in Apex, Radon, Utopia Magazine, Metastellar, Milk Candy. Oh, pardon me. I think I'm reading a slightly outdated version, aren't I? Oh, give me one sec. Sorry. I just want to make sure I'm reading the most up-to-date version. Yes, there we go. Robyn is a researcher and writer. She has had stories in Apex, Radon, Utopia Magazine, Metastellar, Milk Candy Review, Elegant Literature, the Stygian Lepus, Roy Finneart, the Sunlight Press, Jake, and more. You can find her at /and_Burnett at /andburnett.bluesky.social or emmaburnett.uk. I hope I didn't butcher that too much. And Emma, if you're feeling up to the task, you are on the screen.
Yay. Okay. Thanks. I'm actually going to read a really short piece that I did for Jake, and then I'm going to go away. It is a made-up story, and also kind of not a made-up story. And the content warning things was a good idea, so I'm going to do that. It's kind of gross, and that's it. That's what I've got. So this is violin exposure. I sit in the drafty school hall and applaud along with everyone else. We pretend our brains are still lodged firmly in place, that our cochlea haven't cracked under the pressure. We don't say that we regret agreeing to violin, oboe, saxophone lessons. We pretend this is the only place we could possibly want to be. Smiles are glued to our faces. Parents try not to squirm. My cheeks ache. I glance outside at the sun lighting the daffodils. It's the first truly nice day of spring, a day that begs you to lay on the grass and pick up an accidental sunburn. I wince as a young flautist does musical murder. The man in front of me touches his ear, and I see him turn off a hearing aid. It's a solid move. I'd kill to have a hearing aid that I could disable. There's a screech from the front of the hall, and the kid on stage starts her piece over. The person next to me shifts uncomfortably. We clap gratefully at the end. It's my daughter's turn. I smile and wave. She waves back at me, positions her bow, takes a deep breath, and proceeds to burst everyone's eardrums. Someone nearby moans quietly covers their ears. It doesn't help. Blood seeps out from under their palms. I see mucus leak from the noses of those nearby, red-tinged, and leaving slimy trails down faces. There's a wet pop, and someone's eyeball explodes. Brains dribble out of auditory cavities, smearing shoulders and the backs of chairs, splatting onto the ground. The floor becomes slippery with the grey matter of parents who'd survived nearly 2 hours of an under-8 school concert, now crushed by my tiny violin-wielding ninja. As we leave, stumbling around the bodies, I hug her and suggest a celebratory slice of cake. The girl behind the counter in the cafe looks disgusted. She points at her nose, then at mine, then hands me a napkin. I wipe my face, then fold up the paper, hiding away the greyish red smear. That's it. I'm done.
Ah, that was fantastically gross. I adore that. All right. Seem to be having a little bit of camera trouble, but we'll move right along. Next up is, oh, hang on. I just got to make sure everything is good. Alrighty. Next up is Faulk. Faulk has loved reading and writing for as long as they could read and write. They still believe in the power of the written word to change lives. They can be reached on Twitter at Whimsical Raven. Thank you very much. I hope you are ready to rumble. Take it away.
I am, in fact, ready to rumble. Thank you so much for having me. I'm enjoying everybody's poetry so much so far. I just have a random smattering of some poems and fiction. Fiction is very short. So I'll just kick it off with this one that I wrote for Jake, actually. They were kind enough to nominate it for Best of the Net, and I'm very fond of it. It's called Ecopunk. Hearing about another extinct species, I do a line of hope off the bathroom counter and fix my hair in the mirror. Hope is not futile at this moment, though it may be in the next. The puddle is running dry, and though it may be foolish to hope, the cause is not lost. There are still black rhinos in Nambia, and did you hear the humpback whales are making a comeback? Hope is that little tickle of surprise when you count the mountain gorillas and snow leopards. You may have thought hope to be out of fashion, like the Rocky Mountain locust. Dust that shit off, because I'm hooked on the promise of hope. And the next one is called Metamorph, and it was published by Fifth Wheel Press. My head is wrapped in clouds, stony-eyed and skin-stripped and bisexual and trans color schemes. I move like a drunk cat, thrown off balance by my bitch tits and tiny feet. I get mammed in public. It rolls off of me and I wonder who they're talking to. I don't gender like they do. I don't queer like you do either. I'm a secret third thing. I am Schrodinger's gender, and when you kiss me, you are Schrodinger's gay. I spread my secret third thing for you and tell you to touch gently. Next up is called Preservation. This was published in Vast Chasm. The day my shoes spoke to me was the day that I put aside my winter coat and brushed the lint from my eyes. My shoes were tired of being trodden on, a sentiment I could relate to. They demanded early retirement and presented the resignation in a formal letter attached to one heel with a wad of chewing gum. I had no choice but to acquiesce. I set them free to join the other shoes at the bottom of my linen closet, where they all chain smoke and complain that their leather is cracking. My leather is cracking too, so I oil my skin with primrose and lavender, ponder my own early retirement, and like my father, rotted away before his time. Here I'm going to go a little off script and read some poetry that hasn't been gatekept by anybody. There's just some poetry that I'm rather fond of. This one's called Another Climate Disaster Dominates the News While We're Just Trying to Live Our Lives. The sun alchemizes vitamin D in our blood, elevating the mood to a quiet frenzy as we each man spread towards the other, inching closer as if we weren't already knitted together by years of shared beds and taxes. We smoke pot, hiding behind bushes so the neighbors don't see. Be gay and do crimes is the motto until someone calls the cops. As the sun sets, we go inside and make love in the twilight. The hum of the air conditioner lulls us to sleep, wrapped in cool cotton sheets and each other as the world is devoured by smoke. Next up is called Putting the Lake Behind My Grandmother's House to Bed. The lake behind my grandmother's house misses me. It says that children no longer play in its murky waters. It misses 1991, the year my cousins came to stay for the summer. We grew pink under the Georgia sun, collecting tadpoles and swimming for hours. The lake behind my grandmother's house misses the tadpoles too. It sighs and admits that it has dried up over the years. Perhaps it isn't the lake it once was. But that shouldn't mean that it gets left behind. I nod and agree with the lake. In a perfect world, I would drive the 4 hours to the house where my grandmother used to live. I would shed my city skin and wrap the humid swamp air around me. My hair would frizz again, and my lips would grow shorter. I would toddle down the dirt path and dip my toes into the cool, welcoming water that misses me so much. I may never see the lake again, so I blow it a kiss, tell it a bedtime story, and sneak out the back door as it sleeps. All right, and then next up I have a very short fiction piece, and then I shall be done. It's called On the Next Episode of Is It Cake? You have a gun, hard, unyielding metal in your tight grip. The faint smell of grease wafts up from its gleaming barrel, and your hand trembles as you idly finger the trigger, wondering what deadly power it holds static within. Wait, you hate guns. Why are you gripping one so hard that your knuckles are turning white? Furthermore, why are you in a gas station bathroom where the stale scent of piss makes you gag? Rewind. There's no record of this gun in the memory bank. The last entry was you going to sleep in your comfortable bed next to your beautiful wife. This can't be real. Someone bangs on the door. Come on, man, I got a shit real bad, man. You start so hard, you're afraid that you'll fire the gun by accident. But it's gone. You check your waistband. Nothing. With shaking hands, you open the bathroom door. A dirty, disheveled man pushes past you rudely to get to the toilet. You hear grumbling about not washing hands and try not to choke on the irony or the man's smell, like onion and aftershave. You leave the gas station, ducking your head as the cashier studies you on your way out. Outside, you breathe the gas-laden, early morning air. The sky has a pink halo over the eastern horizon. You have a gun in your hand again. You realize that it isn't a gun at all. It's cake. You put the barrel in your mouth and take a bite. Vanilla cake with chocolate frosting made to look like a gun. You eat the rest of it whole, laughing as crumbs tumble from your mouth onto the black rainbow cement. Thank you, everyone.
That was beautiful. Thank you very much for sharing just real specific details in both the poetry and the fiction. You love to see that. And it really just sticks in your mind. I'm probably going to have like bitch tits and small feet kind of tattooed on the frontal lobe of my brain for at least the next couple of weeks. Next up, and as the final contributor before we move on to our Q&A and reading from Elliott himself, we have CM Green. Sorry, my cat was making noises. CM Green is a Boston-based writer. They focus on history, memory, religion, and gender in their writing. CM's writing has been published in Full House Literary, Baron Magazine, and elsewhere. And they are a 2023 Best of the Net nominee. Their debut hybrid chapbook, I Am Never Leaving Williamsburg, is forthcoming with Fifth Wheel Press in 2025. They are a hybrid reader at Adobe Press and a former flash fiction editor at Jake, and a guest editor of the first issue of Garland. Dear friend of the magazine, please welcome to the stage, CM Green.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here tonight, doing my first ever reading, actually. I'm going to share a short story. It's a little bit of a long short story, but content warnings. It is including some religious trauma and some foul language, including slurs. So here we go. Week 1, you skip Mass. Week 2, you stand outside the doors of the church at 11:07. It's not too late. They probably haven't even started the liturgy of the word yet. You could still go in. It just felt so good last week not to. Not to feel trapped for an hour like a rat in a maze. Not to worry that everyone could hear your thoughts. Not to think at all, actually. At 11:14, you turn away and walk home. Week 3. You try going to a different church, one where you've heard the priest is liberal and the congregation includes people in leggings and with piercings. You sit through the readings and the homily, but when the gifts are brought to the front and the liturgy of the Eucharist begins, you slip out and sit in your car for the rest of the hour. You listen to NPR and the news is bad in Florida. The news is always bad in Florida. When the crowd comes out of the church into the parking lot, you pull away quickly and head for your coffee shop, where your coworker knows that you want an iced Americano. At a table by the window, you try to read, but you know something now. Skipping Mass once is an accident and a mortal sin. Skipping Mass 3 times is a pattern. Week 4. You sleep in and cry when you realize you missed Mass again. You could go to a later service somewhere in the city, but you don't. Week 5. You get an early breakfast with your sister. She asks you how the new job is going, and she looks a little disappointed when you say you love it. Brendan says they're always hiring at his work, she offers. He works in consulting, though who he consults and on what topic you've never figured out. Your sister practiced law until her 3rd child was born, and she has always hoped that you might do what she did not. She's like your parents, in a way, except they are in Florida enjoying retirement and seldom talk to you. Your sister talks to you all the time. She has to leave by 9:30 so that she can take her children to Mass, and she says one more time, there are tons of good jobs out there. You don't have to stay where you are. Week 8. You pick up a closing shift for a coworker, and you and the manager are alone. He starts a long conversation about romance because he's trying to figure out if he even wants to date. You tell him, I don't think dating is for me. People just don't like me like that. He pushes and digs, and when you tell him you're Catholic, or ex-Catholic, or sort of Catholic, he snaps his fingers. It all makes sense now. As you clean the espresso machine at the end of the night, he offers to set you up with a friend if you ever want. You think he probably has very cool friends. All your friends in college were Catholic, and most of them looked the same, like white girls out of Invisalign commercials. It's nice, working at the coffee shop, to see that people arrange their lives in myriad ways. It's nice, too, to see that not everyone is straight. Week 11. Struck by something you will call divine, you go to confession. You sit behind the screen. You aren't ready to look anyone in the eye and say this. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been about 5 months since my last confession. You run through the list for him. Lust, pride, avarice. He wants details, and you give him some, but retain others. You tell him, for example, about wanting to strangle your sister last week, when she sent you a 4-paragraph email explaining why she thinks you should have a real job, but you don't tell him about touching yourself and imagining St. Sebastian shot through with arrows. You tell him that you haven't been to Mass in almost 3 months, but you don't tell him why. He says, well, the place to start would be to go to Mass tomorrow. Jesus is still waiting for you, ready to forgive you if you want to be forgiven. Do you want that? You say, yes, so you make your act of contrition and he absolves you of your sin. A very small part of you feels cleaner, but most of you is left wondering why this man has this power, why God is limited and can only act in this way through a priest. Guilt for everything you didn't say, all the things you have done, pumps through your body like a steroid in your bloodstream. Week 14. You go to a Methodist service, but it doesn't feel real without the Eucharist. Week 15. It's the Triduum. You decide you'll go to Mass on Easter, at least to please your sister. On Holy Thursday, in the shower, you wash your own feet, and for the first time in almost a year, you pray. What do you want from me? You say it over and over until you're crying, because it feels like there is no one on the other side. The next day, you listen to Johnny Cash and the Carter sisters play Were You There When They Crucified My Lord, and you cry again. You want to feel what you used to feel about this, a real grief, mourning for a friend. Instead, only numbness. But on Easter Sunday, you go back to church. As soon as you step in, your chest constricts and your eyes burn and your thoughts spin faster and faster. And you think, oh, I am a sinner, a queer dyke slut cunt sinner who will go to hell and suffer eternally because I am ungrateful. And how many evil things have I done this week alone? And I need to stay here to be saved, but the cost of salvation is to feel like this, and I don't know how to stand that. You don't hear a single word the priest says as you sit certain in your own baseness. When it's time for the Eucharist, you don't go up to take it because you know you aren't worthy. But how can you be unworthy of something that isn't real? But even thinking it isn't real is a sin, so really you must be damned. When Mass is finally over, you almost run to your car, because you have been holding back sobs for an hour and 15 minutes, and you finally release them, turn the radio up louder, and there's more bad news, but you can't hear it over your own weeping. Week 18. You finally let your manager set you up with his friend, your first date in almost 2 years. He's a little older, a little taller, beautiful but boring. You should like him, because he has a real job, and he's nice, and your coworker thinks you're perfect for each other. But the way he looks at you makes you feel like you are something you are not. It makes you feel like you're sitting in church. He tells you a long anecdote about a chemistry experiment gone wrong, and you laugh at the right places. At the end, he walks you to your car and says, I'd love to do this again. He leans down and kisses you, your first kiss since college, and your skin feels like it will crack and release something raw. You scramble to get into your car, say, thanks, I'll see you around, and as soon as you're out of his sight, you breathe faster and your vision blurs. Week 22. You get a promotion at the coffee shop, shift manager, and you text your sister, excited to share the news. Her reply is enthusiastic, but you know what she really thinks. You wonder if she's right, if you should find a job with a salary, but you can't bring yourself to even look. For the first time, you understand your work. You enjoy the act of creation, of being productive in a literal sense. And the coffee shop is the first place you have ever known people who feel like your mirror. Week 24. You aren't a hermit, so you know trans people exist, but this is your first time really hanging out with one. You met her at work, where she's become a regular, and she asks you on a date while you're talking after your shift one day. She suggests a hike, so you drive out of the city a little, and meet at a trail that disappears into the woods. It's the best date you've ever been on, your first date with a girl. The conversation is easy and light, and then easy and deep. You tell her a little about church, how you stopped going months ago now. She's Jewish and tells you a bit about her own experience. I like asking questions, she says. I never want to take the first answer I come to. When you reach the end of the trail, you stand on an outcropping above the river. She asks, can I kiss you? And you freeze. No one has ever asked you that. She smiles, soft and easy, and says, it's okay, that's why I asked. But before you part ways, before she gets in her car, you say, I think I'd like that kiss. And it feels warm and grounding, and you think you can never see her again. Week 25. You cut your hair. Week 28. It's your niece's first communion, and you have to go. When your sister sees you, she raises her eyebrows. New look? In addition to the short hair, you've also acquired 2 piercings. She doesn't look happy about it, and you feel even worse sitting in church than you used to, like every eye is on you. She doesn't know you don't go to church anymore, so you follow her up to receive the Eucharist, but at the last minute, you cross your arms over your chest and the priest blesses you instead of giving you the bread. You just hope your sister didn't notice. Afterwards, there's a reception, and all the second graders in their white dresses and suits run around the parish hall. You text the girl you've now gone on several dates with and tell her where you are. Her response is immediate and sympathetic, and she offers to buy you a drink tonight. You agree, and that evening you meet her at a dive bar she loves, and she buys you a vodka cranberry and a gin and tonic for herself. You sit and talk and laugh because she's so good at making you laugh, and she thinks you're funny too. And have you ever felt this relaxed with another person before? She makes you forget about everything, but not by erasing anything, by seeing you in another context. You tell her that you wanted to cry for your niece as she received the Eucharist for the first time, an indoctrination into something you're pretty sure is evil. But you also tell her that you still miss it. After you've each had 2 drinks, you take her to that all-night taco place your coworker recommended, and the red grease from the chorizo drips down your chin and she wipes it off with her thumb. And you are 24 and you haven't believed in God for at least 22 weeks, and possibly for 3.5 years. So you ask her to come back to your apartment where you live alone and where you've never had company. She smiles when she walks in and asks why you invited her back. You don't know how to say it. She's the one who's good with words, not you, so you kiss her softly, hesitant, and she seems to understand. Under her hands, you become consecrated. Form the same, but substance absolutely new. Each piece of clothing that comes off sends you farther from Calvary. When she touches you, you think about hands and wounds and life-giving water and proof, evidence, certainty. Week 29. You tell your sister you don't think you're Catholic anymore. You say it just to hurt her, not because you care if she knows. She asks, is it because of the people at your job? You don't respond. I'll pray for you, she says, and now you feel dirty. Like her prayer is a stain you can't remove. You think about Christ on the cross, and you feel something akin to envy. That night, you ask your girlfriend how she knew she was a girl, and she says, I felt it in my skin, but mostly in how people looked at me. It's relational because everything is, right? Nothing in a vacuum. Week 33. You buy a suit jacket at the thrift store, sky blue and pure silk, and you walk around the city by yourself wearing it. Nothing is materially different about you, but you think about the last time you tasted the Eucharist, the paper-thin wafer and the astringent wine, and you finally know that yes, that was the last time. All right. I'm going to read a poem as well, but it's not too long. So this poem includes some references to mental illness and suicidality. When they cut down the trees on I-64, I took it to mean the world was ending. My life was a pocket full of apocalypse. The first time I drove to college, the laurel oaks and slippery elms whispered, sacred and profane. In dreams, the trees spoke of a sea past my mind. In dreams, I listened. For 2 years, I sat in the passenger seat. Mom complaining, poor signage. Dad listening, Bob Dylan. Or stranger who posted on Facebook, sitting silent. My eyes smashed the window. I swallowed the trees. Later, I had a silver CRV and drove alone, or sometimes ferried a stranger who posted on Facebook. That was when the trees ascended, leaving me for their heavenly home. Yellow vehicles and orange cones, plastic and steel menaced. August in Virginia is heavy. I bore it. The first time I drove myself, I stopped at the only coffee shop between Richmond and Williamsburg. It waited in a strip mall in Quinton like a punk who can't get out. Inside, a white mocha made by a white girl with a smile I recognized, a missionary. On the wall, a creationist mural preaching biblical literalism. Sometimes I was Catholic on those drives. Sometimes I was crazy. Often I was afraid. It was the last patch of road that took me home. Home? Williamsburg is an open mouth, bloody gums where teeth used to be. When they cut down the trees, burial mounds of red dirt replaced them. I imagine them shredded in a wood chipper. I am always going to Williamsburg, never leaving it. I am always driving east from Richmond. The exit numbers are always climbing to 240. This car, a compass, Williamsburg, the pole. I am always driving away from sunset, and it is always summer, always alone, the fruit always rotten. Once, a stranger who posted on Facebook sat in my passenger seat. She grew silent, then pale, then lowered the window and threw up. 2 feet between us stretched as I watched the road ahead, unflinching. I was alone. I was always alone. I thought my tire was flat. No evidence suggested this. I thought my teeth were falling out, and there were parasites chewing my intestines, and I thought I would die before 22. And no evidence suggested any of this. When she threw up and I felt no pity, no evidence suggested that I could love another person. I went back last spring because I do love another person. On I-64, I remembered 4 years of moldy berries and bananas. It's easier to drive to Williamsburg now because there are more lanes. We are always praying for more lanes. We pray to the creationist coffee shop. We pray to always summer, always alone. We pray to girls who vomit out windows and make us feel nothing. We pray to David Bowie, who is the reason we are alive. And we pray to the ghosts of trees because they know us best and they are all we count as holy. All right. Thank you so much.
That was fantastic as always. That was really, really heartbreaking. Thank you very much for sharing it. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule, but right up next, if you are going to stick around, we will have Elliott Coates reading a selection from his chapbook, and we will be taking questions that he will hopefully answer if he feels so magnanimous. And please, if you have the chance to consider it, think about buying one of the chapbooks, maybe even Elliott's, now that we have a couple more in stock. They have been flying off the shelves. But in the meantime, thank you so much for all of our authors, our poets, our fiction writers, anyone else who both contributed to the fundraiser and shared their writing with us today. It was really something else, and it's truly phenomenal. Right now I am sort of filling for space because we're 6 minutes ahead. I don't know if Elliott's gonna be ready. Maybe it's gonna be like a thing where we have to like clap, and like maybe if we all clap together, he'll be ready and come share with us his wonderful poems. How are we feeling, everyone? Doing okay? Live stream still going? What can I do for the next 6 minutes? Let's see. Do you guys want to see my cat? Olive, get over here. No, get over here. All right. That didn't work. Sorry, guys. Okay. All right. Let's see. Elliott has been a really fun person to write with, or work with, I guess. He mostly writes on his own. He is endlessly creative, endlessly energetic, for better or for worse, but mostly for better. And really, really a rewarding poet. Just to say a couple words before I actually fully read out his own statement. I could not have asked for a better chapbook writer to work with, personally. I feel really, really happy that I was paired up personally to work with Elliott. And when I read 3-Day Headache, day 3 of a 5-day headache, actually, sorry, shows you how much I've prepared. When I read it for the first time and it came up in the rotation, I really thought, this is a person who understands what it's like to have a migraine, both in terms of the poetry and in terms of the structure. I thought that the structure of the poems on the page were really something else, and I was really excited to see someone who, is willing to be so playful, while simultaneously, is writing about something that is not very fun and about things that are often really heavy. Nevertheless, I'm really glad that we decided to go forward with this chapbook. And Elliott Coates is a Canadian writer and teacher in Richmond, Virginia. He has an MFA from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, where he was a writing fellow. He wrote a book about Augustus Dickens, Charles Dickens' younger brother, called And Please, which will be available from Alternating Current Press in January 24th. Elliott, are you with us?
I am. Hold on, my camera seems unavailable. We cannot detect any camera. That can't be
Oh
right.
no!
Let me disconnect and try again.
All right, we're having some technical difficulties, but he'll be here. Uh-huh.
I mean, at some point, somebody should start talking, probably. Presumably me. Here we go. Turn on my camera. Give me 2 seconds here.
Hang on with us, folks. We're figuring it out. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I mean,
Here we go.
our best laid plans all come to ruin in the end. This was something me and Ben and I
Upside down.
earlier, and everything worked swimmingly. And now, of course, it is not. But what can you do?
Like,
How you doing? Oh, I'm sorry.
You're upside down. There we go.
Anyway, that's where I'm at my best. How's that?
All right. I think now you're sideways, but we'll do better. We're okay with sideways. As long as
Okay,
we're
I
not
should be back now. I should be now upright and looking
All right, we're
naturally.
upright. We're upright.
Beautiful. How's everyone doing tonight?
Well, personally, if you're asking me, I've had a lovely time listening to some really, really good art. How are you doing, Elliot? Are you doing okay?
I'm doing phenomenal. We got a bit of a watch party happening here. They've all decided to try to be quiet, but they're a bunch of fucking ruffians, so they can't be trusted for that at all. Yeah, we're all here. We're doing well. The secret is that I teach writing to like 7th, 8th, and 10th and 11th graders. So I'm tired of teaching writing all day to a bunch of fucking teenagers. Although I should be careful. Some of them, they're very sneaky, so some of them may have like parsed out how to have gotten here, and if they are, they're gonna have to deal with me on Monday. So none of that.
All right. Elliot, you are the commander-in-chief right now. Would you rather do a reading first and questions later, or questions now and reading later?
I mean, it seems to me that probably the thing to do is to read something from the book, right?
That would be how it, how it classically goes, but we don't do a lot of classical things here, Jake. So whichever one you.
That's one of those beautiful things, right? It had been my intention to like have this on my computer and then read this off my phone. The thing about this book is that I wrote it on the notes app of my phone. Like that's how it exists in its natural, in its most natural iteration. So I was going to just read it off my phone, sort of the way that it was intended to be. But now that I was unable to, anybody want a Guinness? Is this, as promised, this is, if you buy the book, I'll buy you a Guinness. That's the deal. So what I'm going to do is I'll start by reading the introduction.
Is that what
And
it is?
that was, what's that?
I was wondering why your books were selling so well.
I know, right? It's the promise of alcohol. It's really it does things to people, right?
Yes.
So what I'll do is I'll read the introduction, and then I'm going to read probably like the first 3 things in here, and then we can chat a little bit about how that goes. But this will give you an idea of sort of like the what the book is about and why it exists. And so the book is called Day 3 of a 5-Day Headache, which came to me during a headache because I do get these awful headaches. People who live with chronic pain know what I'm talking about, where sometimes whatever it is that you are suffering with sneaks up on you, whether you want it to or not. So this is the introduction to the book, and it goes like this. So this book was written on the Notes app of my phone over the course of 20 or so headaches. I get these gruesome headaches. They start behind my right eyebrow, then the pain radiates down through my eye, around the right side of my face and cheekbone, into the upper right quadrant of my jaw, and into my teeth. It feels like my face, skull, brain, and teeth are trying to burst apart from each other. They can last anywhere from a few horrific hours to days and days, and it can get pretty bleak. But the thing about chronic pain is that life goes on whether one feels dreadful or not. So, alas, I still get up in the morning, go to my job, I spend time with my sweet wife, I feed the cats, I water the pepper plants, have a beer, read a book, watch a hockey game, try to live as normal a life as I can. When I can, I try to find a cool, dark, quiet place to hide out. That's the backstory to set all this up. With out-of-control climate change and the proliferation of AI and flat earthers and global conflict and David Bowie having died and gamer girl bathwater, which my friend, name redacted, just had me Google the other day because I had never heard of it, it seems that, as a species, we are possibly irretrievable, and the time we have left is bad and limited. Every day, we make the world an uglier, stupider, more horrible place to live. We're a kid playing Mario that just keeps jumping Mario straight down the first death pit in the level over and over and over until there are no one-ups left. But we're also the demented kid, and we're also the doomed Mario. So although in the past, one thing I hadn't done that much when I had these headaches was write, because it was so much mental energy to be creative and physically miserable, with a shout out to all my miserable creatives out there. Now I've decided to write some things, waking up every morning only to watch us jump Mario into the death pit again. Not just when I'm feeling bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but in all awful states of being. So there is not a moment to waste. In the grip of a headache, while hiding out in whatever cool, dark place I could find, I use the Notes app on my phone to try to balance the despair and the hope. Because we have to believe that there is always hope, and love, and even happiness, and Teenage Dirtbag by Wheatus, and whatever else. It seems to me that it's all worth the effort for the sake of not surrendering entirely to the doom and gloom, and these efforts are my headache poems, a disharmonious collection of things I see and think about during a fairly normal life in a medium-sized American city, written mostly when I feel at my worst. I hope you like the poems, but if you hate them, that's okay too. Either way, I love you. Thanks for reading. And if you ever see me out and can prove to me by showing the receipt on your phone that you bought the book, I'll buy you a Guinness. The world is such a wonderful, terrible place. Love, Elliott Coates. And that should set the stage. There is at the end, there's a couple of notes here about the way that the book looks, because it looks like you're reading it off the Notes app on your phone, because that's how I wrote it. And then there's a note about the appendix, because some poems never get finished or just get abandoned as a passing thought. And some of those are collected in the appendix just for curiosity's sake. And I think at the end we'll read the appendix because I think it's fun. I guess the point of all of this is sort of summed up by Jack Kerouac, who said in Visions of Cody, I'm writing this book because we're all going to die. And for me, Elliott Coates, it'll probably be on day 3 of a 5-day headache. And that's the way the book starts. Cheers. So I'm going to read the first 3 things. The first is a poem about having a headache. The second is, fuck it, you know what, I'm just going to go for it, and we'll talk about them as we go. If somebody wants to stop and interrupt me, you can. How are we doing? I keep looking away, and I can't tell if I look handsome, if my ring light is working. Fuck off. Also, was that Haley that just came in? Yeah. Hi, Haley. Love you. So this poem is called To Begin, wherein I attempt to describe my headache. I don't feel like myself today. I feel like some kind of lower animal, something covered in soil and snot and shit, living in some other animal's body. I am a dozen or so distressed eels trying to get out of my own face. The second poem is called O Lictor, which is there's this famous poem by Charles Baudelaire from Fleur de Mal where he writes this direct address poem to the reader, and it's called O Lector, which just means to the reader. And it finishes with Hypocrite lecteur, mon semblable, mon frère, which means like, you hypocritical reader, you are exactly like me, you're my brother. And I thought that that was an interesting way to start the book, sort of by sort of channeling Charles Baudelaire, and somebody who I respect a lot, and that book is like an incredible book. And so this is my O Lector poem. It's a direct address to you, the reader. And it goes like this. Everyone who hated us in high school still hates us. In fact, everyone who's ever hated us still hates us. And let's face it, we deserve it, considering what we did. So you can see that these are all very short, because when I write them, I have these fucking terrible headaches. And I'm sitting in the dark, and I have my phone in front of me, and I'm just like, oh, I have an idea, and I just want to write down some sort of an idea of whatever is happening to me at the time. And they usually end up being quite short, because, I mean, how much can you do when you like feel just miserable, right? The third poem, somebody just texted me. Yeah, I don't need that. See? Although I think it was Maddie. Hi, Maddie. I hear you. You're out there. This next poem, the third one that I'm going to read, is also based on it's based on a Walt Whitman poem. There's in Song of Myself, Walt Whitman in the second part has this incredible thing he says. He says, have you reckoned 1,000 acres much? Have you reckoned the earth much? Have you made yourself so proud getting at the meaning of poems? And that has always stuck with me, man, because that's somebody who's just like, have you really, like, when we think about it, have you really just like stopped and thought about the way that the world is? Like the whole point of the book of Job, right, is Job gets so myopic about how miserable he is that he stops thinking about like how there's like hippopotamuses and like all these wonderful things out there. And I'm a total apostate. I'm not a religious person whatsoever, but like the book of Job is such an interesting thing for that reason. And it's so perfectly captured by Whitman, who's like, this, you know, have you reckoned these things? Have you really thought about these? And I think it's such a beautiful and apt way, as one of the greatest poets in, you know, English literature, to say like, have you actually taken a minute to think about these things? And so I took this idea, and it's called Elliott Coates' Unified Theory of Poetry after Walt Whitman, and it's the sort of things that I wonder if we have reckoned with. And it goes like this. Have you reckoned the periodic cicada much? Have you reckoned the names of regional grocery stores much? Have you reckoned Fred Armisen's Wikipedia page much? Have you reckoned the correct pluralization of octopus much? Have you reckoned the Spice Girls reunion tour much? Have you reckoned the Book of Job? Have you reckoned Amazon Prime Video, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness? Have you reckoned the Klonopin prescription, the gif of Homer disappearing into the bushes, Church's chicken, the preamble to the Constitution, the dollar cost per trauma, non-rectangular national flag? Have you reckoned the Ring doorbell much? Cryptozoology, David Koresh? Have you reckoned Pepsi Zero Sugar, the slow death of the American three-ring circus, the migration of monarch butterflies, the dental x-rays, the grief, the restlessness, the evening? I think about that poem a lot. I think about Walt Whitman a lot. I think he's worth thinking about. These are all quite short, and I don't want to just keep blasting through them because my sweet wife Caitlin and I sat last night and I read her the whole book, and it took like 20 minutes. And she was like, "Well, where's the rest of the fucking book?" And I'm like, "It's a short book, and the poems are short in a short book. It's a very compressed little thing." There is I'm looking at it for a second. Let's talk for a second. I'm going to read one more, which is my favorite from the whole book, and it was Underscore magazine. If you're out there, Underscore, I love you, and I mean it. They published this one. I sent it to them, and they were like, "Oh, this is lovely. We enjoy it very much." This one is called "On a Medium-Sized City Losing Their AA Baseball Team," or "Object Permanence." And it goes like this. The Panera that used to be an Arby's is now a Chick-fil-A. So and that's it. Just very short. A lot of these, so I live in Richmond, Virginia, so a lot of these poems are about Richmond, Virginia. And I can see the lads are laughing because we're about to lose our baseball team. And it's me and Garrett, who's over here. We one time in between the first and second period got to go out, and do you remember that when we got to run around on the field? And yeah, you were there. Yeah, and we ran. I won between the innings, and I won a free oil change. It was awesome. That's one of the great things about AA baseball is all that stuff that happens in between innings. How we doing? I feel like I have some messages here, some notes. Oh, it just says I'm sideways. Am I still sideways? Hopefully not. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What's that?
You're still upright, though. We'll see by the end of the stream if you're still.
I mean, that's true. If things keep going the way that we hope they keep going. Well, do you have any questions? Do you want to like? I'm sort of the captain of my own destiny, but I also am here to just talk.
Well, you mentioned that you might read some from the index, and I would love, if you haven't already.
From the appendix. Yeah. So here's I'm just going to read the whole appendix, and the appendix is some things I start and I'm going, and then it's just a stray thought and it's gone forever. Or I wake up in the middle of the night and I feel something and I write it down and then it's gone forever. Or I try something and then I'm like, fuck, this is just never going to work. So this is the appendix, and it's here only for our own edification as human beings to just have something to enjoy. So just like if you're just universally wondering what happens for somebody else who is sitting around having a headache, this is what it's like for me. And I'm going to throw in. So I promised on Twitter today that anyone who bought the book that I would record myself reading the book with all of my little like anecdotes and all of those other annotations. So I'm going to give you the live annotations as we go through these. This one, my wife and I were in Central America. We spent 14 days in the jungle just getting eaten horribly by these terrible ants. We finally got out and we went and we had a beautiful glass of wine at a nice restaurant somewhere. We were back in civilization. And this one just says, that is definitely the ambassador's mistress sitting over there, right? The next one just says, raccoons living in a van. I don't know what that was about, but seems like something. There's some chuckles over there because there's always vans in the neighborhood that like you're like there's a bunch of fucking raccoons in that van. This is Richmond, Virginia. So if you guys have never been to Virginia, we have fucking so many goddamn raccoons and opossums. We have the backyard, which is just right over here. Our yard has got this raccoon. His name is James. He's named after the James River, which is the big river that goes through Richmond. And James has got to be what, 30 pounds? He's the size of he's the size of a Shiba Inu. He's gigantic. Wait, Shiba Inu's not the big dog. What's the big dog? Shiba Inu's a little dog. Fuck off, Paul. I see you laughing at me. What's Juno? Juno is a Great Pyrenees. James is the size of a Great Pyrenees. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, Shiba Inu. Shiba Inus, the Shiba Inus are this big. Okay. Fuck all of you. I don't know that much about dogs. I'm a cat person. All right. Raccoons living in a van. The next one, regarding the night my wife texted me from an aircraft carrier, which is a real thing that happened. I don't remember the circumstances, but Caitlin was on an aircraft carrier somewhere. I've seen 9 of the 46 Imperial Fabergé eggs, which is true. Did you know that of all the Fabergé eggs, of which there are 46, that 5 of them are at the Art Museum in Richmond, Virginia? If you come to Richmond, Virginia, we have the highest collection of Fabergé eggs anywhere that's not in the Kremlin. So, like, if you want to see some Fabergé eggs, this is the spot to be. The next one, useless airline safety cards collected from flights never sanitized. I don't fly well. And so one of the things that I do is I take the safety card and I take it with me. So I have hundreds of safety cards that I've taken from flights. My wife is Norwegian, so we travel to Norway every year and we do a lot of traveling. And I keep them and I have a huge stack of them. And my wife is horrified because none of them have been like sanitized or taken care of. They're disgusting. It's just a giant pile of like people like, and then like this is the safety card. My cousin just texted me so many Fabergé eggs. It's true, Beth. There are so many Fabergé eggs. The next one says, when I was a preteen, I was obsessed with Napoleon Bonaparte, which looking back is very strange. Which is. The next one says, the sex dreams I keep having about name redacted have gotten a lot weirder since she died. Which really, that one's getting a good laugh out of the lads. The lads really are enjoying that one. The next one says, I think there's someone using my name who works at NASA because I keep getting LinkedIn notifications that people from NASA have been looking me up. And as I said, I'm a high school English teacher, so that certainly can't be me. The next one says, remember when you could get like Playboy and Penthouse magazines at shops in the airport? Which is true. I don't know if you guys remember that. My wife and I were in Amsterdam, and I was walking around and I was like, surely you're going to go into the magazine stand and things are going to be weird in Amsterdam. But it wasn't. It was very normal. I was just like, oh, except everything was in Dutch, which was not helpful for me. But this one is one of my favorites, and I wish I was a better poet because I would have written something about it. But it says, things I was wrong about, the sound of a car crash, the sound of a fist hitting a face. This one, I know that Mikey is out there listening, and Mikey, this one is for, you know what this one's about. Name redacted song hit 1,000 plays on Spotify, which makes me feel like I know someone famous. Which is Super fun. It's a great tune, man. It should be a part of. Some people are making soundtracks. Do you guys know about this? This is the thing that's happening. People like write a book and they're like, here's the soundtrack that you should listen to when you read my book. I don't think it's not my favorite thing. I think that it's for some people that it's like, because some people like the connection between music and poetry, right, is like so deep and can be so intimate. I think that like listen to whatever you want to, even if it's Teenage Dirtbag by Weeda. Did you know? So I know this is the third time I'm mentioning Teenage Dirtbag. You know that in the song Teenage Dirtbag, when it goes to the girls part and she's like, I got 2 tickets to Iron Maiden, baby. It's the same singer. It's the same guy, and he just like has got a super high falsetto that he likes to rock. And the first time I saw that, I was like, we're all sleeping on Weedus. Weedus might be one of the great bands in the 1990s, and we're all sleeping on them. The next one says Google Richmond Vampire, which I highly recommend you do sometime. Google the Richmond Vampire. The next one just says Martin Frobisher, who was, yeah, there you go. He tried to find the Northwest Passage in Canada. I'm a Canadian. There's some other Canadians in the room who are giving me their shout outs. The next one says, imagine the arrogance to think that I've ever had an original thought. Which I think is the thing about poetry. Imagine how arrogant we are to think that we're the first person to have thought of the thing that we just thought of, right? It's an amazing thing. So what we do as poets is try to take these things that a million people have thought before and be like, how can I put this into a new and different language that somebody else can absorb in a new and different way? But there's a certain arrogance that goes with poetry that I love, because you have to freely acknowledge, like, hey, so my dad was a preacher, so obviously there's some like Bible rattling around. But in Ecclesiastes, it says, there's nothing new under the sun. And that's from like, 3,000 years ago, that somebody was like, Solomon was like, there's nothing new under the sun. And there still isn't anything new under the sun. So what you're doing as a poet, oh, there's my sister. My sister says she's here and we love you. I love you too, Ray. The next one says, startling new evidence regarding the death of Edgar Allan Poe, all in capitals with an exclamation point. Richmond, Virginia is one of the 5 cities in America that claims Edgar Allan Poe as being from here. Although I think Baltimore wins, right? Doesn't Baltimore win? New York? Baltimore does suck. If you're from Baltimore, man, my bad. That's a bummer. That's fuck. I mean, let's be honest here. The next one says a different set of downstairs neighbors, which is one time our neighbors downstairs when we lived in Chicago, they had new floors done. Like they had their floors finished. And they were like, when it's done, Elliott, would you just go in and check to make sure they're okay? And I just opened the door and fell in and put 2 big footprints right in their brand new floors. And I went upstairs and I was like, Caitlin, we got to get new downstairs neighbors. I have fucked this up. There's no way from coming back from this. Next one says, every time Attenborough says, that has ever been or ever will be, it makes me realize how insignificant I am. Oh, Paul, your cat. What's your cat's name? I just see a cat's ass in my face and I love it.
His name is Olive Oil. He's an asshole.
Olive Oil and an asshole. I mean, I've seen Olive Oil's asshole now, so I feel like we've gotten to that point. The next one says, it's okay to see a connection between Rebel and Mommy's Little Monster, right? Which is, there it is. Oh, Olive Oil, you beauty. Here, do you want a cat? Come over? Hold on. I'll call a cat over. Come here. There you go. Come on, Ben. Oh, Mom. This is Handsome Frank. Handsome Frank is named after Franklin Pierce, the 14th president of the United States, perhaps the worst president in the history of this country. He's a big fat old boy. As you can see, he weighs about a metric ton. He's very happy to see you all, as you can tell. I know, I'm letting you go. There's a couple more things from the appendix. On finding a copy of a heartbreaking work of staggering genius in the little free library box across from the wine shop. My boy who works at the wine shop is there. What's Rebel? Rebel is a song by David Bowie, Rebecca. My cousin is sending dumb text right now. Beth, I'm embarrassed, man, that I have not trained you better than that. Heartbreaking Work of Staggering Genius. I think for people of my age, it was like the book, right? We all read it and we were like, oh, Dave Eggers, he gets us, man. He's like Kurt Cobain, but he's still alive. And then he turned out to be kind of a wiener. I don't know. But he gives a lot of money to child literacy, which is great. And he, when he worked at McSweeney's, my first ever rejection came from McSweeney's. So like, I have a bit of a grudge, I think, about that. There's actually a poem in the book about being rejected by McSweeney's. Next one says, they've exhumed Pablo Neruda again. Because they keep digging up Pablo Neruda because they keep not being able to figure out if he was poisoned. So they've got to figure it out, I guess. He was like just a super sweet, excellent, horny poet who just got poisoned by somebody at some point. The next one says, I also regret that I didn't see No Doubt on the Tragic Kingdom tour, which I think is like universally, I'm getting a lot of nods in the room, universally something that like, I wish we all could have seen that tour. They toured on that album for like 3 years. And the last one says, It's My Family and the Ghost, which somebody told me an anecdote, and the punchline was, it's my family and the ghost. Do you know this? Do you want to come tell? No, you don't want to come tell. You know about It's My Family and the Ghost?
No, I think we might have different stories about it.
Do we have two different stories?
I don't think I've ever told.
We'll circle back about, me and Andrew are going to circle back about It's My Family and the Ghost. Is it a tattoo? I don't think it's a tattoo.
Okay. I'll say it.
Okay. So I mean the book is, I love the book. It's very precious to me because it represents my life as a Canadian living in Richmond, Virginia, with my friends and my cats, and just trying to live a normal life and trying to just, you deal with chronic pain and you deal with shitty things that happen, and you just sort of observe and recognize the fact that we're all going to die in the next 6 years. Like, the world is fucked, you guys. I don't know if you watch this show called The News, but it's fucked. Like, we're all in trouble, and there's no, yeah. And so let's just enjoy ourselves. And I went through grad school, which was a phenomenal experience. I went to the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, and I had this incredible, there's my guy. And I had this incredible experience, and I experienced so many people who were so precious about poetry. The poetry was somehow something that was like, had to be elevated and had to be reverent and had to be like, that there's something that the spirituality and beauty of poetry was something that had to be put up on a pedestal. And the whole thing about this book and everything that I write these days is that you're gonna die, man. And the most important things are to like love and hope and laugh and listen to Teenage Dirtbag and like do all of those things, because those are the things that really matter in our lives. Because at some point you're just going to be ashes and dirt and bones, and no one's going to give a shit. And if you won the thesaurus contest that day, where you're like, I wrote the poem that had the most like 7-syllable words in it, like, fucking hats off to you. But like, I would rather write poems where like I reference Dr. Zoidberg from Futurama, because that's what I was watching that night and that's what I was feeling. And I would rather we talk about James, James who lives in the yard, and think about leaving cat food out for James, than to try to. We can't all be. I'm not William Wordsworth. I'm a fucking dum-dum. I'm a beer league hockey player. I'm in my 40s. I went to grad school late. I like drinking Guinness and hanging out with the lads. And I also love things that are beautiful. I love art, and I love like being able to cherish a moment with someone who you love. But like I can't be the kind of person who takes poetry so seriously that it can't be lovely and full of joy and happiness and fun and optimism in the face of like just unrelenting brutality. Oh, here comes the other cat. So the other cat is named Miro. She's named after Joan Miro, who's the Dadaist artist, because I like Dada is my favorite. Would I rather? My cousin keeps texting me, and I'm just going to keep reading these online. So Beck, don't send me anything idiot. She sent me, would I rather have scotch or wine? Scotch is if you're a poet, you're like, I'm going to drink scotch and like, right? Like that's very Hemingwayan. But like, there's something to be said about a night like tonight. Like I look out and I see Andrew and Garrett and Sarah, and they're hanging out eating cake. And my wife's having a conversation with a friend in the other room, and everybody's just like having a lovely evening. And I'm in here talking about this book that I love, and they've all read it, and they're like, "Oh, Elliott, we're so glad you're doing this, and we're gonna read it and sign it and draw a bunch of doodles in it for us." And that's what matters to me. And you know what? There are people out there who are smarter than me and better poets than me, but I'm just a guy wearing a hockey jersey, drinking a beer, talking to his friends about poetry, right? So like, if you're the kind of person who feels that poetry should be elevated because it is this naturally elevating experience, I have no beef with you. I want to read your stuff. Send it to me. I'll buy your book. I'll read it. I'll pour over to you. I'll send you notes. I'll give you the full grad school workover. Like, I am into that. But if you're also the kind of person who's like, you know what, man? I got one of my students sent me a Valentine's Day card. It's on my fridge. It says, "Roses are red, violets are blue. You're my favorite teacher. I'm so thankful for." And she left the U off of it. And I said, I'm not going to say her name, but I said, "You left the U off of it." And she said, "No, Mr. Coates, I'll fix it. And I was like, no, you won't. This is the best poem that's ever been written. Roses are red, violets are blue. You're my favorite teacher. I'm so thankful for." And I'm like, that's perfect. What else is poetry other than that? Than that moment that I get to share with that teenager who's like, "Oh, I'm embarrassed." I'm like, don't be embarrassed. This is a beautiful thing that we get to share this amazing moment together. And so, like, when it all comes down to it, right? So like, I've talked about Dada and all these poets that I read because like I fucking went to grad school and got my MFA like we all did, and we all had to read all like Italo Calvino and fucking Georges Perec, and we all did that shit, motherfuckers. And I get it, but like, my favorite thing is Tristan Tzara, who, and I knew I was going to get to this eventually, who is a Dadaist. He wrote, one of the great things about Dada is nothing that they did survived because they were just reacting to the horrors of the First World War. And so they just were like getting together and drinking and hanging out and just doing art, right? And so the one thing that they did do was write a bunch of manifestos of what Dada was and wasn't. And Tristan Tzara wrote some of the best ones. And his first, one of my favorite ones starts with, "Get a good look at me, I'm an idiot." And that for me is where I start and end with poetry. And I'm like, I will work my hardest to like spill my guts and give you everything that is within me. But I'm also sometimes going to write about the time that oh, fuck, my Uncle Pete is watching and he's making fun of hey, go Leafs go, Uncle Pete, go Leafs go. Actually, Adriel, come here for a second. Uncle Pete needs to see this. Sorry, I'm sorry. I know there's people watching, but Uncle Pete will. This one's for you, Pete. There you go. Now, fuck off, bud. Get out of here. I don't need you anymore. So that's. I mean, I don't know. Maybe none of this matters, and now everyone who's watching will be like, "Oh man, this guy's a fucking dork." And if that's fine, if you think I'm a bozo, that's fine. But like, I really, I think that the point of poetry is, and I said this on the back of my book, poetry should be a weather balloon of optimism out into whatever's out there. Because who the fuck knows what's out there? It's probably short and bad. But if it is, we should at least love each other. So let me read one more poem. and then we'll open it up to, I don't know if there's questions. All I can see is my face and Ball, your face, so that's it. So that's all I know is happening right now. If there's other things happening, besides my cousin texting me a bunch of idiotic shit.
There'll
And
definitely
so-
go on the floor for questions, of course. Please do read your poem, but I did want to be the first person to tell you that you've sold more than 100 books.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I've been trying to. I've just been word of mouth, just trying to tell my friends to be like, hey, you know what? You know me. The book reflects me. So if you like me, you might like the book. So
Yeah.
Don't like you.
I don't like you. Fuck off, bud. He's 4 Carlsbergs in and he's got jokes. This is I had a professor in grad school, and I did 2 classes at the same time. One was called The Work of Duration, and I wrote this like 15-page epic poem about the fire at Notre Dame Cathedral that I keep sending out and no one keeps publishing because it's too like liturgical and weird, and there's a word search in the middle of it, and it's just like people don't want it. And then so I took The Work of Duration, and then I took this other class at the same time called The Art of Brevity. So I was taking a class about writing long things and about writing short things. And this is a poem about a totally failed relationship that I would like to share with you. It's called My Insecurities Bubbling to the Surface, in the form of a joke poem called On Seeing My Ex, name redacted, now a moderately successful actress, for the first time in 13 years, not in person, but playing a small role on an episode of The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. And the poem goes like this. Wait, why am I watching The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt?
Yeah, I'm sorry that I was muted for that because I genuinely had a really good laugh at that. Having read the poem as many times as I have had through the editing process, it still makes me laugh.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites. It's and it's absolutely true. She was on The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, and I don't remember how I got there, but I was like, holy shit, there's, and I'm not going to say her name because fuck her, she doesn't deserve it. But maybe she does deserve it. I don't know. Go watch The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt and be like, well, one of these character actors had sex with Elliott Coates.
I won't every single one of them.
Every single one of them, all of them, everybody's in play. Everybody's in play. So let me do one more.
And get your questions ready. I'm waiting.
And get your questions. And if you don't have questions, that's also fine. Maybe I'll do 2 more. Oh, yeah, Bex, I did go to the Art Institute of Chicago.
All night.
That's my guy. Okay, so I'm gonna read 2 more. And then we'll call it an evening, and we'll go from there. So this is one I don't fly well. I think I said that, and so I take Klonopin before I get on a plane. And I recently went to go see my brother Benjamin, and he lived in Atlanta, and this is a poem about taking some Klonopin, getting on a plane, and going to Atlanta. It's called #RiseUp, which is what Atlanta Falcons fans say as their hashtag for their football team. I saw a ghost on the MARTA train from the airport to my brother's house. Willowy and gauzy and out of place, and then I saw her again at the Falcons game the next day. I was half in the bag, and she walked right past me in the hot dog line, nearly right through me. I don't know what it means, or if I believe in ghosts, but I definitely saw her, so maybe I died on the flight to Atlanta, and I just don't know it yet. If you've ever been to Atlanta, you've probably already died, and you don't know it yet. This is the last poem in the book. It's called Aux Écrivains, which is the first poem is called Au Lecteur, which means to the reader, which is a direct address poem. This one is called Aux Écrivains, and it means to the writers. So I sent off the end of the book with a poem to my fellow writers. And it goes like this. Lol at our poems, though. Poems are the obnoxious shrieking of a car alarm late at night that no one will do anything about until the morning if they do anything at all. We're the battery slowly running out. Sorry if that's mean. I have a headache, and I'm mean. It's about having headaches, you guys. It's a poem about having fucking terrible headaches. And sometimes that makes you a mean son of a bitch. But thank you for your time, for those of you who have hung out. I'm not going to read the rest. I could actually probably read the rest of the book in the next 18 minutes. But if you bought it, I don't want to do that because I'm about to make you an audiobook that I'm going to send to you. And it will have all of this and more. That's the dream. All of this and more. And for those of you who now hate me, I'm really sorry. I don't blame you. Yeah, I kind of hate myself too. So like, it's okay. We're on the same page on that one. But fucking cheers. If anyone out there is in Richmond, Virginia, we're going to Patrick Henry's pub after this. So if you want to come get that Guinness that I owe you, come on down. Tonight's the night. It's not a school night, so. Is there anything else that like I said, I don't have an idea of what's going on in the rest of the ether.
So I have a question over here from Ryan Donovan.
Oh, Ryan Donovan. Why the fuck isn't he here? Yo, Ryan, why aren't you over here? He lives like 3 doors down. Fucking asshole. What a dick. Okay, I want to hear his question.
So Ryan asks, does writing about the difficulty of flying help you appreciate travel more? Or is it only a way to help process the issues of traveling? If you did not write, would you enjoy it the same way?
So Ryan lived in Uganda for a bunch of years when he was in the Peace Corps. He's an amazing guy. He's totally brilliant. He's out of his fucking mind. And if he was here, he would be like, oh yeah, for sure. He and I talked a lot this year because my wife and I are going to Africa for the first time. We're going to Rwanda to see the wild mountain gorillas. It's going to be incredible. Being unable to fly makes me appreciate travel so very much. Because every time I get on a plane, I'm literally facing my worst fear, which means by the time I get there, I've really done something, man. Like if you're afraid of spiders and you're like, I'm going to spend the next 17 hours with a tarantula on my face and then get off and then be somewhere, wherever you step out and then somebody pulls that tarantula off your face, that's a beautiful moment. So when I land places, and like I said, my wife is Norwegian, we go to Norway every summer, that moment where you step off and that cold Norwegian air hits your lungs and you're like, oh, see, grew up on a sheep farm, so we go work on the sheep farm. And it's that beautiful moment of being like, oh, we did this and it was worth it. It was all the extra effort. The story of the book, by the way, the story of this book is that I had written it on my phone and it just existed in the notes app on my phone. And my friend Will Russo, who I don't think is here, but Will, if you're here, text me and I'll shout you out. Said you should submit your book to Jake because they're doing amazing stuff. And at the time, I was in Norway and I had really terrible internet connection because I'm on a sheep farm in fucking rural Norway. And so I get like half an hour of okay internet connection and I transfer them from my notes phone onto a Google Doc and I send it to Jake. And I'm like, I don't know with the time change if I've made it if I've made it under the wire or something. And I got an email back that said, thank you very much for sending this to us. Please send it through the official channel of the Oleado website. And I was like, God damn it. Now I have to do this again. I got to get to the internet and figure it out. It was like 5:30 in the morning and then I went and did some beekeeping. So there's a little Norwegian twist to the book. Is there anything else, or is it just Ryan's question about travel? Hey, Ryan, I'm sorry I said you're out of your fucking mind. I love you, bud. Come over, actually. We're going to go to P. Henny's.
I don't see any other questions right now, but I actually have a question for you, which is, in the
I would,
spirit of oversharing.
I would
um,
love to answer your question.
One of the things that really appealed to me about the style that you wrote your book, that as I was reading it as an editor, I was thinking about how, it is a book about headaches and writing on such a tiny screen. But for me, what spoke to me was, when I get migraines, and when I get my
I'm
migraines,
so sorry that you get migraines. I'm so sorry. That's
and,
awful.
I'm sorry you have headaches. I'm sorry everyone who gets headaches gets headaches.
Yeah.
It's a fucking burden. But when I get migraines, I get like these awful auras on one side, so I
Mhm.
can't see shit, and I can't see shit on one side. So the way that you would write your poems is exactly the way that I see the world. It's when I have a
Yeah.
headache, I only see this narrow strip. And so
That's
that's
so.
something that I'm wondering of you. When you wrote your poem, have you considered how it would appeal to people who get various other headaches or various other disabilities, things
Mhm.
that limit their way to interact and create art?
So it's interesting you mentioned that. I teach at a school for kids with disabilities who are neurodivergent. And so it is something that is in my field of thought at all times. And for me, writing the book in this narrow little way, because when you have that headache, man, the world needs to be as small as possible. Because the bigger the world is, the worse it is. And like metaphorically and also just physically, it can be so awful. And so it was really important to me. And for those of you who have bought it, you'll see it's in tiny little columns. It looks just like it would look on your phone, because that's how I wrote it, and that's how it needs to be to make sense with what it's like to see the world that way. I'm so sorry that you get migraines. It's so miserable. I mean, I hope that you are finding some way to find some relief. You deserve it. I know so many people who get migraines, and my heart just weeps for them. So like, I just like, oh, fucking olive oil. Could you have ruined the more beautiful moment? Fucking asshole. You're right. He is an asshole. That's a douchebag of a kid.
He's such a fucking asshole. But yeah, no, I think I don't know anyone who gets headaches or migraines who doesn't know a million other people who gets headaches and migraines.
Oh, it's the
And so
worst. It's the worst community to be a part of, right?
worst community.
So it's
Also,
funny. I'm gonna do this because we're all oversharing, and I can't see if anyone else is like. I don't know if there are people watching or whatever, but if you look, like I got I got like gold teeth and like fake teeth all back here because like they keep drilling out my teeth to be like maybe this will help. So like this whole half of my face is just fucked, man. It's just, but you know what? One of these days it'll get better or it'll get worse. I don't know. We'll see. Having a gold tooth is awesome though. I highly recommend if anybody out there in the universe gets a root canal, get that gold tooth, man. Nothing feels better than when you smile and there's just a little twinkle at the corner of from that gold tooth there. Yeah, olive oil. What do you want more? You want more poems or something, kitty cat?
yeah, I think he
Anybody
just
else have
wants more.
anything else? I know, like, so I see all the text messages, like, from my auntie. So here's the thing. I'm going to say this to the Canadians and Norwegians and Armenians who are paying attention, and you guys know who you are. You cannot buy physical copies of the book because Jake won't get my aunt just from Canada. We love you so much. We're so proud of you. Love you too, Aunt Susan. You can't buy a physical copy of the book because we can't ship to Canada from here, but I am going to buy some extra copies and I will send them up. So I'll get you a hard copy, Aunt Susan, don't worry, and Beck, you too. And Uncle Peter, I'll get you one. And to the family in Norway, you and Armin, I hope that, actually, Armin, I don't know what the time difference is in Armenia. You're probably asleep, if I'm being honest. I'll get you one too, though, bud. Yeah, so, or you know what you guys should do? What you should do is buy a digital copy so that you're contributing to the betterment of everything, and then I'll still send you a hard copy, or I'll just come at Christmas and bring you one. Does anyone in my family want to text me a question? Because this is your moment. This is it. Andrew's some of the people, so these motherfuckers are all reaching for their phones right now to be like, what can I do? What can I do to set up Elliott to mess with them? Anybody else have anything, or should I read something and then call it a night? Or, well, I want you to be in charge. I have done a lot of talking.
I have a question for you, which is, what are you working on right now? Now that this chapbook is done and it's getting sent out, and you're not doing any more versions of it because you promised me.
I'm done. That was it. We're done. We go for what we got.
What's next?
So I I'm gonna come back to you. My buddy Mikey, who wrote one of my blurbs, what books did I read while I was writing this book? This is a good question. One of them was yours, Mikey. I read my friend Mike Swanberg's book, On Earth as It Is, and which is an incredible book. It's well worth the read. Matthias Felina's America at Play was an incredible book that I read while I was writing this. I read My Once and Future Assassin by Terrence Hayes. I read Type E by Herman Melville. Herman Melville is probably my favorite writer. I read annually, I read with all my students Oliver Twist. So I read Oliver Twist while I was writing this. I'm obviously, so I wrote a book about Charles Dickens' youngest brother. It was supposed to be published this year, but right now it's a manuscript in a queue with a contract that they'll get to eventually, I guess. What else did I read, Mikey? I read the Dada manifestos. I read some of the Jefferson and John Adams letters, which I thought were really interesting. Those are the sorts of things that I was reading. Paul, I totally spaced on your question. You asked me what am I working on now? So I'm working on short fiction now. That was actually what I did most of when I was in grad school, is I wrote short stories. And so I'm trying to put together a collection of short stories. I'm working with Jim McManus, who's like an absolute fucking legend and weirdo baseball fan and professional poker player, who has been like a really great mentor. Shout out Jimbo if you're out there, because I want to write some. I like writing stories, and I think it's fun. So I'm working on writing some stories right now. And probably I will write a follow-up to this book. This will be sort of like a Leaves of Grass kind of thing that just keeps going and going and going, because I'm always going to be sitting with a headache working on my phone. So it'll be something other than day 3 of a 5-day headache. It'll be whatever the next thing is. So this is a project that's not ever going to stop. But at the moment, yeah, I'm writing some short stories and then also just hanging out and reading these amazing stories that my students read, which are just the fucking wildest things. Roses are red, violets are blue. You're my favorite teacher. I'm so thankful for.
All right. That's a great, finishing sentiment. I don't see any other questions that I can think of, so I just wanted to thank you for being such an awesome guest, being such an awesome writer to work with.
Oh, thank you so much. That, you know what? That really means a lot to me. This has been such a lovely experience. Working with everyone on your team has been phenomenal. Seeing the support that has come out for this very odd little silly book. The cover art that Aleah, am I saying that correctly? I hope I'm saying that. Did is unbelievable. They did unbelievable work for all 4 of the chapbooks that are coming out. The other chapbooks are also going to be phenomenal. So there's like, when you hear those people read, they will be more insightful, thoughtful, tender, and genuine than I am. I'm like I said, I'm an idiot, and that's okay with me. But these people have written stuff that is like amazing, and will like speak to the tenderness of the moment. That is probably what we all deserve. So I think that that's definitely the people who have been involved in this project have been just some of the most wonderful people to work with, yourself included. And I'm sorry that like I keep like changing 3 words and then sending you a new draft and being like, I wanted to say my idiot face, not just my face. Like I appreciate that. That's like those are the sorts of changes where I'm like, excuse me, if it doesn't say idiot face, I'm going to be very upset. Thank you, and thank you to everyone. And if there are people who tuned in to listen to this, thank you. I love you. I know some of the people that I work with did, and to you, I love you. Thank you, and to my family who tuned in across the world, who all tuned in for all of that. Thank you. I love you, and fucking here's to it, friends. If you're in Richmond, we're going to Patrick Henry's. Let's go. Yeah, it's right. It's at the corner of Broad and 23rd. We'll see you there.
All right. Thanks again, Elliott.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right.
Cheers.
All right. Stay with us because in just a couple minutes we'll be starting our D&D session, which I will be DMing. Hopefully, okay. It is a one-shot that will feature our wonderful technical support, Ellie, who is currently listed as Ellie the Meme Bringer, which is lovely. Thank you very much, Ellie, for actually just making this whole thing happen. Because if it weren't for your help, we would be so screwed. Because I don't know how to run a fucking screen. We will also be featuring Aleah, our wonderful artist, and Laurel, who's also joining us. So I have to run for exactly 1 minute to feed my cat, or he will be screaming at me the entire time. Oh, anyway, speaking of cats.
Time to introduce Delia, I think, Aleah.
Yeah, I have Delia. She'll be in the background. Oh, she's running away. But she'll be in the background. She's here.
All right. So before we start, does everyone have their character sheets? Everyone was good to go, got their dice, got their stuff.
Yep.
Who's on
Nice. If you don't have this, I will roll for you. It's okay. But I'll be right back. I gotta feed this cat.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you excited to play, everyone?
Awesome. Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Oh, so fair. So fair.
Sure. There she be. Ah! Alright, I got the most important one, my D20 right there. There you go.
Open up the stuff.
Chat's full of the place.
My dice are boring
How's
though.
everyone feeling?
Good.
Let me get out my dice. Sorry, as much as I've been asking you guys if you're ready, I need to be ready too. This was a gift from my friend, as I in my regular campaign I played at a bard, so the bard's name is GD, so she embroidered it with the notes of G and D. It's very fun.
Ooh, that's fun.
All right, so before we actually just roll on ahead into what I have called "Escape from the Eye of Kia." Why don't you all say hello, introduce yourselves, your pronouns, and what character you will be playing today?
Well, I can start. So I am Laurel Reynolds. I am a poetry editor with Jake. I'll be live more a little bit later, but for now I'm just playing D&D. My pronouns are they, she, and I will be playing Garfery, who is a level 5 tiefling paladin.
Yeah, I can go next. I'm Aleah. I use she, her pronouns. And I am playing Meow Meow Primidia, who is a wood elf barbarian, level 5.
All right, and I will be your intrepid DM in all this. Please note that I have most of my DM experience has been shoddy at best. So I hope you all have a very lovely time. And let us begin. All right. We go into the temple of the Eye of Kia, where this adventuring party has approached. The temple is a dread and abandoned place where no souls have ever been known to escape. Many enter, few, little, none have ever left. From its halls echo shrieks of torment, and occasional creaks of furniture. And you all have decided that you are going to approach this temple because your cleric, Brother Patience, has fled in search of his spiritual journey, which is as God has sent him to this temple to purge it from evil. Now, you have all been adventuring for quite a while together, a couple of months, and you're all very familiar with Brother Patience. Brother Patience is a dog. He is an uplifted Dalmatian. So you're all going into this temple because your dog friend has run into the halls and will surely die without your help. As you enter the temple, you are, the door swings shut behind you. It echoes. You are alone. The lights flicker from some unknown candles that you can't quite see. It is dim and dingy and disgusting, and there are many, many furnishers. Various items scattered all over the floors, thrown to the sides of the room, all kinds, hither and yon. It's really hard to make out where to begin. So, as you step forward, what would you like to do? How would you like to approach the beginning of this journey? You know what? To make this a little bit more clear, just to clarify where you are, I'm going to share a map with you so that you have a sense of your surroundings. All right, hang on just a minute. I will share the map right now. I'm going to be sharing the link as well. So,
Oh, wonderful.
okay. You received the invite link. I will be letting you in.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
I found it.
Oh, should we join it?
I would think so.
Let me go ahead and place your tokens. Let's see. Tokens again. Actually, I think you might have to place yourselves. You start right here. So
Wait, Bill, where did you send that link?
it's in the chat. It's in the live, the show chat area and the live.
Oh, perfect.
In the voice channel live chat.
Yeah. Yes.
Got it.
Okay. Haven't used.
There we go.
Whoa!
I mean,
How did you do that?
a little bit. There we go. That's reasonable size.
I checked it. Yep.
Let me go ahead and move you over. You're right here.
I just don't see a add button.
Okay. Sure. If you don't mind, that would be lovely.
I'm a barbarian.
Barbarian and paladin.
I don't know the difference between the like races and classes yet.
So what? Do both. What are?
Paladin.
Tiefling paladin.
They're a paladin. That's your
Okay.
class.
See, I know both are important and do things, but
You can get that.
Your race is the tiefling.
it's just
Okay. So now that you see the map, go ahead and I'll place you guys there.
I don't. I don't have editing privileges for. Oh. Maybe I do.
Well, it looks like you would be the only chip without a name, so like I think it'd be okay. Oh, but then you couldn't move it.
Oh, hang on, I'm having a
Oh,
little
yeah,
bit of
you're just
technical
our
issues.
nameless friend in the shadows.
What?
You're just
Nameless.
our nameless friend in the shadows right now.
Let me go ahead and
accurate.
you. Okay. You are oh, why can't I? So there we go. Thank you. You are meow meow. Okay. So you are here at the entrance to the temple. Here.
Yeah.
Here. What would you like to do? Unobstructed hallway, flickering lights, furniture.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first thing we did do is an investigation.
Go ahead and roll.
I think we are out of luck on that one.
If are you checking for magic? Yeah. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check. Oh, it's an 8. Well, you have the sense that this place is a magical temple, and therefore probably pretty magical. But you get sort of a general kind of vibe it's sort of, as a magic user, you have a natural understanding of magic being all around you, but here it feels like more present. It's almost like this is sort of like almost like a brain fog with how much magic there's around this place. Yeah, magical AF, if you will.
Yeah.
All right. You do actually, you know what? Roll me an investigation check. Oh, all of you actually, not just
Archon. 19.
Ooh, that's really good.
I got 7.
All right, 7. So, Garfrey, unfortunately, You don't see very much signs of brother patience anywhere here. The whole place kind of smells like a wet dog anyway, so you think like this is kind of, what's the difference? Oh, sorry, I forgot your character name. I apologize. Fribble, you actually look down on the floor and you see really, really faint sort of dog prints, sort of in the dust and in the mud, like maybe Brother Patience tracked a little bit of mud in. It's a little hard to see where they're going, but he's definitely been here. And with a 19 meow meow, you actually notice sort of on the edge of the wall leading further in, black and white fur is caught on sort of the slight the wood of the walls and the edges of it. And not only do you see a little bit of black and white fur, you also see a little bit of blood.
Well, I want to bring my companion's attention to this, and I say, look at that. There's fur and blood on the wall.
That's not good.
Would that be from our lovely companion?
So you can look at it, and it does seem like there's definitely, canine mammalian blood here. There's definitely blood, but that's not the only thing. There's also kind of like a like a weird kind of gummy viscera. That's like that's not real. It's definitely a blood of a sort, but what type of sort you're not entirely sure.
Can we tell if the blood is fresh?
Go ahead and roll me a survival check.
That's gonna be a 9.
It's gonna be
9.
7.
Been, as far as you can tell, it's been here for like, it's probably been spilled today, but any more than that, it's a little hard to tell. Okay. All right. Are we okay with pressing onwards?
Ye.
So you press onwards. You walk further into the hall. You walk and you walk and you walk, and you are met with a chest. What would you like to do? Kind of hard to tell from the distance. Are you gonna get closer? Okay. So you're keeping your distance, but you're looking. Make me a okay. You're keeping your distance. I will actually say make an insight check. Okay, go ahead. Okay, with a 14, you notice that this chest has definitely been opened before. There's no lock on it. It seems just free for the opening. And that seems a little suspicious, right? Like, why would just like there be an unopened, like just an unlocked chest in the middle of the room, right? That's weird. And that's what you get with a 14. Totally. What kind of creature? A big rat. I'm just gonna give you this one. You put in you cast an illusion on a smallish, biggish rat, a bigger, smallish, almost medium-sized kind of rat, scurries up and sort of alights right next to the chest. And as it stands there, teeth open up from the inside of the chest. A long tongue, a venomous tongue opens up and it snaps, trying to bite the rat. And having caught nothing, it just sort of stands there looking resentful before retracting its teeth and going back to being a docile, harmless little chest.
I hiss at it.
Can we walk past it, do you guys think, or will it just come chomp us? Wait, they can chase us?
It can move, yeah.
That's not
You can
great.
You know what, Meow Meow? Go ahead and make me an insight check as well.
I will. 16.
16. You don't see any legs on this thing.
Alright.
It seems like it probably could carry itself along, but it seems like more of an ambush predator. Like it probably wouldn't chase you if you go around it.
What would happen if we all just, like, sat on the chest so it couldn't come bite us?
Hmm. One way to figure out, I guess.
Gonna bite you in that butt. Yeah, we can try to kind of stealth around.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and make me a group stealth check. So all of you roll a stealth.
Group stealth check.
Wait, what die are we rolling?
D20.
Okay. 6.
12.
12. Pretty good.
Gosh, dang
What
it.
was that one? Still really good. Laurel, what was that one?
6.
6. You know, these things don't seem like the most aware of their surroundings. Generally, their prey will walk right up to them and open it. So even with a 6, with the general vibe of the group, you actually do manage to get past it without. I mean, it kind of like seems like alerted. Like I wouldn't step close to it again if I were you, but you do manage to get past it without getting attacked.
Yeah.
Keep
We gotta find our buddy.
All right, as you continue, you notice more furniture. This is not the only thing in the middle of the room. There's a table, a chair, another chest at the corner of the room. You're starting to notice there's actually furniture all around you, and I don't know. Are they safe? Are they not safe? Who can say?
Oh boy.
Yeah. Can I go closer and do an insight check on the other chest? But not so close that if it was like a living being, it's gonna come like get me.
Sure. Go ahead and you walk up right next to it and make an insight check.
That's 9.
You know, with a 9, it is really hard to tell. Like it could be, but it cannot be. It's really it's an inanimate object. Hold on. You try the dancing rat trick. You bring it real close. Go ahead and make a deception check. A natural one. With a natural 1, you bring the rat as close as possible, and not only does the rat not do anything to the chest, you actually the chair. You realize you actually stepped a little too close when you were doing the rat thing, and the chair is starting to kind of quiver, and its little legs are starting to tap 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 on the ground, and its back splits in half into sharp, nasty teeth, and it's gonna try to take a chomp at you.
Mimic.
Roll to attack. Ooh, that's an 18 with a, let's see, what's my attack modifier is this thing? Plus 5. So that would be a 22, or actually 23 to attack. All right, it takes a mean chomp out of you. All right. With a bite, it takes a, let me roll this one. I need a D8. Oh god, I always forget which one is the D8. I'll be honest with you guys, they all kind of look like D8s. Okay, that's a 6 plus 3.
Oof.
That is plus piercing damage. Another 6. Woof. That's a total 15 points of damage, and it has you in its teeth. You can move and you can still attack, but I would say roll for initiative.
Roll for initiative. All right.
8.
What was that?
8.
8. 11. Yeah, what have you got?
Where's the initiative? Oh. Sorry. 2.
Okay, 2. Now this thing rolled a 5. So our order is Dribble, you go first, followed by Garfrey, then the Mimic goes, and then finally Meow, you're finishing off.
Yeah.
So
let's do it.
having been bitten so viciously by this chair, what would you like to do? So you're not grappled yet. You're just sort of in its teeth. So you could just honestly just tug loose. But I would say if you want to attack, no problem at all. You're gonna attack. Okay. That definitely hit. I believe so. Yes. All right. So, what was that total
Payback.
again? Sorry. 16. All right. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Next up is Garfrey. Garfrey, what would you like to do? Actually, was that your total round, or is there anything you want to do as a bonus action? What do you say?
Hell yeah. I got this.
With that shout, we go to Garfrey. Garfrey, what do you do?
Okay. So question: cantrip thaumaturgy, is that an attack? No.
It's not an
Okay.
attack.
Cool.
I mean,
I'm
it's
gonna
you
just
you
do.
can't cast it if you want,
Huh?
but it's not going to cause any damage.
Oh, okay. I am gonna do. Can I do channel divinity sacred weapon against it?
Absolutely, you can.
Fuck yeah. Okay.
So you channel divinity. You summon a divine weapon. In what shape would you like your divine weapon to be?
I want to do like what's the mace type thing with the ball and chain just spinning it.
Oh, a morning star?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna make it smaller. God damn it. There we go.
Okay.
Angry chair.
All right. So make an attack.
Can I just like run up and try, or how far away am I from it?
Your spiritual weapon, so you cast it, it's sort of floating above the enemy, so you don't actually have to get closer. You just attack with your spiritual weapon.
Perfect. Then I just want it to do like a big, almost U shape through it, and just
Awesome.
try and plow it in half.
Okay, roll to see if it hits.
That's gonna be 17.
Ooh, that totally hits. That hits hard. So go ahead and roll your damage, and describe how badly this thing gets hurt.
Okay. For damage, is that still D20? Or do I do?
No. So spiritual weapon would be actually. Let me pull that up. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna pull up your character. That'd be easier. You can actually just automatically roll on your D&D Beyond page.
What was that?
So if you go to, are you on your D&D Beyond page?
Yes.
So if you just click on that spell, that should have an automatic sort of way you can. Oh, you don't have to roll it for you. No big. Let me see. Are free spells. You just cast your channel affinity, spiritual, and
Oh yeah, there's enough attack roll for that.
sacred weapon. Okay. Never mind. I think I misunderstood what you did, but no problem. Attack. Sacred weapon. Okay.
Do it. Oh, you're not signed in. That's why. Just,
Oh god. Hang on.
well,
I'm trying
not
to.
signed in with an account. That's why.
What was that?
It's because you're not signed in like with an account. That's.
All right.
I think you should know the rules for me.
Yeah.
God, this is such a pain. I'm going as fast as I can. Actually, also see that I didn't give you your weapons aren't here, so let me go ahead and add you some weapons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
Usually you
Okay,
go
and then
to on the number and it'll roll a die for you and tell you what the answer is.
Oh.
But I think because you're not signed in, like with an account, not let you do that.
Do you have to pay?
It's fine.
That's fine. Yeah.
Well,
It's easy
sorry,
one
equipment.
right now. So.
All right, you should have equipment now. Let me just go ahead and roll some damage.
Okay.
1d8 spellcasting. Okay,
Secret tunnel.
so that's a 1. Spellcasting modifier is 3. So you do 4 points of damage on this thing. Anything else you would like to do as your turn? I think you still have a bonus action.
Oh,
Or is that actually? No, yeah, that's fine.
nah. I'm a little confused, and so we're
Aren't we
gonna
all?
pass it on to Meow Meow, see what they got going on.
Okay, but before Meow Meow gets to act, it is now the Mimic's turn. So the
Oh.
Mimic, having taken a chunk out of our bard, is going to turn to you, Meow Meow. And it is going to try to use one of its long, like one of its chair legs extends out to sort of a tentacle, and it's going to try to wrap that tentacle around you to grapple you.
Oh,
Yes.
all right.
All right. So, let me
me.
see what it was. So I'm going to roll a. What kind of check would that be? I keep forgetting. Let's see. You know what? Roll me a deck save to see if you can
Dex
get away.
Here I have.
I don't think that's the way it goes by the rules, but I'm kind of rolling on the fly. So.
It's all right. We'll have fun.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Plus. All right. So, 14.
14. Okay, let me roll against that. Ooh, take 7. So you manage to deftly dodge away from the pseudopod. You get away without being burned. Yes, but it is now. Let's see what can it do on its turn. It's all right, that does seem to be all it can do now. So that having happened, what would you like to do in response?
Yeah. Bummer, dude. Take a hit with my battle axe. I'm gonna strike at it, and as I do, like, there are constant hissing sounds coming from.
Ooh, hissing.
So I'm gonna roll a hit.
Uh-oh.
23.
23, that definitely hits.
Yes, and then my damage is 9.
Okay, so you do 9 points of damage on this thing.
All right.
You know, it's starting to look a little beat up, starting to look a little dinged. Not dead yet, but it's starting to definitely. This furniture, you cannot return this furniture. You can't return this chair to the store for value. This chair has been damaged. Moving on to the top of the round, we are going back to Fribble. Fribble, what would you like to do? All right.
Viciously maw.
Okay, let me see if it saves. Ooh, it definitely saves. Believe it or not, this chair, yeah, it rolled a 16 on the dice. So, it actually has, yeah, this chair has a really strong sense of ego. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, totally. Do you have any things to add to that? That's a 2. Two. Yay!
Nice.
Okay. Next up, is that your whole turn? Is there? Would you like to move? Would you like to do anything else? This chair's gonna fucking die tonight. All right,
Right here, right now.
Garfrey, it is now back to you. What would you like to do?
Wait, do I have any actual weapons?
You do. I don't know if they're up on your spell, on your sheet, but I did add them to your inventory. So hopefully, and also your spiritual weapon is still up, so you can still attack with that.
Oh, then perfect. I'll use that.
You know what? I think the problem is I didn't say you're attuned to these things. So
Oh, we lost your sound there for a second.
Sorry, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's back.
Okay, awesome. Laurel, please roll to attack with your spiritual weapon.
Okay. D20.
D20.
Perfect. Oh yeah, because to hit. That's gonna be 11.
11. Do you add anything to that?
If I. Oh, you did.
Oh.
You did give.
No, you give it to Laurel. Yeah.
That's
The Garp.
Do you have any? Are you just doing the thing on the dice, or are you also adding to it?
I have been adding, but which one would this be for the addition?
I think it's actually I can't quite tell what you cast, so let's just say it's a +3.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, with a +3 you hit. What would you like to do? So sort of, how would you like to hit it?
This time I want to take the handle base of the weapon and just try and plow it like straight through the wood.
All right, let's see how much damage you do. So that is a D8. Ooh, 6 damage plus. What was the modifier for this? Your spellcasting modifier, which is a 3. So total 9 damage, which is pretty good. So you get a real good crunch sound when you get bust through it, like maybe you crunch like through a shell of some kind.
Just what I
It's still
wanted.
up.
Still alive, man.
Still up, but looking rough. One of its legs is sort of crushed and splintered. It's sort of stumbling around on 3 legs, and it's looking rough. This is firewood for sure. Finishing on our turn. Meow meow. What would you like to do? Actually, no. It goes.
Yeah,
it's
it's the mimic's
I
turn.
apologize.
No, it's
Damaged
okay.
but still alive. The chair would like to take a bite out of you, meow meow. It's going to attack.
Hey.
12 No, it's pretty close. Because last time I was trying to.
Yeah,
try
I
to
didn't.
grab-
I didn't move.
So with a bite attack, it is a 12 plus 5. Does a 17 hit you?
Yes.
All right, let's see how much damage it does. So we need a D8. D8. This is a D8. It's a 7. 7 plus 3. That's 10. Plus is 2. So 12 points of damage.
Oof.
All right. How are you doing?
Doing fine.
Okay. With that being its attack, what would you like to do?
Yeah, D&D Beyond doesn't want to work. Yeah, since I'm just right here, we're just gonna go back with that battle axe. I'm coming back for
Oh,
a
yeah.
second time. It's time for revenge. I'm gonna hiss at it again. Roll a hit.
Chair.
Does a 13 hit?
A 13 does hit.
Yeah! Bet. And I'm doing 6 points of damage.
6
We're just
points
gonna
of
go
damage.
for like that same that the spiritual weapon. We're just gonna try to hit that same spot.
Same spot. All right. Is that your whole round, or is there anything else you want to add? Like, is there a bonus action or anything?
I'm not gonna use my bonus action at the moment.
Okay. And you still haven't raged. All right. So that ends your turn. The chair is still up, believe it or not, but it is looking rough. It is crawling around, half dead, looks awful. Friggle, what would you like to do?
Didn't enter rage.
Go forward and roll me an attack. Oh, an 18 definitely hits. Roll me some damage. Oh, with a 7, you kill the shit out of this chair. You not only stab it, it goes through to the other end, and goo, awful, like, kind of gloopy, gloppy blood spatters out and paints the wall behind it, making very much a substance like you've seen mixed with Brother Patience's blood. So you're starting to get a picture of what happened here. But the chair is really fucking dead. And that is the end of combat. So, what would you like to do now that the chair has been slain? All right, for it. You open up the. Who would like to open up the chest? All right, you pop it open, and you find a little book of matches, and you know what, a healing potion. So those are the only two things inside this chest. It's full of cobwebs and spiders and dust and moths. Like a little moth flies out, but you do find, despite how empty it looks, a book of matches and a healing potion. You look at the matches, they're labeled. They're just like some matches.
Guys, we're basically rich. A whole ass potion and matches.
And matches. All right.
You have a book of matches. It's a book. You always need a book.
This is true.
And
All right.
poets.
Is there anything else you'd like to do in this room before you move on ahead? There's still a table, and now that you've opened the chest, it's very clearly not a mimic. Right. Would you like to move on ahead or do anything else in this room? There's a table, there's some stuff on the walls. It's like, old faded wallpaper, some like kind of a torn up rug, but nothing that looks suspicious, and you don't find any more fur.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah. Steam ahead.
Okay. You roll. You power through. Actually, let me get rid of this fucking dead thing. Dead.
Ooh, that was our
dead.
job.
Dead. All right. You keep moving. You go into the next room. You pass by this big, nasty old couch. It's big. It's nasty. It's got dust and shit on it. Looks like maybe a cat scratched it at some point. What would you like to do with this room with a couch in it?
Oh. Couches are scary.
Make a perception check. That's a 12. Looks like a gold coin, maybe. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
All right.
we could just move to straight attacking the couch, and then if it attacks back, perfect. If it's just a couch, it's on fire or dead.
Go ahead. And so wait, vicious mockery is roll to save. Okay, let me roll. 19. Couch seems unaffected.
I mean, this couch could just be a couch. We could be scared for nothing.
Meow, I think you should go take a nap on it then.
Classic dungeon behavior. I'm not afraid.
Meow. Go investigate this couch.
All right, I will.
You absolutely can.
Could I roll an investigation check?
Absolutely, you roll an investigation check.
Rock on. All right. 5.
Oh, with a 5, you walk to this couch and you shove your hand right into between the cushions and you grab that gold coin and you take it out and it's a gold coin. You have a gold coin now.
That's pretty
Nothing
sweet.
happens.
Look at my gold. I told. Wow, I'm just kind of chaotic here. I pocket the gold coin.
You pocket the gold coin. Yep. You stare at the couch. It does not stare at you back because it is a couch.
Also, as we're walking, I want to ask Meow what their HP is like after that last combat.
Say again, sorry.
What's your HP like after that last combat round?
I'm like a little wounded. We're bleeding, but it's fine. You know?
Alright, I also have a healing one, and so I just wasn't sure if I should do some now or wait.
But also, like, knowing that that was one of the first fights we had, maybe I'm hurting a little more than I think. I don't know.
Emotionally, maybe. Maybe you're hurting, where it really counts. In your heart.
My ego is bruised.
Your ego is a little bruised. Like, hey. Yeah, but like, hey, think about it this way. Got a gold coin.
I got like that's why we're fine. Like we're bleeding, but I just got gold, so it's fine.
It's pretty sick. So
gold blood.
All right. You move on ahead into the next room, and as you pass by, you notice sort of the room changes into kind of maybe a living dorms. You see beds, you see cloth, you see towels, you see seems more like a homey type place. Like maybe someone's been living here, but you don't see any signs of life. It's just sort of this empty shell of a place where someone might live. It's very interesting. What would you like to do in this room? You notice sort of a stack of towels in the corner of room. As you sort of peer into the next room, you see a big 4-poster bed. There's a rolled up rug in the corner and a set of cabins, like a cabinet stuff to the side. What would you like to do?
This is stupid, but I have a rope and I just want to make a lasso and throw it on one of those bedposts and just see what the bed
Do it.
does.
All right, roll and oh god, what would this be? Roll an attack.
Okay. That's gonna be a 2.
A 2. Okay, let's see. With a 2, you sort of lasso and you throw it, and it lands on your feet, like right at your feet. Like you expected it to sort of throw, but there's no like weight at the end. It's a sort of like hempen rope, so it just sort of lands right in front of you.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Just what I wanted, gang.
What was that? But and it's very sad. I was feeling very sad about it and demoralized.
And I know we don't know if those towels are safe, but out of embarrassment, can I just like tuck myself under those towels momentarily?
You tuck yourself under these towels and you rustle them up. Dust kind of fluffs that way, and they don't seem to attack you, which is good. Not only do they not seem to attack you, you notice kind of like a stink about them, like ugh, and you realize, oh, you know the stink. It smells like a wet dog.
Oh my god, it's our friend!
So
Oh my god. So then I gotta jump out and tell them, guys, our companion was in these towels. He's still walking through and alive, or I think.
you know Brother Patience. Brother Patience is tough. He's not the smartest, but he is tough. Beautiful himbo dog. Okay, what would you like to do?
Yep. Reverse of propofol. Next.
Okay. How do you move? Do you move stealthily? Do you move like with pride? Do you look for
Or cautiously, right?
cautious? All
I got a
roll-
gold coin. I'm vibing. We're going.
All right. Roll me a group stealth.
Oh, we are stealthing. All right. Being
Oh,
forced.
you don't have to stealth if you don't want to. I can just say that Fribble stealthing if you just
I rolled a 14.
okay. 14, that's pretty good. Do you not choose to not roll for stealth?
Yeah.
All right. So meow, you march on ahead. You know what you're gonna do here. You're fine. Behind you, your two companions are kind of like slinking along, cringing, like, oh no, what is chair's a mimic. But you're a big girl. You're not worried. So you walk ahead. You pass by this bed, unmolested, completely fine. You pass by these cabinets. Do you do anything with these cabinets?
I agree. Sure. I'm just bleeding. It's fine. No, I'm gonna take one of my weapons here. Sorry, there are so many tabs. Which is my longest weapon? Yeah, I'm just gonna take the battle axe. And and I'm kind of like take the edge of the battle axe and try to like pull open the cupboards one by one.
So you reach in, and we have much of a problem. You open it, nothing. Open it, nothing. You reach the last one, you open it. It's a little bit, it's a tiny little vial at the bottom, with like sort of a green substance. Seems kind of weird, but you don't know. But yeah, it's definitely just a set of cabinets.
Meow meow, I think you should drink it.
No. We pick it. I'm gonna pick it up. First, I'm gonna smell it. I'm gonna pick it up because it fell out in front of me. I'm gonna smell the vial.
It kind of smells like lemon juice.
And I'll give it to our friend
Yeah.
here.
Roll an Arcana, please. Smells like lemon juice. I mean, it is green, so I don't know, you like lime juice?
Can I do an insight check on it?
Yeah, of course, go ahead.
That's gonna be 19.
Ooh, with a 19. You absolutely know. This is a vial of acid.
Meow meow, you should drink this. So guys, this
Make
is acid and meow meow. I think it just goes so well with you and that gold coin. Just chug it. Cheers.
Can I swear on
trying
this stream? Tried not.
You can swear. You can swear. Are you trying to deceive Meow Meow into drinking it?
No, I'm just trying to tease them.
All right. So you have acquired a single vial of acid to do with whatever you will. What else would you like to do? You still have the exit to the room, and right in front of the exit, there is a rug, sort of a half-rolled rug, kind of lying, not fully hiding the exit, but definitely making it very tricky to kind of step around without stepping on it.
Can I throw a javelin at it?
Yeah, you can throw a javelin at it.
Look,
Don't forget to pick it up.
do you want to pick it up before I throw a javelin at it?
Oh yeah, no, do it. Do it.
Okay.
Throw a javelin.
I threw it and I rolled an 18 for if that's necessary.
With an 18, you throw it. It's a beautiful throw. Like it's an Olympic level. Like you toss that baby, and it goes in to the rug. Not like it would go into a rug, but how it would look if it went into a living fucking thing. And that rug unrolls a long, angry tongue and hisses and spits, and it is going to try to attack. Actually, first things first, roll some damage because you did hit the mimic.
It's, what dice?
Oh, javelin. Let me see. Yeah, it's a D6 plus 3.
D6 plus 3. That's gonna be a nat 1.
So 4.
So then 4.
So just a total of 4 damage. 4 damage, but still pretty good. 4 damage. So with 4 damage, the thing hisses and spits, and roll for initiative again.
20.
13, 20. Oops. Did you say 13? Oh, 16. They got a 16. We've got a 20.
Oh, then it'd be 23 if we get proficiency with that.
23. Hell yeah. Meow meow. What did you roll?
17.
17. So you all get to go before the mimic. Starting with Garfrey. You just stabbed this thing. How would you like to follow that up?
I think then I want to take. Let's just use my longsword and try and lop off whatever chunk is closest to me, just a clean cut off, so the rug doesn't have a corner.
All right. Roll to attack.
11, and then what's the modifier again? Which one is it?
It is a +6. With your longsword, it's a +6.
Oh, damn. Okay, so then that's 17.
Definitely hits. Roll damage. Your longsword is a. If you're doing just one arm, it is an 8, a D8.
Okay, beautiful. Nat 1.
Ooh, so you took so that's 1 plus 3 for total 4 points of damage. So you did total 8 points of damage.
Not
Just
too
before
bad.
this thing even wants to attack. Not bad. All right. Next up, that would be 17 and 16. Meow meow. What would you like to do?
Yeah, are we all close? Do we have to move?
You are close to this thing, but not so close that it can because of the beautiful javelin throw, you don't think it can attack you with a bite quite yet. You think it'd have to kind of close the distance before it can attack you.
Under there.
Okay. So I'm gonna start with my bonus action. And enter rage.
Ooh, you rage.
Yeah, I rage. I mean, like, talk about hissing. Like, we are now like completely feral rabies.
Yeah, this cat has not been to the TNR clinic.
Yeah. And we're gonna take that battle axe, that strength weapon, and roll to hit. 24.
All right, roll it. What was that?
24.
24 absolutely hits. Yeah, no joke. You hit this thing so hard.
And then I have my damage plus my melee damage with strength weapons. So that is 7.
All right, 7. All right, you hit this thing real rough. You see just frame fabric, but also goop, kind of gray, green goop flying off. It's looking wolf. So you see fabric and goop interwoven, mixed together. And anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No, I think that's all I can do.
Okay, going down to Fribble. What would you like to do with your turn? Okay, hang on. I need to make a save. 15.
That's good.
What save is this again? Wisdom. Okay, that's a total 16. Yes. It knows it's got a pretty good pattern going. Like the weave's pretty shitty, but the pattern is really good. Anything else? Closest to you would be actually you're all together, but it's Garfrey. Oh, closest to the mimic would be Garfrey. All right. And its mimic's turn, it's going to reach out with its long, disgusting tongue, which kind of still looks like a rug, and it's going to attempt to bludgeon, sort of stretch out and try to bludgeon Garfrey. Now it's kind of far, so it might have to roll very well to hit, but we'll see. Ooh, natural 1. With a natural 1, the pseudopod not only does not hit you, Garfrey, it kind of almost like unravel itself in a way. So it kind of reveals a vulnerable weak spot underneath the carpet facade. You can see the gross, flushy, gelatinous body of this mimic. Just right there for the stabbing.
Beautiful.
Yep. Back up. We are starting with Garfrey.
Hell yeah. I guess then in that nice little fleshy pit, I want to take my long sword and like I'm imagining a belly button. I want to pierce it and go all the way around in a circle so it's just hanging.
All right. Roll an attack with advantage. So roll me twice. Take the big...
So that, and then these, was I adding proficiency to them or no?
Yes.
Okay, so then I got 15 and nat 1 plus 3 is 4, so 15.
To take the 15.
Yeah.
15 doesn't. So roll damage.
Do I still have Bardic Inspiration from before?
Yeah, also you still have it. Actually, no, I don't think you. I think didn't I don't think you have it. I think Meow Meow had the inspiration, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Garfring, yeah, you still have yours.
So can I use the D6 on damage here?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is
Then
it not?
Yeah.
but I got an 8 for damage.
Ooh, that's really good. 8 total or 8 on the dice?
Oh, 8 on the dice, so then plus 3 is 11.
That's 11 points of damage. That's a mean fucking hit. You really like chunk into this thing. Like you think you may have hit something vital. Like regardless of whether this thing kills you, it's gonna die for sure. It is gushing out disgusting goop all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
Up next, we've got Meow Meow. Meow Meow, what would you like to do?
Meow meow. Hit it! Hit it once again! I'm
Hit it!
a barbarian, and that's what we do.
That's what you do. You hit things.
Oh no, I just got ink all over my hands too. Okay. Life of
Oh,
an artist! Ooh, I rolled an 8.
Oh, with an 8, it doesn't hit.
So wing and a miss. I don't have
No,
advantage on the hit, it's just the
yeah,
damage.
only gloves because of the first sort of natural one. I would say that's the only one. So it doesn't hit, no.
No, yeah, I rolled a nat once, so.
Oh, that was a nat 1?
Yeah, which I forgot to say, my bad. It was a nat 1.
Oh.
So it was like a
darn.
swing and a miss, and I fall flat on my face.
Well, I won't punish you that much. I will say that you don't hit, and you kind of stumble, bringing yourself much closer than you'd like to this mimic so that it can potentially bite you. But I would say,
Alright.
other than being a little bit too close for comfort, you're pretty good. So,
Sounds good.
anything else you want to do on your turn?
Let's see. No.
Okay. Next up is Fribble. Fribble, what would you like to do? That's another 15 plus 1, so 16 total. Alas, there's not what you can do. It's awful. It's terrible. You know what? Roll me a performance check just for fun. With the 16, you know what? It's still bagpipes, but there's a sense there's something there. There's a glimmer. You could be a really good bagpipe player one day. Okay. Unfortunately, that does bring us to the mimic, so it's going to take a nasty bite at Meow Meow. Ooh, alright. It's a 4 plus 5 to attack, so a total 9.
Oh no.
That thing does not hit you.
It like, I'm like,
Yeah, it tries to bite you, but instead it just kind of squirts out some goop, and the goop gets on you, and it's gross, but it doesn't do any damage. All right, back up top. Free. What would you like to do?
I just want to stab the pit again. Like maybe this time I make a little tic-tac-toe board in it, but just go as deep as I can with it.
All right, go for it. Roll me an attack.
That's gonna be 7.
Any modifiers do that?
That's including the proficiency.
Ooh. So no, you do not hit this thing. Even though it is squirting acid, blood, and guts, you're kind of distracted by gross and how funny it is that it got goop on Meow Meow's face, so you don't actually hit. Anything else you want to do with your turn?
That's it.
All right. So moving on ahead, you unfortunately not do any damage, but Meow Meow, what would you like to do?
We're gonna hit first.
That is the classical thing to do with a monster.
That is the classical thing to do. But okay, so we'll do that first.
What does Meow Meow raging look like?
Huh?
What does Meow Meow raging look like?
Oh, I was thinking like I am a wood elf, but like there's cat in there, so like that was like the most feral rabies looking wood elf you've ever seen.
Definitely.
Like
definitely.
you know, and there's like a fur coat, and then the fur coat, like all the hair, the fur stands on edge, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So pretty gnarly. Does a 27 hit?
Oh, you know it's gonna hit.
I do. Okay, and we're doing 11 damage.
Oh fuck! 11's this okay. It's not quite dead, but it ain't doing good.
Yeah, and then
every time it breathes, it's kind of it's kind of spitting out blood with every breath that it takes.
oh my. And then I lost it here. Oh, here it is. I'm also going to use extra attack, which is just you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action.
All right, go for it.
Because the mimic attacked me, correct?
Yes, it did.
So I will. I think it says I will suffer one something of exhaustion at the end of the round.
Okay.
But it hits. 23.
Yeah, it hits.
Or
Throw me
22,
damage.
excuse me. And then 5. Another 11 damage.
Another 11. So close, but this thing is somehow still fucking alive. Like, just on the cusp. So, finishing us off, with this thing on its fucking last legs, what would you like to do, Fribble?
Finally.
Go ahead and roll me an attack. Oh, yeah. You know what? You don't even... You can roll damage if you want to, but this thing is dead. You go... You just poke it, and it's just like... And it's gone. It's dead. Alright. And I'm also realizing I forgot to put the mimic mark, so don't. This thing is dead, and it has made a big mess. What would you like to do next? Just regular old foreign.
I'm perfect.
All right.
Good. Same as before.
Good.
Okay.
I have an idea for the next room. Should we use the tattered pieces of the rug, or like if there's still enough to have it rolled up to just try and push it past the chair and see if the chair reacts to it?
Oh.
I love
Or
that
cover,
idea.
cover ourselves in its goop.
Yeah, I mean, it's already on your
kinda
face.
halfway
Like you can handle more goop.
I'll cover myself and then I'll wrap myself in the rug and walk.
Okay. Yeah, you get this carcass up on you. It's disgusting. But you get it on you. And you march on to the next room.
Yeah.
I go last.
In contrast to the next room, this room is empty.
I strut.
Kind of nothing here. There's just one chair. And that's it.
I'm suspicious of said chair.
Yeah. Go ahead and what kind of thing would that be? Let's see, roll. Hey, no, I feel like you're doing something kind of creative here, so try to do a performance check for me. 13. You roll this thing past the chair and it does not react. Seems probably because it's a chair. I would say with a 13. Seems like a chair.
And I strut past it.
You strut past the chair.
I try and run really quick and just hang out in the doorway.
You hang out in the doorway. No response from the chair. And through the next room, you see similarly another set of cabinets. Kind of a little bit more furniture, some kind of destroyed looking. Oh, hi, kitty cat. Some kind of destroyed looking furniture, like maybe somebody rushed through here, but it's starting to look more and more empty, weirdly.
Do we get any hints of what dog or Dalmatian fur or anything?
Roll an investigation check.
That's an @1, baby.
Nope.
Perfect.
Nope.
Not only do you not get any dog smell, you're kind of sure that there's aren't any mimics left either. You're kind of like, listen, we fought 2 of them. How many more fucking mimics could there be in this goddamn temple? What is this, like a mimic temple?
Right?
It is IKEA.
I love that.
Okay. With that, what would you like to do? There's a cabinet, and sort of peeking ahead, you can see the next, kind of a little bit of the next room. You see a cauldron, a lamp in the corner, like an oil lamp, and a big locked door, like a really big, huge arch doors.
I'm gonna find a genie in a bottle. Yeah.
Okay. You open the cabinets, open, and they're empty. Nothing in there.
You want to drink the lemon juice? Because it's definitely lemon juice, Fribble. Okay, just had to check.
But in like the green like bottles too.
Okay. Having searched through
Cool.
the cabinets and found everything, what else would you like to do?
I'm gonna take the rug off and I'm gonna shove it into the cabinet and close it. Just be like,
You kind of
I'm done with that.
also elegantly, kind of like taking off like a big fur coat, you it's actually kind of are making this look work. You're taking it off and you put it in the cabinets and you close the door and
Control.
yeah, it's in there.
It's got like parts of my fur coat stuck to it.
Oh no.
Oh, that was meow meow.
So you still have the lamp, the cauldron, and the big doors. What would you like to do?
Wanna rub that lamp.
Do you want to rub that lamp? Because could be a genie in there. Could be a mimic.
More
Yes.
gold.
Would you like to?
What's my
Would you like to get close to the lamp? You get real close to that lamp. Roll an Arcana check.
uh-oh.
Okay, let me just roll something just to be safe. Okay. Looks like a lamp.
I start rubbing it. There's no genie?
So you pick it up, meow meow. Take it up in your hands. And as you pick it up to rub it, it kind of splits in half down the middle and just chomps at your hand. It's a really small mimic.
I
will
kind of
say
like.
what
I
helps
kind of like.
me is- I mean, it is biting meow meow really hard on my hand. Actually, you know what? Let me roll some damage.
But I'm a barbarian, so I kind of go, aw,
It does 6 points
like-
of damage to you.
aw.
You rolled well. So, what would you like to do with this tiny mimic?
off me! Somebody, help. Get it off me. Get it off my hand.
Can I try and use the lasso again to lasso the mimic and then put it right under my foot so I just stomp it?
Roll an attack.
Beautiful. That's gonna be 10.
That does not hit. This thing is small and looks weak, but it is nimble. And it is dodging and twisting and biting and chewing and being just a real fucking pain.
Dude, I swear to God, this lasso's gonna work one time.
Alright, hang on.
Doesn't that just mean you're mocking me at that point?
You know what, actually? With a 12 total, it fails.
So
do
what's
you say to
happening?
this limp? What do you say to this limp?
Roast it like a middle schooler.
Oh. With that, the lamp kind of unclenches from Yamamo's hand and makes this kind of like sound, and it trails up and falls dead to the floor.
I wonder if the stream has been able to hear me.
No.
We could. What?
Well, it's been not been muted for you, but it might have been muted for the stream. But it's okay.
Stream?
Yeah, stream. Have you been able to hear me this whole time?
Let's get an answer in the chat.
Yeah, please sound off in the chat if this is the first time you've heard my voice.
Can you hear?
Hey, welcome.
Hello, welcome. I've been here. It's fine.
I guess we'll find out.
It's so funny. It's gonna be recorded in the VOD,
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's fine. Thank you. I mean, I was. So I'm
Ellie
gonna...
or now.
That's great. I love that for us. Yep.
Okay, people have been. Oh, who answered no?
That's so funny. That's great. Love that for me. Anyway, we viciously
Moving
mocked
on.
the lamp.
You viciously mocked the lamp, and so now it is dead.
It finally worked.
It works.
The only thing left in this room is this cauldron and these big set of doors. What would you like to do?
Ah, cauldrons. We haven't seen a cauldron yet. Or a lamp.
There's a part of me that just wants to throw the acid in the cauldron.
Yeah, they could hear Ellie.
You can do that.
Oh,
You can do
good.
whatever you want.
Companion, what do you think about putting the acid in the cauldron?
Do it.
Okay, we're gonna do
Wait,
it then.
should we like look in the cauldron first? Just make sure our boy.
No, just like throw the whole thing in. Oh wait, yeah, I guess the dog.
Let's check that the dog isn't in there before we do it.
All right, you walk up to the cauldron and you look inside, and there is no dog in there.
All right, do it. Send it.
We're just twisting that top off and pouring one out for the homie that isn't in the cauldron.
You pour in like you're flavoring some kind of soup. You pour in that acid, and it spills and it fizzles, and it kind of hits the metal. But you know it's a cauldron, so it doesn't take damage or anything.
Beautiful.
All right. This leaves you with a slightly pitted cauldron and a big set of doors. What would you like to do?
I think we gotta go through the doors.
Yeah, is the door like locked?
Props.
All right, you walk. Do you try to open it?
Can we do a group Arcana check?
You know what? No Arcana, but I will say roll me a group investigation.
Apes
Alright,
together
group
strong.
No,
Let's
no,
do
investigate.
this.
Let's look at these doors intensely.
10.
14.
17.
Ooh, 17. With a 10, These look like normal doors, not mimicked or anything. They're just doors. With a 14, you notice that they are locked. And with the 17, you notice an inscription right at the very top that says, "If only I had some light to see by."
I read that out loud. If only I had some light to see by.
Okay.
Oh my god, you know who has a little dude that makes fire in their pocket?
I was about to say, yeah, I have little fire
Ooh.
starters in my pocket. That's kind of
All
like
right.
light.
Would you like to take them out?
Yeah, I'll take a little fire starter out. It's a little clockwork one. It's just like a really steampunk looking lighter.
You take
Love
your little
that.
starter and you flick it on and you cast a little light. And with the light of this little fire, you hear a mechanism click and the doors swing open on their own volition. And lead on. This. Do you enter? Do you go through them?
Yes.
Right. You go through the doors into a dingy but oddly welcoming space. You hear kind of like the crackling of a fire somewhere. There's kind of like almost like a makeshift living situation. Like you see kind of a cart and sort of furniture have been cobbled together into sort of a shack almost. So it's sort of like someone's made a home here. And up on the top of the shack, there's a little post. There's like sort of a what is it, like a you know, like a sign outside of a shop, and it says Otto's Meat Grotto.
Meat. I'm sorry. Meat.
Otto's Meatball Grotto.
Oh.
This is a bad place to put a meatball restaurant.
This is the bad place, y'all.
I think we might be the meat.
I was thinking, brother, what's his face? Brother Dalmatian.
That's true. Oh no! Oh no!
Is there anyone else here? Or is it just us?
Make me an investigation check.
Things I'm famously very good at. Oh, that's a 6. A good number.
That's a 6.
Can we also roll?
Yeah, go ahead. Everyone can roll an investigation.
Nat 20.
Maybe.
Oh my god! Hell yeah.
Did you both
No,
get
it-
nats?
No, it wasn't a nat 20, but it is a 20.
Oh, I thought it was. I got Nat 20.
With a dirty 20.
A dirty.
With a dirty 20, you definitely notice that someone's been living here. You smell food cooking. Like again, there's a crackling of a fire. It just seems like the space is just kind of like lived in. It seems almost like warm and like someone's this is a house, it's a home.
Homie.
It's homey. And with a natural 20, you actually see the fire all the way at the end. It's a fireplace. It's not even like a woods. It's not even like a campfire. It's a full-on fireplace. And you see just at the edge of your vision, there is a set of cabinets sort of on its side, and one of its drawers is hanging out, and a big tongue is lolling out of its mouth, and it is alive. It just seems to like be sleeping in front of the fire.
Oh my god, is that Otto?
I don't know. What would you like to do with this information?
Figure it out. If it's out, we don't want to hurt it.
Do you
do
approach
we?
Otto's Meatball Grotto?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Is there like a counter or something we can like
There is in fact a counter, and there is, if you look closely, there is a small bell that you can ring.
yeah, fuck it, let's ring the bell.
So you pick up the bell and you ring it, you go ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. And
It's a handbell.
it's a little handbell, yeah. It's not like a thing, it's like a little handbell.
Yeah.
And you hear a voice go, coming. One sec. And out from sort of away, kind of out of a corner comes this big furball. And he's carrying this tray of meatballs. And he comes up to you and he puts them down on the counter and says, hello. and Meatball Boric. So kind to have some visitors so soon. I mean, we just had visitors. We're so fortunate to see you.
You had you
How
just
may I
had
help you?
visitors. Who
Yeah,
just
we
visited?
Well, we had this lovely cleric come visit us. He was trying to help my husband a bit. He didn't succeed, but I appreciate his help. And there's sort of a dog, like a white dog with black spots. Very eloquent.
Oh, that's crazy. Where did he go?
He went down to the basement actually, but we gave him a little bit of meatballs before you left for trying to help. Can I offer you some meatballs? They're of course they're not the best, but they're the best I could do given the situation. Please.
Can I
Anything I can do to help.
What's the deal with the mimic over there? I'm just gonna gesture towards the fireplace.
Oh, that's actually, let me check. And he walks over and he kind of ruffles the cabinet and he kind of rolls awake and goes, yeah, all right. That's Janet. Yeah, this is one of our mimics. Yeah, don't worry about her. She's just sleeping. I think Rufus is running around too, but he should be fine.
Are these? Were those all your mimics?
No, those out there? No. Those are wild mimics. These are tame mimics. We've raised these since they were little tiny hatchlings. They were about the size of a penny, the silver coin. Those ones are wild. These are ours though. You can say hi if you want.
Is there another way to get here than through where we came from?
You saw the entrance.
The door.
There's a door. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this like a front or something? Like, or do you get visitors often?
It's the front of our meatball store.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't know what I was expecting when I asked that question. That's on me.
No, that's a good question. Do you get visitors very often?
Gotten 2 visitors today.
How do you make your money on the daily?
Well, we don't really care for money here. We get all the things we need from the temple. We get fungus to make these sort of meatball mushrooms from. They're made from fungus, and we get clean water, and there's a sort of a running stream here, and we make our living here and help any adventurers that come through. It's really kind of a satisfying living all of its own. I would say we don't really need much money.
I'm gonna cast message to my party members and be like, they're vegans, so that he can't hear.
Oh, I was gonna say, are we about to trip balls on these meatballs?
I was gonna say, can I take my javelin and poke one meatball and then just bring it right to my face to inspect it and to maybe do an insight check on if what they're saying is real while I'm looking at this faux meatball?
You take your spear and almost like a wooden stick through an appetizer dish. You spear one of the meatballs, bring it up, take a sniff, make a survival check.
Oh,
mimic.
16.
Oh, it smells really good, actually. It smells really appetizing. Like meat, but not like beef necessarily. Just sort of meaty,
Guys, it smells meaty, and I think they're farming the mimics here.
Oh no, we wouldn't farm the mimics. Our mimics are our friends. We've got Janet, we've got Rufus, and Todd's, and
So why did you just let us kill 3 of them?
Oh, those are wild. You can't make sense with them. You can't. I hate to do it, but it's you hate to hurt a wolf, but if it attacks you, it attacks you. These are dogs, basically. We've raised them since they were very small.
Sure. I'm gonna take a bite out of one of the meatballs.
You take a bite out of the meatballs, and it is delicious. In fact, it is so delicious that you regain all of your hit points and get all the benefits of a long rest.
Magic
from eating this
mushrooms.
I need that. I need the Mario sound. Ding, ding, ding.
It's like, oh shit, these
It's
are like
delicious.
good for
It's
real,
the best
y'all. You should
meatball
eat them.
you've ever had. Sorry, what was that?
I'll just meatball.
Yeah, I should eat one.
Absolutely.
You want?
Okay.
Yeah, of course, please. He hands them out, and you all take a meatball, and if you eat them, you get the benefit of a long rest.
Oh, I get
You
my bardic
regain your hit
inspiration
points.
back.
You
Hell
you
yeah.
gain all your spells. It's a
Ah.
good- like I said, it's hard. These are the best that I can do. I can usually whip up a nice warm batch for people, but
Can we
my husband he's unwell right now, so
can
I
we
have to do my
take
best.
some with us?
They tend to lose the effect once they get cold, I find.
Darn. What if I like heated
Of
it
course.
up? Or do they not reheat well?
You can reheat them, but they get really mushy. I mean, you
Mm,
might get the effects, but what's the point, you know? If they're not, if the mouth feels right.
yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
first.
right.
I agree.
True.
Wait, please come in. I hate to have you stand on my stoop. Come into my home.
Oh,
I kind of like the stoop.
I'll come
I'll
in.
stay on the stoop if you like.
oh,
No, you have
come in.
Yeah, I'm coming in.
Yeah.
Alright, so you come in and you see
Oh,
sort of on
party.
the other side of this shack, there is very much like a living situation. Like there's a tap with some buckets. You see that they've got sort of a bed. They have like a nice, it's not like a bed, but it's like bedding that's cobbled together to make sort of a mattress situation. It's very nice and homey, except that you do notice that on one of the walls of this living arrangement, there's sort of a fungal growth, and attached to the wall is a human man, and he is still alive, but sort of the mushrooms have him kind of growing across his chest and folding into the wall. And he says, "Hiya."
Hi.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
How are you?
Motto. I've been better. I've been
How did
better.
you end up here?
I woke up like this.
Do you know your name?
Yeah, I'm Otto. You know, from the Meatball Grotto? I'm Otto. It's me.
Oh, I see. That's
Kind of
Otto.
funny, right? It was my husband's idea.
Oh,
You don't say.
Yeah. Been a couple of days like this. He's been giving me like water and food and stuff, but yeah, it's getting really uncomfortable. I'll be honest with you.
How much has it spread since then, since you got it?
Well, it used to be just my chest, but now it's kind of on my face a bit. It's not good, I'll be honest with you. It's not great.
Hey, you know what they say, part of the crew, part of the ship, and all that. Ha ha.
Yeah, this guy gets it. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna die here.
Yeah,
That's the
that
thing.
sucks.
What looks like me?
What was that?
and you said this was your husband's idea?
Oh no. That's my husband Boric, and Boric kind of says, "Hey, yeah, that's the guy who fed you the mushrooms, the furball." Yeah, Boric wanted the store to be named after me because he's a really sweet guy.
Oh.
No, this is sort of I don't know what happened. I just woke up one day and I was sort of like, I guess I fell asleep against the wall, and I don't think you're supposed to do that. And I woke up and we tend to farm these mushrooms, but I guess they're farming us a little bit too, huh?
I really regret not taking the speaking with animals track back in Bard school now.
Oh, these aren't animals.
Oh, sorry, not
These
animals,
are mushrooms.
plants.
They're not even actually. You don't know this. Mushrooms are actually like they're not plants or animals. They're a completely separate thing. Isn't it so fascinating? Mushrooms are really fascinating, guys.
No, that's crazy.
I think you've been on that wall for too long.
Yeah, Otto, how long
Is there a way we can help you?
Oh, you're telling me. You're telling me I've been on the wall for too long. I cannot feel my legs.
That's yeah. Is there anything we can do to help you?
You can get a look.
I mean,
Nice. Do you want to take a look?
Yeah, I'll take a look.
All right, make a medicine check.
All right. Oh, that's a 3.
That's a 3.
I'm so
Mm.
smart.
These mushrooms are holding into the wall real like kind of. You don't know how deep they go. They might be growing through him into the wall.
Have you tried, like, cutting it off? Mm.
We tried, but they just seem to grow back so quickly, and they're really hard to cut.
Where does this wall
They
go
are-
to?
Like,
what's
I
on the
think
other
it's
side of it?
connected- I think down behind here is the basement wall. If you go down, that's the basement stairs, but you don't want to go down there. Those are wretched halls. There's a monster down there. Don't go down there.
Did our dog friend go that way?
Oh yeah, he went down there. Yeah, he did. He did.
I
Oh, boy.
say we leave and just go get our dog.
Yeah, Mel,
No,
maybe.
now listen, I can't tell you what to do. I'm just a meatball man.
That's so true. You're so right, bestie. Let's we should probably go find our friend, and then we can come back and try to help you more.
All right. Well, bye. I guess. Hope I don't die.
Yup. See you
Yep.
later. Hang in
So
there.
you
Literally.
leave so do you just leave Meatball Otto to his fate?
I mean, unless y'all have an idea of what to do, I don't know
No.
what to do.
I just I want to go get we can come back if we have time, but it might be time to go by the time we get the dog friend here. So
This
Well,
place is already
yeah.
whack. He can handle it. Oh,
Oh, he already took a look. He said something like something about light, I think. I don't know. He didn't. He was kind of worn out. He didn't have much spells, so we just let him go through. But you know, it is what it is.
Of course.
Sorry, hands still stuck up here.
yeah.
Well, listen, if you gotta keep going, you gotta keep going. I'm sorry. But I
Thanks.
appreciate the walk.
Thanks.
Hey, grab some meatballs on the way out. I don't know if you tried them.
Yeah,
My
no, they're
husband does.
great.
Yeah.
They're really good. Probably shouldn't eat too many of them because they are made of like the same mushroom as these.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
pretty good if you have them once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bye, I guess.
See you later.
See ya, Otto.
We're booking it for that staircase or whatever.
I mean,
All right. So
if we go get our friend, he's a cleric, so he might know more what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you
That's right.
round the corner and you go down, 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 down into the wretched dank basement.
Ooh.
You enter. Place yourself. You're right.
I got it.
Thank you.
I don't have that. Thank you. Oh.
What would you like to do here? It's kind of really gross here. Like in a way that like everything here has been kind of gross, but it smells awful here. Like wet mildew.
Alright, could
So
you let me in the
what-
room again?
Oh
Hit
yeah,
reload.
totally.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll let you in. Admit. If it'll let me.
Oh no, did I break it? That's okay, just continue. That's okay.
Alvaro has decided you are not
Okay,
worthy.
sir. Admit. I might have to stop streaming for a little bit just to admit you. But let me just we do this.
It's a vampire.
In the meantime, think about what you want to do in this awful, awful place.
It's okay, yeah, it's okay. I just reloaded and I can watch it through the Discord. Well, we're here, guys.
We've come to the tiny basement.
Yeah.
It sucks down here.
I wonder what kind of monster Auto Meatball Man was talking about.
We should probably try to catch up with I keep forgetting his name, even though we've traveled with him for so long. He just doesn't talk.
Our dog friend.
Our dog friend.
Brother Dalmatian.
Brother Dalmatian.
Brother Patience.
Brother Patience. Why did he turn into a dog?
I think he was a dog. And
Is he a dog?
He like ascended to manhood.
He is a dog,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Right about that one. Oh,
Actually,
it's
let
been
me
2 hours.
Damn it. Hang on. Let me just how do I make you guys smaller again?
The little draggy guys.
There you
I'm
go.
gonna make you guys a little smaller.
Awesome.
Are you quiet going into this basement?
Yeah, I want to listen out and see if we can hear signs of Dogbert, whatever his name is.
Okay. Creep down. Make a perception check.
Finally, something I'm proficient in. Oh no, I immediately dropped my dice. That's a 22.
With a 22, you hear the quietest, distant, "Help! Help! Help me!"
Yup, that's Brother Boyo
And
again.
you also hear these kind of like it's less that you hear something, it's more that you feel something. Sort of the walls of this place shudder rhythmically, like something really big is traveling through them.
Good. Seems safe, guys. Let's go.
Bet.
All right. So you keep going in, and without even turning the first corner, you see it. Rounding the bend is, hang on, let me get him out.
Oh, it's our boy. He's here.
A big fucking minotaur.
Oh, good.
And he looks at you and makes eye contact. And then he's gonna charge you. Roll for initiative.
Boom.
10.
17.
17. Brother.
Brother.
All right. So that was a 10, 17. Garfrey?
3.
A 3. All right. So with a 17, you're able to act right before the Minotaur strikes you. What would you like to do?
Me?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Meow meow.
my apologies.
Sorry.
So I have a reaction? Like an opportunity attack?
It's just your turn.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna go at it with the battle axe. I'll roll to hit. 21.
21. So as this Minotaur is charging you and just about to strike, Meow Meow, you rush ahead and you stab it through its thick, gnarled hide.
Stab it with an
roll the
axe.
blow. Yep. You hit.
Rock on. That is 9 damage.
9 damage. Okay. This thing roars right in your face. So, next up is the Minotaur. Let me just open up its...
As a bonus action, I'm gonna rage.
It's a bonus action. Okay. Go ahead and rage. Right, let me just... can't get its SAS to load up, so I'm gonna open it on my phone. My bad. Mm-hmm. You know what? I can't seem to get it open, so I'm just gonna say that its attack modifier is a +3. Ooh, a 3. It with a total of 6, it swipes you with one of its horns and doesn't quite hit. It bellows and goes for a second attack. Attack 2 of them. Ooh, 15 with a +3. That's an 18 total.
It's attacking me.
It is attacking you. Yeah, you went right up to it.
Yeah. Okay. How much damage?
How much damage? Let me see. Charge attack. He's going to try to bore you. That's a 2d8. 3. 4. 3 plus 4 is a 5. That's 12 total damage. Piercing. Because it is goring you with one of its horns.
And because I'm in rage, I believe I have... Yeah, I have resistance to piercing.
Okay.
I don't know.
So you take half damage.
Okay, so... You said it was 12,
That
right? So
was-
6?
That was 12, so 6.
Thank you.
Okay. That was its turn. Up next is Fribble. Fribble, what would you like to do? The Minotaur is right in front of you.
I am going to cast Phantasmal Force on the Minotaur. So
Okay.
it needs to make
What
an
would that- what does
intelligence
that do?
saving throw.
Ooh, I'm gonna be honest with you. This thing does not look very smart.
Yeah, this is the hope. You know, I tried mocking all those mimics and that didn't get me anywhere. So
Okay. It actually rolled really well, so that's a total 16.
incredible. So it passes. So I don't think anything happens then. Let me see.
All right.
Yeah,
It
it's
just
only on a failed
roars in
save.
your face.
So I'm gonna bonus action. Actually, no, I'm not gonna. You only took 6 damage, right?
Yes. Oh, she only took 6 damage. Yes.
That's fine. Okay, then I'm gonna back up and bardic inspiration. Let's bardic inspiration Gribble. Right? What was your name? Your character's name?
Garfrey.
Garfrey. I remember it started with a G. Fribble is me.
Fribble and Fribble, yeah.
Look, I am not smart. I have an intelligence of
Well, you are
8.
Fribble. So you do inspire them. Anything else you want to do with your turn?
I'm gonna back up a little bit.
You back up a little bit, which is good because as you end your turn, you get like hit with a wave of stench that you just managed to get away from. You get the sense of just being in the proximity of this disgusting creature, just matted with gore and mush and disgust and mold, might be damaging to you.
Mm-hmm.
So, up next, Garfrey, what would you like to do?
I wanna cast Hellish Rebuke while being as far away from the Minotaur as possible while like still attacking. So like,
okay,
I guess that's 60 feet because it has 60 feet range.
You know what? I don't think that's how Hellish Rebuke works, but like we're so close to the end that I'm just gonna let you do it. So go ahead and roll an attack.
Okay. Cool. That's a 19.
19 definitely hits.
Then it's telling me to use 3d10. Is that what I should do or no?
3d10 is right, yes.
Okay, perfect. That is gonna be 10, 14, 23 damage.
Let me also roll one. Okay.
I see you.
Except I used the spell wrong, so.
Fine, it's fine. What did the mag say on the stream? There ain't no. Whoops.
Oh.
Rules? Where we're going, we don't need rules.
Okay, I can hear you guys now. I stopped being able to hear you, so I had to refresh.
Good, welcome back. Looks like
Hi.
Ellie has also returned.
Good to know that I left and the stream immediately died. That's so funny.
We're all good. We gotta
We're
beat
back.
this thing.
We're so
Let's go.
back.
Teamwork.
All right, last time I checked, I was getting damage. What was the damage?
23.
23. All
What
right,
the fuck?
you hit the thing hard. It is
Bells.
bounced back by the force of your attack, and as it is sort of thrown back by your attack, oh my bad. Yeah, Meow Meow and Fribble, you both get attacks of opportunity on it.
Ooh. Bet.
Oh, and me? I get one?
Yep, you get one. You were within actually no, you left that, didn't you?
Yeah, I backed
Right,
up.
so you only Meow Meow.
Okay. I'm gonna drop my battle axe and pick out my great axe, and let me find my 1d12 here. And I'm gonna roll to hit. So this is a two-handed weapon. So now we got two hands. Or just like going at. Oh, there goes my die.
2 hands, 1
Okay.
axe, can't lose.
There it is. 21. Jeez.
21 definitely hits.
And then all right. Let's roll high. Ooh, okay. 15.
15. Wow. This thing is that's another big hit. All right.
And I'm gonna use in my rage. Oh wait, no, that was the opportunity attack. Never mind. We're good. We're good.
Yep. This thing is frothing at the mouth. It is furious. Okay. Before it wait, hang on though. Yes. Fribble, what would you like to do before this thing acts?
Let's see, what can I do? Yeah, fuck it. We're like towards the end. I'm gonna cast Fear on it.
Fear. Okay.
It needs to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. Let's see if this thing is wise. Ooh, that's a Okay, so that's a total 10.
Good. So I project a phantasmal image of the creature's worst fears. It drops whatever it's holding and becomes frightened. So it must take the dash action and move away from us by the safest available route on each of its turns, unless there's nowhere to move. And then once it gets somewhere where it can't move anymore and it has lost line of sight, it has to make a Wisdom saving throw to end the spell and come back and fight.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn, or is there anything else you would like to do?
How is everyone like fine health wise? How are y'all doing?
I'm great.
Good.
Then yeah, that's the end of my turn. I'm gonna like move forward, just slowly walk towards the creature.
Okay. You get closer. And as you get closer, now that it's its turn, this thing is so afraid of you. So afraid of you. It turns around and uses its entire... It's going to dash, actually, and get all the way here before it stops and sort of cowers with its head with its hands over its head, hiding, and is going to that's its full turn. So yeah, is it an action to try to save against it, or is it just at the end of its turn?
I think it's an action. Let me check.
Okay, so it's just dashed away.
No. So if the creature ends its turn where it can't see me, it can make a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, let's see if it saves. Oh yeah, with an 18 on the dice, I think it saves.
Cool.
Well, that was a good roll. That was a good spell because now it is all the way away.
Yeah. Let's move up.
Okay. Gorfrey, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I want to hit him with the javelin.
All right. Roll an attack. Actually, you might have to step a little bit closer, like to more like here to throw a javelin at it.
That makes sense.
Okay.
I got 19.
19 hits. Do your damage.
That's gonna be. So I got 7 on the dice, and then it's plus the strength for 10, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Perfect. So 10 damage.
10 damage. Okay. This thing's starting to look a little rough. Not dead, but like maybe like kind of half dead maybe. Right, and as you are here, you actually come within eyesight of Brother Patience, who is hiding between these 2 shelving units. These are all shelving units. And he's kind of cowering between 2 where the Minotaur can't fit. And he makes eye contact with you. And he goes, "Help me! Help!"
My response is.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
My response to him is just, "Don't worry, I have a lasso," and just a good thumbs up with a wink. And yeah.
All right, top of the round. We are now back to Meow Meow. Meow Meow, what would you like to do?
Well, now I'm farther away.
Move up.
Yeah, I could just move up, or I could do a little finesse. I'm gonna ask to do something that may not be. I'm gonna use my action and my extra attack, like, succinctly, with 2 daggers. So it's like, pop out! Do I have to roll to... Yeah, just cuz. Do I have to roll to hit for each?
Yes, you would roll for each.
Okay. 1 is 22, and 1 is 20.
You do move up, right?
I'm just gonna throw him at him.
Okay.
No, I move up a little bit. I move up a little bit so I can... Yeah, I can hit next time. Yeah, that's true.
Click here. Okay, roll your attacks.
Where's my other die? 1 is 8. And the other is 6. Pow, pow!
So neither hit.
I thought that was for damage.
That was for damage.
No, you have to roll to attack. Did you roll to attack?
Yeah, 20, 24 and 20.
Okay, so nice. So
were either one of those nat 20s, by the way?
No.
Okay, so what was the damage? Sorry, I didn't hear the rolls.
8 and 6, is that what I said?
8 and 6. All right.
I think.
Wolf. Good round. Okay. We're back to Friggle. Friggle, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna run up to Brother Dalmatian Boyo and see how he's doing.
He's had better days.
Are you
He's kind of,
like, do you need healing? Like, tell me what's up.
it's not, he might look like he needs healing. He's a little cut up and bloodied, but really, what's really bothering him, and he lifts up his leg to show you, is that he's chained up.
Oh.
He's
is there a lock on it?
The chain, so that he's able to cower, but he is chained up.
Is there a lock on the chain? Like, how is he being held?
It's not locked. It's more like something just put metal on it and then bent it shut.
Oh.
Do you think maybe like a minotaur or something that's very small?
Yeah, that would make sense now that you say it like that. Huh. I don't think I can actually do anything about that because I'm not very strong and I don't have spells that could do that. I'm gonna call Gaffrey over or say, hey Gaffrey, get over here. We're gonna need your strength.
Okay.
And then I still have an action, I guess, right?
Yeah, I would say that's your bonus action to do all of that. I mean, talking is free, but to inspect.
Yeah. Okay, that was my action then,
So-
so I just have bonus action.
Yeah, okay, let's go with that.
Okay. I already gave Gaffrey my bardic inspiration, so I don't need to do any of that. Yeah, that's it for me, I guess. I'm gonna prepare to help. So I'm gonna prepare the help action. So if Gaffrey comes and tries to like open the chains, I will help with that.
Okay,
Sounds like I should do that.
so the Minotaur, now no longer afraid, turns around and it kind of uncovers its face and goes into a charge. And because it is traveling more than 10 feet, it is using its charge attack. Which means that if it moves at least 10 feet towards a target and then hits with a gore attack on the same turn, the target takes an extra 3d8 piercing damage. If the target is a creature, it must succeed on a DC 16 saving throw or be pushed back 10 feet. So I'm going to roll to attack. And it is going to attack Garfrey. Ooh, that's a natural 20.
No. Garfrey doesn't like that one.
Well, the Minotaur does. It hits you hard. Actually, let me roll the damage first. That would be a gore. For a gore attack is 2d8. That's an 8. That's a 5 for a 13 points. 13 times 2 is
26.
26. Plus 5 is a
31.
31, and then it gets another extra 3d8.
Rough.
7.
I'm gone.
8. You are unconscious?
I got no life left, man.
Garfrey down.
Alright, it knocks you out.
Oh
You guys I feel like
You
it's
are
this
thrown back. Sorry, not you. Garfrey. Thrown back 10 feet. And Garfrey, I have some bad news for you because it's your turn coming up, so you have to roll a death saving throw.
Okay. And that's just a D20, yeah.
That's just a d20.
15.
Ooh, you succeed. So you're not dead. You're not awake yet, but you are not dead.
Wait, and then what's
Okay.
do I add a modifier to that? Because that's just the dice, but
It's the dice.
perfect.
You just need to roll up more than a 10, so you succeed.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Yes, saving throw.
Next up is Brother Patience, who is going to stretch up to the utmost of his ability and is going to cast a level 1 healing. Level 1 healing word at you. Let's see. What does a level 1 healing word do again?
It's a D4 of healing, I think.
I think it's D4 plus
Okay.
spell modifier, yeah.
Yeah.
D4. Thank you. You can tell that I don't DM very often.
I mean, I just also happen to have that spell.
So it's D4 plus what?
Plus your spellcasting modifier.
So that'd be a total 9 points of healing. Garfrey, you regain a total of 9 points of healing and you are awake.
Hell yeah.
Okay, top of the round. Sorry, I'm going for a while. I'm starting to fade a little bit.
Yeah, are
Meow
we?
meow.
Yeah.
Get this motherfucker.
Fuck him up,
Alright.
meow
Meow meow.
meow. Meow meow punch.
Oh, okay. You know what? Oh. Last time I had my great axe, so two-handed weapon. We're gonna go for it again. Roll the hit. Oh, 25. Nice.
Definitely hits. Big hit.
Yeah, and I'm still raging, so this is gonna be damage 12.
Okay. 12. Woof.
Mm,
Things starting to
I'm-
look a little beat up.
I'm gonna take my extra attack.
Do it.
And we're to hit again. Does a 14 hit?
No, 14.
No.
So with the first swing, what was that?
I said all.
Oh, do you still have your inspiration?
I gave it to
A rage?
Garfrey.
Oh, well, Godfrey's alive, so
Can Garfrey just go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can Garfrey just go? Here, meow meow. I pass it on to you.
Unfortunately, no. Not how
Unfortunately, no.
inspiration works.
Not how it works. But with the first hit, you cleave like a real meat, like a big steak worth of it. But the second one, you hit it and it just bounces right off of its hide. Doesn't hit.
Oof.
Next one just happened. We lost someone.
Yeah.
We
Jake.
lost.
Jake
Oh.
HQ.
Rip.
JHQ's down. It's down.
Mons are asleep. Post cats.
I think. Was it Laurel's turn?
No, it's
It's my turn
Fribble's
now,
turn.
I think.
Okay,
It's okay. We can keep
then-
going.
yeah.
Anyway. All right.
Fribble.
We're clearly in dire straits, so I gotta come help. So I'm gonna run over to here, and I'm gonna try to hit it with my rapier. Let's
Go for it.
go.
Roll an attack. Oh,
Right
they're
back.
Yeah.
Does an 19 hit?
A 19 hits.
Great. I'm gonna do a mobile flourish while I do this. So I'll roll my damage first. That's 10 damage plus 7 damage, and then I push it. Oh, I think it needs to make a save. Let me check mobile
Yeah,
flourish.
roll a save. What's the save?
Hang on a second. Let me just. No, not
By the way,
Baldur's Gate. D&D.
this dice has a little rubber ducky in it.
Oh, that's awesome.
I just want. Okay, no, I just do it. I just push it.
Okay.
I push it. 5 plus 7, 12, 13. I'm dumb. It's 12. 12
And
feet
you know
away.
what? With it being pushed away, meow meow, you get an attack of opportunity. And by the way, these things look
Alright.
rough. You carve up with a mean swing of your rapier. You go through it, and you hit something real soft inside, like an organ. Meow meow, take your attack of opportunity.
No. Rolled a nat 1.
Rough.
Oh, you go to attack with your axe, and you swing, and you drop the axe.
No.
You're gonna have to pick it up.
Yeah.
But before you get to pick it up, it is now the Minotaur's turn.
Well, hang on. I still have a bonus action.
That's true. He's got one section.
I'm gonna bonus action cast Healing Word on Gaffrey also.
Yeah.
I'm gonna upcast it to a level 2 spell slot. So it's 2 d4s, which I found my d4. So that's 3 plus 3, so 6 more points of healing. And I'm
6 more
gonna
points of healing.
and I'm gonna close in. So I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
step towards the Minotaur so that I'm still next to it.
Hell yeah. Alright. Because you ended your turn, you know what? Fuck it. It's too late for that. I haven't been doing it. We'll skip it.
Okay.
There's a thing that I've forgotten to do, but who gives a shit? Top of the round. No, actually, no. It is the Minotaur's turn, so it is going to do a multi-attack.
Come at me, bro.
It's going to make 3 attacks. 2 with its roars. It's going to go 1 swipe at you, another swipe at Meow Meow, and then finally it is going to try to hit both of you with its just big meaty paws.
All right.
Actually, not both of you. It's going to hit one of you. So,
Okay.
18 to hit for the first one.
Who is that targeting?
That's on you, Fribble.
All right, I'm gonna use my reaction to add 3 to my AC, so it doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit. Okay, next up, it's gonna go towards Meow Meow. 7, actually no, dirty 20 to hit.
Yes,
Yeah,
like it
that
hits.
definitely hits.
I don't.
Let me do. So it's a gore attack. So it is. Yeah, 2d8. 1. That's a 6. That's a 4. That's a 10 plus 5 is 15 points of damage to you. Piercing.
So half.
So half. So.
Do you want me to
7?
take 7 or 8? Or
Let's say 6.
7.
Okay, this is its turn. Actually, no, I forgot to take the one final one.
Yeah.
It's gonna take the final one on you, Fribble.
That's fair.
That's a 12 plus. What is this modifier? Oh yeah, that's a 12 plus 5 is a 17 to hit.
Just barely.
Just barely, but barely makes it.
Yeah.
So-
Alas, only one reaction.
So 1, 12. Where's the D12? Okay, that's a 7 plus 5. 13 damage. Actually, no, 12 damage.
Okay.
Bludgeoning.
That's not too bad.
It just hits you with its fist. Alright, but that is its turn. And that brings us to Garfrey. Garfrey, you're awake and alive. What would you like to do?
Do I still have my javelin, or is it gone from when I used it earlier?
You have another javelin. You actually have multiple javelins.
Okay, gorgeous. Then I want to, like, get, again, kind of far. I mean, I guess this isn't a hellish rebuke, but as far away as I can while realistically throwing it, and then hit him with the javelin.
Okay. So you step forward and you chuck that. So do you throw the javelin, or do you just stab him with the javelin?
Throw it.
Throw it. Okay, so you step close, but not too close, and you throw the javelin. Roll an attack.
That's gonna be 9.
9 does not hit. It.
Oh, but I have but even with Bardic
You
Inspiration,
can
that's
roll, you can roll a d8, but it probably
Give it a
won't
try.
hit still.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Is it still won't hit?
You can try.
Your max is a 17, which might hit, but yeah.
Wait, actually, no. I have. Sorry, it was a 9 instead of a 6 I rolled. So then I get 12. So then I should do Bardic Inspiration.
Yeah, at that point, absolutely.
Roll for it.
Roll that shit.
17.
Hell yeah.
17 just hits. That's its DC. So you just hit it.
Nice.
Perfect.
Yeah, you were right.
Damage. That's gonna be D8. 4.
4. It's so close to being dead, but it's still hanging on.
Gosh, dang.
It's okay. We'll get it this time for sure.
Falls to one knee and is just gushing blood. The javelin hits it right in its throat, and it is pouring blood. Top of the round, Meow Meow, what would you like to do?
Well, I gotta use my bonus action to pick up the
Pick
axe
up your great axe.
that I dropped earlier. And we go roll to hit.
Or you could just punch it.
I mean, that too.
But yeah.
My dice fell on the ground and I rolled an 18, so 24.
Hell yeah, it hits.
Alright. And this is the 12. Alright, 9 damage.
Oh my god.
Describe how you kill the Minotaur.
Yes.
Oh, we are going for straight decapitation.
Hell yeah. You cleave the head from the body and it separates cleanly and falls down. And sort of the head rolls, and after a moment, the body slumps off to the side. You have killed the Minotaur at the heart of IKEA.
Go team!
Beautiful.
How would you like to describe the way that you save Brother Patience and leave the temple, this accursed temple that has been cleansed by your presence?
Well, I want to go check on Otto.
Well, we gotta hang on. We gotta break the doggo out first. Garfrey, get over here.
Oh yeah, I guess
And
I am
Meow
still.
Meow.
Oh, I figured he'd just.
Yeah.
With all three of you
Oh wait, hang on. I have
play
a
the chains
sentence.
apart and it's free. And he hops up and he licks your face. He's really grateful.
Oh.
Does he speak English?
He does, but he's still a dog, so.
He's like the
Okay,
dog
fair.
from Delicious Dungeon. Love that for him.
I give him a good scratch behind the ear.
Oh.
Yeah, he kicks his leg. Yeah,
A little
that's
pat.
the good stuff. That's the good stuff.
Is
Yeah.
Otto
Alright.
better?
No, Otto's still at the wall, but with all three of you combined, Otto comes over and he casts a ray of light, which burns away the mushrooms, and Otto is able to escape.
Yay!
Way to
Go
go!
team!
We did it. We cleared.
You leave the dungeon. Sorry, go
Well,
ahead. What would you like to say as you leave the dungeon and finish our adventure for the night?
I really wish that lasso worked one of those times.
Would you like to try one last lasso on your way out?
Yes, please.
Give it a try.
That's gonna be a 17.
You know what? With a 17, you lasso the doors of the dungeon and you pry them open, and they swing open, and they swing inwardly, but they open to the light of day, and you are free.
On the way
From
out, I'm gonna say, it looks like we're gonna need some new furniture, and then I just play the most awful bagpipe song you've ever heard.
Thank you guys for joining me for this mess of a one-shot. I'm sorry we ran a little bit late.
Thank you for hosting.
Yes.
You guys were lovely players. Thank you for those who stayed with us to watch. I'm gonna go grab something to eat, but stay with us. We're gonna have a ton more other fun things, readings, whatever. Bye guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So that means it is my time on the live stream now. And so I'm going to take just a quick few minutes with the camera off while we get set up. I readjust. And then when we're back, we will be talking to Willow P. Delp, the author of Poems of Color, which will be coming out on April 1st this year. So yes, that will be probably less than 5 minutes. Just need a quick moment.
Yo, what's up, Ellie? You come hang out over here. On camera for a minute.
Oh god. Hang on, let me try.
Followers getting ready. What's going on, everybody?
Alright, the music is quiet now. Oh,
Yo. What is up? Jump on my laptop. Let's see.
we're doing great. I'm just
That was pretty
messing
fun,
with
right?
this stuff.
Fighting with minutes.
There we go.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I did think it was very funny that I had myself muted the whole time.
Ellie, you're in the room, right?
I'm here, but I was muted again, but I did unmute myself on OBS, so the stream could hear me this time.
Oh, nice.
Not
Okay,
the-
perfect.
But
I
you
could not
couldn't.
hear you.
You know, it's so weird having 2 mutes, but it's fine.
It is the nature of doing this kind of stuff live, right? You're just, what are we doing? What are we
It's
doing?
okay. I appreciate that someone eventually pointed it out. It was very funny.
It's good. It's a good feeling. For sure. Yeah, well, you can definitely hop on the call right now. Laurel's just getting settled, and Ellie and I are kind of just vamping, hanging out, waiting. While we all get ready for the next reading. It is going to be amazing.
Yep, we have been up for 4.5 hours now, so...
Yeah, we've been going for 4.5 hours now, yeah. Selling chapbooks, right? Something you haven't mentioned as much, right? The whole live stream is out here to help support the development of our Jake chapbooks. You can buy them right now at jakethemag.square.site, including Willow P. Delp's amazing book, Poems of Color, coming to you not February, April 1st. It's February right now. April 1st. Yeah. Excellent. All right. You all ready?
Yes, I'm good.
All right. Perfect. I will hop on camera now.
Hey, Willow.
Oh.
So yeah.
Hello.
Let
My
me-
dorm room.
Mhm. Here. Let me get your bio up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so I know Ben was saying some stuff right when I walked in, but so this is Willow P. Delp, who is a Jamaican American student, writer, reader, book reviewer, and feminist buzzkill. Their work has been published by The Lilac, The Indicator, News Decoder, and All Existing Literary Magazine. They can be found on Instagram at WXDDO. So then, yeah, whatever poems you want to start with is perfect.
1 second, I'm just gonna okay, there we go. Oh yeah, so should I just start reading?
Yep, you are good to start reading whenever, and then whenever you're done, me and you will chat, and we'll also see what the chat has to say.
Okay, cool. So I'll pull up some of the poems from Poems of Color. So this is mostly about like, oh my gosh, I have something else. I have the original stream playing, so I'm just trying to pause that because I'm hearing myself introduced again. It's a little surreal. Okay. The first poem I'm going to read is called Not Passing. Let me wait for that to load. Okay, Not Passing. You can pass all of your classes, but you're never going to pass. To really pass. You will never receive carte blanche because you will never attain blanche. Tous les France ne pouvons pas te rendre blanche. That knowledge will haunt you and hound you. Your black dog, your guy trash. You are forever bound to your original skin. And this poem is to give you some context. So over the past summer, I was doing some research on mixed race identity, and I'm mixed race, and the experience of passing was something that I kind of reckoned with a lot. It's because it's something that came up frequently in the literature. It's something that is either very much contended with, regardless if you chose to pass or to not pass. And I don't have the ability to pass as my mother and mixed race brethren do. So that's kind of reflecting on that. The French, I should translate that. All the French will not make you white. So carte blanche, yeah. So the next poem I want to do is A Sound That Beasts Us, which begins the quote by Amanda Gorman. A racial insult renders us a mammal, albeit less free. In short, a slur is a sound that beasts us. From Amanda Gorman, Calls What We Carry Poems. 5 years ago, I was an animal, a beast locked in a cage at the zoo, my suffering this spectacular attraction. I clawed at the bars, I bore my teeth, I lunged at passerby. I howled, and visitors clapped glibly at my bottomless misery, hoping that I would do a trick. The whole time I wished desperately for my freedom. Beasted upon recognition, the wild was a vague dream, the kind of paradise I imagined as a rosy oasis. A dream deferred for beasts like me. So for that one, I mean, I just recommend Amanda Gorman's work. It's just like majorly inspiring to me. She's just such a fantastic poet. She wrote at the Biden inauguration, and I think that like to find it being like beasted and not just being a beast. A beast is like a verb. It's just so powerful and evocative. It's something I hope to channel at this. The next poem is called Euphemism February. Peculiar is a fascinating word. The etymology stems from the Latin word peculiaris, which means of private property. The word and the world operates as if it has forgotten that some people were of private property. I am waiting patiently for this 28-day window, occupied partly by Valentine's Day and President's Day weekend, the 1 month, the brief space in which it is permissible to try to talk about a certain peculiar institution. Of private property. The phrase itself is euphemistic. A clever obfuscation of the unspeakable violence tangled with being of private property. A trick of the English language, eternally veiling the scene of the crime. And yeah, that one is about, I'm really fascinated with linguistics and etymology, so I love to explore the etymology of a word and just like uncovering so much interesting information about like the context and history that which word was formed. And I feel like as a poet, it helps us like kind of strengthen my work when I have more information on the word itself. So that I'm gonna read more poem called Affirmative Action, because I think that one I like saying that one aloud because it has a lot of wordplay. Affirmative action. Actionably affirming, acting affirmatively, answering in the affirmative that they/we/you/I deserve affirmation after annual auctioning in the annals of August. But now allies are affirming acceptance to an academy that expects your own affirmative action, always affirming you're actually underpaid if paid action, always asking for all affirmative attribution, affirmatively instead of ask, affirmatively acting to affirmatively acts and acts. For me as like a black person in prominent institutions, it's very much like it kind of haunts over discussions of admissions perpetually. It's like a looming presence, so it's something I've been reckoned with a lot, and hopefully this is able to communicate how I feel about just this kind of buzzword, and that's really become very politicized in recent years. Actually, I'm going to read another poem from my collection.
Hey, Willow, before you do that, it seems like your internet might have been cutting out during that last poem. Do you mind rereading that one for us?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh my gosh. My laptop is just like it's not like handling multiple windows well. So I'm just gonna read this. Let me know if I need to read anything else, or if anything cuts out. Affirmative action. Actionably affirming, acting affirmatively. Answering the affirmative that they/we/you/I deserve affirmation after annual auctioning in the annals of August. But now allies are affirming their acceptance into an academy that expects your own affirmative action, always affirming you're actually underpaid if paid action, always asking for all affirmative attribution, affirmatively axing you when you say acts instead of ask, affirmatively acting to affirmatively acts and acts and acts. So that one, could that go through? Were you able to hear me?
Yeah, that went through well.
Okay. And I'll read another poem. Stars 2. Stars 2 are black bodies from K. Miller. I'm imploring you to treat my black body, all this unfurled brown skin and fat, like you treat the sun itself. You lie underneath, hoping to gather drops of its warmth that your skin hopes to brown like mine. Let the rays bestow you with a gift of gold. Allow yourself to shimmer in the sunlight. I'm imploring you to see beauty gleaming through darkening scars and darker flesh. I'm imploring the light pollution that clogs up the sky and chokes at the bright, glowing stars. I'm imploring you to love this tender, precious star. And that is all my poems. If does anyone have any questions or, I don't know, comments? I'm writing my poetry. It's kind of odd, like to hear my poetry read instead of written, because it's usually a very internal process for me. But it's definitely interesting to hear it out loud and be like, oh, like I wrote that. It has a sound, and I'm trying to kind of starting to write more in a way that is responsive to sound, because it's very like rewarding to be able to kind of give voice to something that has existed only like on the page or the Google Docs. So yeah, I also question my writing process or writing in general, or I don't know myself. if anybody has anything to say.
We just got chat pulled up here to see if people want to throw anything in there. But before we get into that, just some like questions I have, or as they come in. An initial one is like, what got you into writing? Like either the media you consumed, or like people, or any part of the story. I'd be curious to hear.
Oh yeah, I mean I kind of been writing like my entire life. I mean, first it was like fiction, and that was like, I mean, I was always writing fiction when I was a kid. I was writing stories, and it was sometimes like, sometimes it was just like completely original stories. Sometimes like stories about I was like 8 years old on like my like parents' computer, like writing My Little Pony fan fiction because I was just like I was always just like thinking of trying to imagine something. So poetry came a lot later for me, and I originally like was introduced to poetry. I was more kind of skeptical of it. I was just like, oh, it's just like short. Like to me, like being like something being very long was being impressive, and like I'd be proud of myself. I read a long book, and being like a short poem was something I can relate to the value of. Then I like as like the years passed, and I came into like middle school. That's when I really started writing poetry. Because I was able to express my emotions in a way that I wasn't really able to express just like with kind of plain speech. Then high school, I was like quite into poetry. So it just kind of gradually, my appreciation of the genre gradually increased. And then in college, I recently kind of like more appreciated creative nonfiction, and like prose and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's just like, I mean, I always like been writing, it just kind of just shifted the form, and always been reading as well. And that has very much influenced reading and like reading history and also reading fiction. So they've been kind of like had twin influences into like nonfiction and fiction because I really like reading nonfiction. And um uh like my dad was wild, just like, you can read fiction, right? Because I think he doesn't realize that was like enjoyable for me as well. But it's interesting because I like to include historical references in my poetry and kind of like ground it. Like Poems of Color is very much grounded in like a history that I was researching at the time, which was like summer 2023, and grounded in like trying to ground it in a larger like historical tradition. And the beginning of the work, there is some quotes from Jill Lepore and Pat Parker. We're both kind of like, Pat Parker is like a poet, so that's kind of like the poetry side of things. Jill Lepore is a historian, so there's like that as well to try to like anchor it. And like I very much like aware of like I want to be aware, at least I try to be aware of like the legacy I'm contributing to, hopefully doing it in a positive way. And like acknowledging it and being responsive to it is something that's important to me.
That's a really good and important note about like thinking of the legacy of, I mean, looking at what came before you and then thinking of, if you're lucky enough to have one, like trying to make it a good one. But you mentioned
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You mentioned the little quote or the quotes at the beginning. Made me think of one other thing I was wanting to ask you is there are a lot of like epigraphs throughout the collection, which I really like, and I do feel like they anchor it well. Do you think, is it for you after talking about the history to mostly anchor it in history, or how do you view epigraphs in your work, especially just again in this collection?
Yeah, I think epigraphs are really important to me because I just get so inspired by other like media I consume, and it's just like epigraphs are kind of from like a range of sources. There's from like Kay Miller is from like a book I remember you read Kay Miller in like a book I read for school, like an English class. So that's kind of like where you would often get your epigraphs, or just like English class, like literature where you're being taught this class called Caribbean literature, and I enjoyed that class a lot. There's epigraphs from Amanda Gorman, which I just read for fun. And cause I like kind of heard about her, and I think I actually listened to an audiobook actually. So I mean I read it, but I was like listening to it as well. So, and I was like listening, like looking on like walks and stuff like that, and just listening and just like kind of soaking in the words. And there's an epigraph from Kendrick Lamar, who's just like an artist I enjoy a lot, an epigraph from Beyonce, and they're artists I enjoy a lot. So like they kind of come from a range of sources, and they're all like, to me, they're like kind of giving credit to where like cause I feel like when I like create, like it's my like original work, but it's very much like influenced by such a range of sources. So it's important for me to give credit where credit is due, and try to like I'm trying to kind of respond to that in a lot of senses, like not just like I'm trying to be in dialogue with these other like writers and thinkers and artists. So like the epigraphs are kind of my way of like, I mean, I want to just like not just like partially acknowledging where did I get these ideas from? What did like they didn't just like spring out of nowhere. I was very much influenced by like the music I'm listening to, the books I'm reading, and also to kind of like respond to like something I've been. It's kind of like I'm gonna feel kind of honored to be able to respond to artists and like have like a sort of like a dialogue basically with these artists. I mean, they probably won't see it, but to me, it's like um, starting having a conversation and like being able to um, like, I mean, I feel like consuming things is also considered like a very passive, like behavior. Like you just like read something and you just like take it in. But I want to kind of have like more of an active consumption of what I'm like engaging with. So that's my way of having some active engagement with the material that's been important to me in my life.
No, I think that's so cool and meaningful. It makes me think of one of the poets in the Twin Cities, Aisha Kamara. I don't think she came up with this, but she's the one that then said it to me, quoting someone else. But the idea of like, sometimes when you're, a teen poet or a newer poet or whatever, it is so much like, I have to make this next new great thing, or like you think, it has to be just different. And then you realize it's like, no, we're all adding on to the same mythos of poetry and art and stuff. And it's just your own take going. And so I think you then being like, yeah, I'm in an ecosystem of other writers here. Like, why would I act like this book just was a product of me? Just really goes to show that. And is also, I mean, for this being your first collection, that's pretty amazing to already have that foresight of like, I want to include everyone else. I want credit going all around.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Definitely like very important to me to like acknowledge where like I came from, and like I have a lot of gratitude for that as well, and like that just like enriched my life a lot. Like I'm like it's exciting to like be able to like I feel like I just read a lot, and now it's like cool to being able to put out something similar to what I would have read myself. So it's kind of like I've read like chapbooks and stuff like that, and poetry collections. I read so many poetry collections, and I actually keep a document of like these quotes and stuff like that I just like hold on to, that I sometimes refer to. I'm pretty sure the K Miller quote came from there. And it's like over 70 pages long of just quotes, like poetry quotes. I don't include music because then music would just make it so long. Poetry quotes, literature quotes, because I find online. Just any like little snippets of like words like that I like. It's just called words. It's called like words dash main copy because it's like make sure I have the right one. But it's just like pages and pages of just like words I like and just like hold on to, and then like all like future inspiration for like what I don't know what do I do with them eventually. So I've had that going on for a few years, and that's like very much like if I'm looking kind of get like feel kind of stuck and I want to write something, I go to my word collection, then I respond to like a quote or something like that. So yeah.
Amazing. Like, I love that idea. And then when you said like 70 pages, I'm just like, that is extra amazing. Like, being able to maintain that is so cool.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been doing it for a while, as you can probably tell.
Okay, and then looking at chat, we also got some questions from them. So we have dumb question, but how do you choose what to write about?
Oh, I mean, I kind of like anything that like I think about, like honestly, like anything I think about like sticks in my head for like more than like a second. Honestly, it's something I like enjoy writing about. I wrote like a thing recently. I went to a movie screening, and for some reason they're giving out rubber ducks in the movie screening, and I wrote a prose like piece about that because that like stuck in my brain. And I was like, that's weird to give rubber ducks at the movie screening. So I wrote like a piece about that. And I can actually read the piece. Do we have time? I don't know what like the time constraints are.
20 minutes, so yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll read that because you can literally I like if you're like thinking like you can't write about something because it's like too weird, like because I think I've had that thought before, just like too like esoteric or just like kind of strange and not like meaningful. Like literally anything can be meaningful if you ascribe meaning to it. Here, let me pull up my rubber ducks prose poem. Someone mentions rubber ducks. There are rubber ducks here at the movie screening that one can take. I don't know why. And at first I'm hesitant because I remembered how I used to collect them. You had hordes of red yellow ducks, piles and piles of them in your house, the color of the sun distilled into plastic. I don't remember why you had all of them or any of them, but I remember the endless ducks and I thought of you. I think you would like that I thought of you. I don't even know if you have the ducks anymore. I don't know anything about you anymore. And then I see the rubber ducks, and they're not at all yellow like yours were. They're all different colors, a dazzling rainbow arcing across the plastic white table. The ducks have been defanged. They're no longer remnants of a past love, no longer shards of glass so stuck into my bleeding heart. So I pick one up. It's a pink, blocky duck, decorated with red shapes that look like Tetris blocks and a white square on its chest. Pink is my favorite color, and I love this shade in particular. It feels hopeful to me. I don't know why. Pink is my color, and this is my duck. And I bring it home to my dorm room, and I set it on my desk. And I'm still hurting, but it's not because of you. So let me see if I can find the duck in question. Oh yes, here. I just love the color pink, and I think cute things. So I read upon my little duck that I picked up. So that's kind of like literally anything. I just write like a ton, honestly. I just like, even if it's just like a little like notes app poetry, which I wholeheartedly endorse. Yeah, like I think anything is worth writing about because I think you can find meaning out of anything. So that's my answer to that kind of long-winded answer to that question. I don't know if there's anything else in the chat.
Another group chat question we have is, you may have already answered this. What's your favorite poetry collection / poet, and how does it / do they inform your writing? So like, if they inform it, how so? If not, cool.
Yeah, so I think my favorite poet, like my immediate answer to that, I mean, it's hard to choose one favorite poet because there's so many poets I love. But Mary Oliver is just a like amazing poet. It's just like I've read so many I have so many of her poems. Like I read multiple of her collections. I honestly can't just choose one because I've read like multiple poems by like multiple collections by her that I love. I mean, she's a pretty accomplished poet. She's written quite a few books. So I think Mary Oliver is kind of like, I think my thing with Mary Oliver is that she has taught me to find beauty in everything, and that's something that's been very powerful for me. Like, it's something that like it doesn't. The poems for this poem are kind of a little sad, but a lot of my poems, like in general, are more like trying to find like hope out of like hopelessness, and that's just been like a theme and like that I've been trying to like cling to. And poetry's been very much in like an oasis for me to escape to when things have gotten tough. So Mary Oliver is like a major like life inspiration. I also love the poetry collection "Don't Call Us Dead" by Denez Smith. That one's really good. I was thinking about that recently because I was thinking of a poem by Denez Smith that I loved. And that is called, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it's about like finding like being in California and it's just like sunny all the time, and it's just like, how is it sunny all the time? I want to be in Missouri. It's like I want to be in Maccabi, Missouri, where sadness makes sense. It's something like that. And it just or Minnesota. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That poem, I love that poem so much.
So like, we love Denez and we love that poem.
Yes, exactly. So it just like, yeah, like that poem, I love that poem, and I love like Denez Smith's work. To Calls It is so good. I thought that's like to off my head. Kay Miller, the cartographer's guide to Zion. Tries to map of way to Zion was something I read for an English class, and then I like that a lot. The Hurting Kind by Ada Limon was like there for me, like a dark place, and Ada Limon's poetry is very good, so I recommend that as well. I think she's like a poet laureate or something like that. I don't know her specific status, but she's very cool. Those like the immediate ones off the top of my head, but I could probably I was like give more time and think of more because I read a lot of poetry. Nayyirah Waheed, Ursa Daly Ward, her collection Bone, that's really good. Amanda Gorman, as mentioned. Those are some poets I love. I think there's like a part to that question, but I don't remember what it was.
Oh, it was how, I guess for like all of those poets, how do you think they inform your work? Like we already talked a bit about media in general, but like I guess more specifically poetry, if it does anything for form, themes, whatever, like how do they help develop and form or help develop and shape your work after reading it?
Yeah, I think they like I mean, they're very, like, inspiring to me, and they like, kinda tell me, like, the breadth of what you can write about because, like, I feel like there's I mean, I've used to kind of think poetry was just, like, writing about the moon and writing about nature, and, like, that's all, like, fine and good, but there's, like you can write like, I wrote about rubber ducks. You can write about literally anything that, like, you find some meaning in, or something you find if you find no meaning in something, that's interesting as well. Anything you find there's some degree of interest you have. Um and I think, like, they kind of, like, some of ways, like, expand my boundaries of what poetry can be beyond just, like, poems about, like the kind of like, some, like, more contemporary poets generally. And I used to kind of think I was thinking poetry is more like Emily Dickinson, Robert Frost, a bit more kind of anchored in, like, a more, like, I guess, this, like, modernist-ish tradition. I'm not sure what the specific terms are for that. But, like, when you kind of think of classical poetry and poetry has to rhyme, it has to, like, be about a certain subject. It has to be very, like, proper. Um, and this just can be like poetry can be, like, kind of, like, weird, and, like, it can kind of just, like, play with words and just, like and, like, I think, like, the playing with words, I mean, I've enjoyed a lot with, like, poetry, and that, like, you kinda see that in, like I like to, like, manipulate words in certain ways, and that you kind of see that in my poetry collection, just, like, toying with how language can be used. And even, like I mean, there's a little bit of there's that bit I read, and there's part of it in French, and I was like, "Yeah, I know French, like, why the hell not?" Um, so just, like, expanding my boundaries of what poetry can be, um, and I think that's the main thing, yeah, just, like, opening these possibilities, and just feeling like they're not being ashamed to write about certain topics, because every topic is, like, it's game. Like, anything can be poetic.
Yeah. No, I love that. And yeah, to the if you find interest, write about it. If you don't, write about it because like why didn't you?
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
and then so another question in chat we have is how do you know when you're like done with a piece or what does being done with a piece mean for you? And I'd actually be curious too, like this question is asking more about just individual poems, but then also thinking about the chapbook and like collections too, how you knew Poems of Color was done to go and submit and everything.
I think Poems of Color had, like, 2 versions of it. I had, like, a shorter version and a longer version because I was just submitted for, like, a 10 like, a mini chapbook, like, a micro chapbook, which is, like it's kinda funny because it's, like, mini cupcakes. It's, like it's a small thing already. It's, like, it can even smaller. But then I wrote, like, a second, like, half to it, basically. Um, and, like, I was talking with, like, a friend, and then he really liked it, and then he read more of it, and he was like, "You need to submit, like, this whole thing." Um and I mean, I think like trying to think of when it's done. Like for me, I tend to like write things like a burst. So I just get, like it's like bursts of like energy, and I'm just like, let me write this all down. And then I usually like I do like kind of try to find the right hot edit cold method of just like writing while like all everything's coming to me, and it's just like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I got this poem in my head. I need to get this down. Just get this out. Then like and I kind of trim it down afterwards when I get to editing, when I'm in a more like calm mental state because I'm just really like revved up writing. So I think it just kind of like it just kind of depends on like it's just this like this fire, and then that kind of defines where it starts and stops, and then um the like kind of ice, I guess, to go with metaphor, kind of defines like the what actually comes in between this like start and stop. And I really like to have I don't know how presence in poems colors, I don't but in general, I like to have the beginning and end sort of like talk to each other a bit. So I like to kind of have some parallelism in the beginning and end of my pieces. Actually, like the chapbook kind of does this when I think about the kind of sandwich. There's like some repeated lines. So, if you were curious about what they are, it. So there's I like to have like the beginning speak to the end and sort of have it like be kind of a full circle moment. And also like my longer written pieces, I have some element of that pretty frequently as well. Because I write short fiction as well. And I mean opinion pieces, so that's not really as creative. But I write short fiction, and I like to have to be some sort of reference, like allusion from the beginning to the end.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay, nice. Um, it's one other question I've been thinking about with the collection, it's you use kind of a different, not different, but like you have a very specific form, I feel like, in it that then breaks away throughout, like not quite prose poetry, but also not fully verse poetry. So I'm curious how like that came about, and then also with the collection, like what your inciting incident, poem, whatever was that made you go, there is a chapbook collection here, not just a singular poem.
Yeah, I think in terms of like how like the form and like breaking the form, I think some of it was just like some of them were just like things I wanted to say to people, but I couldn't say them, and that was like a poem to me. Like there, I felt like there's like a poetic aspect, just things like kind of like an unaddressed letter. So that like kind of ended up taking more the form of like a block of prose. I don't know if it's a block or the word, but like kind of like prose that looks more prosy than like line breaks and such. So there's like that's kind of like when if it was just something I wanted to like talk or just like a thought that I was just kind of like it's like a stream of consciousness that I tended to have that. But also the line breaks I kind of like use in a very certain way. Like if I try to like every line break I've had or I use, there's been it's broken there for a reason. So like that's like there's a lot of like I have a lot of intentionality with that and try to use a lot of intentionality and like where do I want the reader to like pause for a second. The only like thing that's frustrating with that is that I'm reading on my phone and every the line breaks get all messed up. It's because then like I'm running on my computer and then sometimes like it forces you to break because it's just like the end of the screen. So it's I mean there's okay, especially they say there's usually intentionality. Sometimes the laptop I'm just like okay, I have to like chop this up somehow. Um but so I think it was just like, where do I want readers to break? And so I don't just want to be contingent that I just keep reading. There's one that had like line breaks, but then I was just like, I had like moved like a paragraph format, as was suggested to me, because I think I think it works because there's like that's the affirmative action piece. It's all just like one paragraph, so you just have to like just string of consciousness. You just have to keep reading, and it's just all like the words also similar to each other. Actionally affirming actively, it's all like just words that like kind of roll off the tongue in a similar way. So like it's kind of like they kind of squish together. Like that's like intentional like purpose by me, intentional decision by me to make them all like feel like they're like it was one like a sentiment that's just all blurring together. So that was just the kind of decision the line breaks into. Was another part to the I keep really getting so lost in my like answer that I forget with the
No, you're so good. They were like kind of separate questions I smashed together anyways. But like with the collection, I was thinking or wondering what if there was like an inciting moment or poem or something that made you go, oh, I want to write this collection rather than one like a different collection or two just writing individual poems and stuff. But like how did this whole thing what made you go, yes?
I think like I had all sentiments about like race that I just wanted to like. I mean, it was just more like I mean, the poem like theme of the theme of the collection is like racial identity, and I had a lot of like divergent sentiments, and I was also researching racial identity at the time, so that kind of like coalesced in a certain way. I was researching Black white racial identity in the United States, and I was like I'm kind of trying to understand like that just in a historical context, and in a sociological context. I wish I could like my papers. I'm trying to get my paper published, so pending paper publication. A lot of writing going on, a lot of different genres. So I was like thinking about that, and like all my thoughts were like that was just like all my thoughts about like race were happening after these personal reflections and such. And they like didn't like I couldn't. They were like just like so many things I wanted to like discuss, and I just wanted to have that like it couldn't just fit in one poem that I wanted to fit because I feel like I was able to written like just like kind of like little like one-offs like about like identity in the past. Like I've written like an article that was about identity that kind of like covered this, but I wasn't like I want there's like these separate like identity is not just one thing you just kind of compartmentalize and just like oh like I'll just put like identity over here and then everything else is just over here. Like my racial identity over here, everything else is over here. Like this was just like there's many facets to my racial identity and how I've perceived it, and a lot of like ways it's been perceived like against me. So I was trying to like there's like a larger sentiment here that I need to break up into multiple segments. So that kind of where the chapbook idea came to came to fit into this. So yeah, I think that was just like there's just like there's one thing I wanted to like encapsulate within like one op-ed, and for this purpose, I mean I was had more experience had more experience originally with publishing like op-ed pieces. Um, uh, but so what I like poetry was kind of different, but I was trying to kind of like I wanted to be able to speak to the reader in a way that it fully captured a lot of complexity in a way that wasn't really getting like what couldn't really express in like op-ed saying your call to action is to do this. And there's a bit of a call to action in Poems of Color, but it's also a lot of just like grief and rage that I think poetry as like a chapbook and its like breadth really allows you to explore in a more like visceral way.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, especially compared to op-eds, and then also with it being a collection, and it's like around 20 poems, where it's like that gives you 20 little moments of looking in versus one op-ed where it's again not. I mean,
Yeah.
poets or poetry sometimes those moments, or I do in op-eds like are so different, but still what they're looking at. But you said like you're doing all this writing. Can we get a count on like the different writing projects you're doing right now?
Oh my gosh, the writing. Yeah, so I'm like right for the Amherst Student, which is this Amherst College student newspaper. So I'm managing opinion editor for that. So I do a lot of editing also. It's a lot of writing, a lot of words. So I edit pieces, I write pieces. On write pieces is my kind of main topic for that. I have a column called Anti-Ableist Amherst, which I write columns on like opinion pieces on disability justice at Amherst. So I'm involved undo that. I've written some opinion pieces. I've written an opinion piece on like politics recently, called "On Not Voting for Joe Biden," and which is why basically I emphasize people's decision not to vote for Joe Biden, which sounds kind of like heretical, but just read it and give it a shot. And so that's like opinion pieces like politics. I wrote an opinion piece of my identity like a few years ago. That was like identity is kind of like having like marginalized identities and privileged identities that kind of clash into each other and like kind of understand myself outside of like the marginalized privileged dichotomy. So right, like opinion, it's like the opinion piece segment of it. I've for research. I mean, I'm like a college student. I'm a sociology and English student, so I write English paper. I mean, I wrote like I finished a paper in sociology today, so if that counts, like a 5-page paper on like development. So like sociology and paper research. Like I had a fellowship last summer, which I've mentioned, about historical his like racial history and the kind of social history where I interviewed people. So that was like interviewing mixed race people about their identities and then like kind of capturing that in a sociological context into like the sociological prism and also historical prism. So there's like that like kind of more dry academic writing. I'll try to make it kind of interesting on dry academic writing. I do poetry writing, obviously, like the chapbook, poetry writing for like some like just sometimes for myself, sometimes for literary magazines, etc. Some short fiction. My story about Coffee for Six, which I'm quite happy with, is like a sci-fi story about that's kind of set place like 2050s, if I'm remembering the date correctly, about a world where Esperanto is like as commonly spoken as English. So if you move Esperanto, it's a invented language. So if you're interested in linguistics, I can check that out. Coffee for Six, just look up Coffee for Six with a Delp, and it probably will come up. So that's like a short fiction, and then like longer fiction I do a little bit of, not as much, honestly, just like trying to juggle a million writing things at once. But I have like one story that I have like that's like a bit longer. That's about like kind of like I described it as like The Handmaid's Tale meets The Good Place, if you're familiar with those like that book and TV show. So it's about like this kind of dystopian like future that's like far right fundamentalist Christian and it's called the place is called the Garden of Earthly Delights. That's like the place and there's a woman who wakes up one day in the middle of it and she has just no idea what's going on. She's just like in this strange place and just kind of gradually uncovering what this place is. So that one is unpublished. If anyone wants a link to it, I just have these Google Docs just floating around. It's like like kind of synopsis of all my writing projects. I just play with words a lot. That's kind of how do I describe it.
No, that's a lot, and that's so cool though. I guess
Thank
like
you.
kind of with that question and just to we can go a little bit longer if you want, but we're also like getting close to when we had originally scheduled to end. So I don't know what you're feeling.
We did start super late, so
Yeah. But I
Yeah,
guess,
I mean,
yeah.
oh
Sorry,
yeah, I mean, I would want to get off pretty soon because I just want to go to bed pretty soon because it's gonna get a little bit late for me.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Then I'll give you just kind of this final question going off the last one of like, you were talking a bit about what you're doing now. So like if you want to expand it all on what you're doing now for either like, creative writing, academic writing, or school in general, life things, and then like what you're hoping for in the future come the next couple of years in those areas as well. Like if there's different genres you want to explore, whatever, kind of just what you're feeling.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I'm very much trying to figure that out in terms of like what I'm gonna do. I would just like hopefully I'm like a sophomore in college, so it kind of in the middle of figuring things out. I'm an English and sociology major, and I'm considering going to grad school for that. Like possibly considering a PhD or an MA. I'm like a master's. I've told with the idea of an MFA, but also kind of like because I think my writing is really like blossomed when it's given like my creative writing is really blossomed when it's given like license to just like focus on like improving because a lot of the writing I do is not a lot of the creative writing I do like I do a lot of writing and a lot of it is for school because I haven't had a test since my first semester of freshman year. It's all just been papers. So it's as you can imagine it's a lot of writing. So I want to continue doing that because like writing just feels like right for me. So, I mean, I want to just continue writing in like, some form, whether academic, like in a kind of a journalistic context, or like creative and like poetic. So that's kind of like my plan is just keep writing. I mean, I'm honestly my year's plan is just figure out what I'm going to do in the summer. Which I think is just like a college student dilemma. Like, oh, there's 3 months. I need to like find something to do. And yeah, that's and I'm like hoping to like get into like the like publishing industry a bit more. I edit for Prism magazine. So I do that kind of like on the side. A lot of words, but I definitely like it helps me kind of like hone my craft a little bit. And I'm also interested in journalism as I write for the Amherst Student, and I an editor for that. And I'm just interested in kind of just really interested in pursuing like playing with words as far as I can go with them because that's just like my passion. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Amazing. And I also love how much you say playing with words because like that's how much I feel like writing and poetry is too. It's just you're in the sandbox moving stuff around.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kindergarten fun, but with words.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us on this live
Thank you
stream.
for having me.
Yes, I will let you go get ready for bed, and I hope you have a great night.
Thank you, you too. Have a nice. I don't know what time it is for you, but I hope you have a nice time.
We're in Boston, so same time.
Oh, you're in Boston. Okay,
Yeah.
have a nice evening then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bye.
So yes, everyone, that was Willow P. Delp, who is the author of Poems of Color coming out April 1st. You heard some of the poems from that book, which it is just amazing. And so be sure to get your pre-orders in before then. We just upped printing size for all of our runs, so get those books now. And I also want to say, I did not mention it earlier, huge thank you to Shava Gabrielle, who was willing to guest edit that poem to help a lot more with content. It really helped Jake be able to pick up that book and let it hopefully flourish in the world in another month and some change. So go check it out, along with, we're going to do a little shameless promo here, all of Jake's merch on the store. This is a fundraiser to help print the books. We've gotten most of the costs covered, but we're always just looking to be able to pay more writers. That's the goal with all of our funds. And so you can go on our merch site, or if you go to Jake the Mag, everything's there, and you can shop books or merch. Here's one that has the good old cowabunga on the back. And then on the front says, "We're normal and can be trusted with your writing. Jake eats short stories for breakfast." They're amazing. They're super comfy. So please go check them out. And now switching, we are going to be doing our next big live reading. Hey, Aymon. So let me pull up your bio real quick, and then we'll get started. And then, yeah, we have about 10 to 15 minutes for everyone. So we should be good. All right, so how do you say your last name?
Langlois.
Langlois?
Yep.
Perfect. Aymon E. Langlois, he, him, is a disabled award-winning writer, scholar, activist, educator, and consultant. From the Boston area, Langlois holds a Bachelor of Arts in English from Skidmore College. Writing has appeared in Evening Street Review, Jake, and Word Gathering, a journal of disability poetry and literature. His debut essay collection, Ugly Feet, OCD, and Other Intimations of Resistance, a narrative suite on disability and masculinity, is forthcoming from Anxiety Press. New York Times essayist and author of one of the New Yorker's best books of 2023, The Country of the Blind, Andrew Leland has called it a promising, exhilarating entry into the canon of writing that successfully weaves together memoir and critical inquiry. Langlois is incoming assistant director of accessibility services at Worcester Polytechnic Institute. You can find out more by following him on Instagram at atypical, that's AY typical, or visiting his website, AymonELanglois.com. Aymon, it's all to you now.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here at this late hour. Yeah, I'm gonna read from the collection that Laurel just mentioned, Ugly Feet. This essay, I don't really know how to preface it, so I'm just gonna read it. It's called Cripping Heteronormativity, Notes from a Relationship. Here goes. A favorite musician of mine, Hunter Hayes, said once of his song, My Song Too, this is about a breakup and knowing that at the end of the day, you can't be mad at them. At the end of the day, they made me better for the time that we spent together. So this is a song of gratitude and appreciation, as hard as that is to admit sometimes. In a remarkably similar way, maybe it's because I started conceiving of versions of this essay when we were together. I'd like to say this is a sorrow-induced plea composed in the hopes of getting back together. But hard though it may be to admit, this essay too is an expression of my appreciation. You told me in those first weeks together that no English words conveyed your happiness, that the French l'allégresse was nearest. And indeed, I repeatedly said that words were incommensurate, that they failed miserably at expressing my joy in being with you. But I'll take you at your word that l'allégresse does the joy we share justice. L'allégresse d'être avec toi made me realize there's greater elation in this life, what Pater called the given time, than intellectual recognition. It inspired me to not only incorporate but prioritize that kind of joy in my life. Indeed, this collection of essays wouldn't be if it weren't for the joy of being with you. Our time together afforded me understanding the love I bring to and need in relationships. Walking in circles that last night, you said to me, I really wanted to love you how you needed, that you didn't feel you could. I reckon it's also true that if you weren't loving me how I needed, then I wasn't loving you how you needed either. That's hard to know and harder to forgive myself for. It's 2 a.m. on a Saturday night, and I'm sitting at my desk. The fluorescence of the builder grade tube affixed to my desk wisps through the darkness of my room. I haven't turned on the string lights since you left. They remind me of you and nights together. From my tack board, a photograph of us and two friends stares at me. I've taken down the other ones, tucked them away in my closet. Throwing us away doesn't feel right. What have you done with your remembrances of me? That necklace? I'm reading transgender sociologist R.W. Cannell's authoritative study of masculinities, an impressive tome. The storm of fatigue, low light, and low vision makes it tough, even painful to read. But I'm searching for answers, so I press on. Hegemonic masculinity, the societally dominant masculinity, is necessarily heteronormative. That is, it conforms to heteronormative gender attributes, including stability, evidenced by the primitive but not yet obsolete role of male breadwinner, and rationality in men. Patriarchal ideology would have us believe that relationships exist in binaries only, and that men are rational while women are emotional. But because of the influence of hegemonic masculinity is so pervasive, even men in queer relationships like ours who resist hegemonic masculinity will feel bound to heteronormative gender attributes and roles, will experience the imperative of rationality. This is to say nothing of the fact that men in normative heterosexual relationships experience this pressure too, regardless of the misogynistically farcical idea that is Freudian hysteria and female emotionality. Anxiety, by definition irrational, may complicate this masculine imperative. It may necessitate that partners decide whether they accept or reject this transgression of masculinity. It always was acceptance with you. I had always longed to fall in love in autumn as upstate New York changed color. Like the maroon reds, flaming oranges, and amber yellows that crunch underfoot, I wanted to float down softly but inexorably, finally into your arms. And I did. It was the autumn of physics calculations, our charged exchanges of meter stick, and stolen brushes of fingers on hands. It was the autumn of first dates, fire drills, an excuse to hold you close, of nights together, suddenly learning the topographies of skin. It was the autumn of butterflies and little birds, of doors barely a minute apart, our hearts closer, of safety in one another's arms, of what we called felonious kisses and criminal love. It's late fall and we're lying in my bed. Ray LaMontagne's hold you in my arms plays. It seems like everywhere you turn, catastrophe reigns. I could hold you in my arms, I could hold you forever. An unwieldy map of Dickens' London, one I never reference, hangs next to the bed. Often it'll fall on us when we're tangled up in one another, and often I cast it aside to the floor, without opening my eyes, taking myself out of the moment to think. I think you came to resent that I did. This heat of the moment, carelessness and disregard. It's around Thanksgiving vacation, late November or early December. I think it was late November, right before break. The first night back, early December or even later November, we were in your room. It was the first love you that slipped out of my mouth. Was that the first time you felt you needed to say it back to me? I'm holding you in my arms, your head resting on my chest. In this moment, I am the embodiment of masculine firmness, solidity, and stability. I told my little cousin E about you, you murmur before continuing. My heart soars. She said if you hurt me, she'll beat you up. You laugh. She'd be right to, but I'm never going to hurt you. I know. A year later, I'm behind deadline. OCD's completely stalled my progress. I tell you, I'm spinning, I'm letting people down. The masculine veneer of stability and rationality has begun to fall away. Despite your busy schedule, you offer to get lunch with me and talk. You reassure me that you're proud of me, that you love me, without once appealing to masculine norms of rationality, making me feel ashamed, without once chiding me for spiraling out of control. You walk me back from lunch to my apartment in the rain. Sensing my need to decompress, you ask me if I want to hang out that night. I say I need to write it first, and I do, but after another 4 hours staring at the page and 400 words written, 250 is a good day for me. I convince myself that I deserve to decompress. I want to be with you. So there we are in your room, tangled up in one another. God, how I miss your hands on my cheeks, your nails cutting through my hair. I've commandeered music privileges and turned on Ben Platt's Ease My Mind. When you collect me with your steady hands, with a language that I understand, I feel put back together inside. You came out of nowhere and you cut through all the noise. Oh, darling, only you can ease my mind, Ben sings. Today it's been your steady hands holding me tight in my anxiety, and that's all right, for you, for me. Around midnight, I pull myself off the bed. You perch on the edge, dangling legs. I lean in to kiss you. I recall an ocarina accompanied evening that first fall. Your legs twined around my chest. How good that felt. Can I hold you? I ask. You nod. I wrap my arms around you and pick you up. but it isn't like last fall. You tell me to put you down with panic in your voice. I do. You tell me you don't like being held. I'm so sorry, I blather, penitent but confused. It isn't your fault. But suddenly, the pent-up anxiety about deadlines and falling short and writing, the baseless fear of breaking my promise, of hurting you, and that E will abhor me. Does she still ask about me? Come crashing down. Everything begins to whirl. My frontal lobe bears down hot on my eyeballs. I begin to see flashes of color. I feel like I'm going to faint or die. I'm overwhelmed right now, and I'm really not feeling well. I need to sit down. I do in your window seat. It's the most readily available surface. You could call me hysterical, invoke the normative limits of masculinity and popular notions of Freudian emotionality. Instead, seeing I am drenched in sweat, you bring me a water bottle, then sit down next to me. And when I need space, you give it to me. When I don't, you hold me, you make me feel so safe. You walk me back to my apartment in the dead of night. Please sideline work for the night, you urge me at the door. I care about you, you matter so much. Whatever you need, I am there. In this moment, it feels like we're a unit, an army of two. In these moments, prévers petites secondes d'éternité, these untellable, small, and sweet moments of eternity, I feel so loved by you. The first night back from summer vacation, we are lying on our sides with our heads at the foot of your bed, our eyes locked on one another. You ask me a question. In 5 years are we? In 5 years are we, though I don't comprehend much else. I know I want a future with you, and that you might want one with me is everything I need to hear. I ask, do you think about us together 5 years from now? You shrug, equivocating. I don't know. I'd planned on waiting another 4 or 5 months to have this discussion, but the questions out there suddenly, and my anxiety and chronic uneasiness with uncertainty demand to know in order to be allayed. Not all or any of the minutiae at once, just if you've considered the possibility. I clamor to gain control of the lump in my throat, but it surged upward, washed over me. I choked out, I am terrified of losing you. You could say, stop freaking out, positioning my emotionality as transgressive otherness, an unsightly spectacle even. But you don't. You snuggle in close and wrap your arms around me. I'm not going anywhere, you promise, and I believe you. I don't really get an answer, but this is enough for tonight. I do get a sense in the conversation, though, that your reticence might have something to do with a perception that I'm sacrificing for a future with you. When we met, I wasn't yet skeptical of academia, was planning on going to graduate school for a doctorate. Maybe you're worried I'm sacrificing that. Maybe you're worried I'll ask you to compromise your aspirations for me. Maybe you're anxious about physical closeness. But as I have said, the joy of being with you encouraged me to reevaluate my priorities. I'm not sacrificing, wasn't sacrificing. I am advocating for the fulfillment I want in my life now. 3 weeks later, I explain all this to you, hoping to have more fruitful discourse about the future, but you are even more unresponsive. 4 months later, in late January, the last time I try talking with you about it, we break up. And at this juncture, I'm going to pause and ask, how am I doing on time?
Maybe like a couple more minutes, like 2 more minutes.
Okay, awesome. I should be able to get through. All right. Before we do, though, we do talk about the future very briefly, how space and communication would work. I'm considering moving to Saratoga Springs to be with you through the remainder of your undergraduate career, figuring out what's next after we've both graduated. You don't love that idea, but you do love your space and distance, both physically and emotionally. I'm getting better with distance and not over communicating, I say. It's getting easier, as if wanting to be connected with you in some way is something to be excused. It's getting easier to just adapt, to compromise myself and my needs, to be someone I'm not, someone who doesn't accentuate or advocate for the intimacy and closeness he desires. When a person's tormented by his peers in early life, it becomes easy to accept what he's given. I'd gotten used to feeling loved by you and was scared of not having that anymore. I am sacrificing in this way to preserve the possibility of a future. I need to tell you about something. 6 months before we began dating, I found out my ex-partner, if we can be labeled partners, had withheld information and misled me. We fell for one another in a cappella my first semester, but played dumb for almost a year. In late August, 5 months into COVID, we share our feelings by phone. She's back at school. I'm remote, and I say, I don't expect you to wait for me. I'm not looking to see anyone until you're back, she promises. 8 months later, finally vaccinated and preparing to come and see her, I find out she's been involved with other people for 6 months. When I ask her why, she counters, "You weren't here. Distance is to blame, and it's my fault. I didn't tell you when we began dating and had that conversation about past relationships. I didn't want you to think of us as a rebound because we weren't. After that, I didn't tell you because I convinced myself it's my own baggage to work through. The reality is that I didn't want to admit that I withheld something from you. I didn't want to hurt you. I still don't. I hope you can forgive me." As a person who loves space and distance, given the opportunity, you become aloof sometimes. These periods of emotional and physical distance are understandably triggering for me. Not hearing from you for a day or two, I reach out asking for reassurance that you and we are all right. I position my anxiety as arbitrary, but it isn't. Indeed, it wasn't always this way. In my relationship with Kay, we went several days to a couple weeks without talking. You're able to give me reassurance, but then the distance will return. I wonder sometimes if things would be any different if I told you about Kay, rationalized my anxiety to you. Would we still be together? Would you have been able to remain closer? I don't think so. I know you to be an amazing disability ally. Without reinforcing problematic imperatives of rationality, e.g., soliciting justification for my anxiety, you always reassured me when I was anxious. This isn't to say that talking through anxiety is suspect, just that care shouldn't be contingent on rationalization, and it never was with you. Thank you for cripping heteronormative imperatives of rationality and teaching me that my anxious, irrational self is lovable. Even if things were different, I don't think I'd want them for two reasons. You'd be uncomfortable with the closeness, and rationalizing my anxiety to you would capitulate to societal imperatives of heteronormativity and masculinity. This also isn't to say that it was right of me to withhold it from you when it wasn't about rationality. Promise I'm almost done. To crip heteronormative gender attributes like rationality is to crip hegemonic masculinity. Nearly a quarter of a century ago, in his 1999 The Sexual Politics of Disabled Masculinity, disabled social scientist Tom Shakespeare called for the redefinition of masculinity in more open, more acceptable ways, which draw on the lived experience of men and the potentiality of men for change. Hegemonic masculinity idealizes stoicism as courage and condemns emotionality as weakness. But counter-discursive courage and strength could involve facing emotionality and facing emotion. This I did with you often, from breaking down about our future in the guard down moments. About our future to the guard down moments I miss. I also have done it faced emotion herein and writing our story. Indeed, this collection of essays that being with you inspired is my contribution to an interrogation and redefinition of hegemonic masculinity, 25 years overdue. And you'll just have to buy the collection to hear the rest.
Well, yes, thank you so much, Aymon. That was great.
Thank you.
And then, so now for the reading, we are going to go to Victoria Hood. So Victoria Hood is the author of a collection of short stories, My Haunted Home. Who's the publisher? FC2? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, perfect. I wasn't sure if it was short for something. And the chapbooks, Death and Darlings, and Entries of Boredom and Fear from Bottlecap Press. Her book of poetry, I Am My Mother's Disappointments, will release Mother's Day of this year from Girl Noise Press. She hopes to discomfort, humor, and charm. Well, Victoria, the floor is all yours.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for having me. I've already pre-bought all 4 chapbooks and I can't wait to dive into them, so I'm happy to be here.
Thank you.
Of course. This first story that I have for you guys is from my collection, My Haunted Home, and this is titled Leaky Leaky Roof. There are legs dangling from my ceiling. They are falling, leaking, seeping from the cracks and crevices. I try to wipe the legs away with my broom. I swat and pull like trying to kill a spider, but they just keep sprouting. Bamboo never stops growing, it just infests and takes over. I think these legs must also be bamboo, because no matter how hard I try, they won't leave me alone. I think that maybe my neighbors left their sink on. They must have left the sink and the bathtub running while they fled town, broke bail, so their human guarding grew too much and is taking over. Their legs invading me. When my guests come over, I tell them just to ignore the legs, but it is impossible, so they all leave. They treat these legs as if they were mine, unwanted, unneeded, unknown. But these are my neighbor's legs, not mine. I want to shout this at them. I want to go upstairs, kick down the door, and look those legs in the eye, but I'm too scared. The legs have grown 6 feet long, so their faces must be even bigger. If I go upstairs, they may not let me return. I tickle their toes and I lick their feet, but they seem to like it. I've decided to decorate for Christmas, so I give them all pedicures and paint tiny trees on all the big toes. Maybe we can be friends and I can negotiate with these terrorists. This dream fades because I can hear them conspiring. They are talking, whispering, yelling, but I do not speak the language of legs. I press my ear against the ceiling, against the soles of the feet, but they just kick me away. I pretend not to care. I pretend not to die of envy. Before I can notice, they all run away. I close, I open, and they're gone. I miss their leg hair and their silky knees. My friends have all left. No one is coming. Perhaps I'm sick. And these next 2 pieces are from my book of poetry, I My Mother's Disappointments, which will be coming out this year on Mother's Day. This first one is, one day your mom will die too. Your mom is going to die, if she hasn't already, that is. One day your mom is going to be dead. One day I won't be the girl with the dead mom. One day we will all be girls with dead moms. And what will I write about then, Mom? When I turn 33 and I've lived more than half my life without you, what will I write about? When I outlive you and turn 39, what will I write about? When I am 80 and everyone's mom is dead, what will I write about? When will I outgrow the dead mom portion of my life, my career, my being? Who am I without the unique sadness of a dead mother? This book would be nothing. When your mother dies, I hope I am around to hold you. I would like to pick up your hand, kiss your fingertips. I would like to make you spaghetti once a month for a year. I would like to make a nest of chewed debris that you can rest your head in. How long do I have to be an orphan? Have I already aged out of it? My dad is still alive. He is so determined to make it to see Halley's Comet, but he has worked 27 days in a row, mostly 16-hour days, so who knows if his body will allow it. If he dies before I reach your final age, do you think it would count? One day, you will have no parents. One day, I will have no parents. One day, I will have no one. And the second piece from that collection is Cut. I would cut myself open if you would be able to bleed out of me. If acting like I was 16 brought you back, then I would cut every day. Please come back and yell at me. Please come back and wake me up. Sing me your lullabies. Bring me to the doctor for a broken toe. Make us open presents early because it's 2012 and the world is ending again. Stop my writing career now, throw it in the trash, come back and hold me like I am still a baby. If I could close my eyes and have you hold me again, rub my back as I fall asleep, turn on the lights to send me off to school, come home to baked goods, call you to cry about how sad I am that you killed yourself. If I could close my eyes and open them, I wish you know I am looking for you. I'm collecting mothers like flowers in a basket, trying to fill myself to the brim with maternity and home-baked sweets, trying to fill myself enough that I can forget you wanted to leave. I'm collecting mothers and I can't let them go. I can't let them abandon me again. I wish there was a goal in mind, an amount of mothers that would fill the hole you left behind. I wish families could crowd together inside my broken heart and stitch me up. In less than a month, you will kill yourself 10 years in the past. In less than a month, I will be abandoned again and again and again every year for 10 years in less than a month. There won't be any mothers sending me flowers in a basket. It will just be me closing my eyes. And this last piece I have for you is something new that I've written, and it is titled Black Cherry Merlot. When I found out my aunt died, I smiled. When I told my sister our aunt died, I smiled. When sister found out our aunt died, she thought I was joking. I couldn't hold it in. I smiled. Sister laughed and asked why I was smiling. I told her I can't control it. I don't mean it. I miss our aunt, but she is dead. When sister found out our aunt died, she called her brother to double check. When our aunt died, brother, sister, and I laughed, talking about how I'm the worst to deliver the news. I miss my aunt every day. I find her toenails and hairspray. But still, I run away. They are all dying, picked off like plums. They, in a different state, die and die and die. They get lost on the streets, too cold, lost on the streets, freezing to death, overdosing, cold bliss fingertips, found dead. They fall and tumble and tank down the stairs, and no one knows if it is because of the current drug use or the years of addiction prior. They do not listen to doctor recommendations. They do not subscribe to advice. They all think they know the right way. They all know the way to death. The way to the ashy urns that must contain trace amounts of those not in our family, even if it is half an ash flake that can knock it off in the crematorium. They spend their time poor, as poor people do, and they receive no help for mental illnesses, addiction, family relations. They spend their time in a different state, far away from me. It was the final girls that taught me, do not be around those that are targets. It was me that decided, run, 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 run. No one can die in Bangor, Maine. It was the final girls that taught me, someone has to live for the sequel to be made, and so I run to another state, hoping for a franchise with less death, less tears. So I smile when my aunt dies, forcing myself into a comedy. I lie in the arms of the people that love me, and I cry about how much I love them, and all of the positivity that bubbles inside of me. I lie in the arms of the people that I love, and I cry when they tell me that they are proud of me, and I am doing the right things, and I am talented and gorgeous and funny and cute. I cry and cry and cry, thinking about the love I hold, the love I give, the love I am given. Dad calls because he is crying at work again. One of the hundreds of songs came on that made him cry, and he wants me to know. He needs to tell me that he is feeling. Dad has feelings. There is no concept of emotions being for girls when I grow up. Dad has feelings. Dad is crying because Brick came on, because When I Was Your Man came on, because sister and I explained the plot of My Sister's Keeper, because we called when he needed to hear our voice. Dad is crying right now. It was the final girls that taught me to fight and hide and run all at the right times. So I run and hide in another state, and I fight to graduate and get a job and pay my bills and make a savings. I fight for my life from obsessions and compulsions and addictions not centered around drugs. I fight myself for thinking about the things we should not be thinking about, because if we do, then someone else might die. I wait by my phone. It was the final girls that taught me there can only be one, and I am fighting for my life, but I cannot be alone. I will make it to the cops and return with help. There is no point in making it out alive if brother and sister cannot live. Brother and sister do not scream. They are fighting for their own lives. Sister taught me how to stand up for myself. She told me that people are not inherently owed my time or energy. Sister taught me that a battle needs brass knuckles. Sister taught me the power of giving a gift. Every day, sister gives gifts. One curd of cheese, a small knife, pedicure flip-flops, knit scarves. Sister taught me that the world is draining, but laughing is a faucet broken and overflowing. Brother taught me how to punch. Brother taught me how to take a punch. Brother taught me that if you smile and laugh, that the joke will land and people will look at you in awe. Brother taught me how to hide in plain sight, off to the corner of all eyes, paralyzed still, moving slowly, always shifting shape. We practice how to be chameleons. Brother taught me being an asshole is also a hug. I hide their lessons in my trench coat and leave it at home. I've already memorized all of this. I cannot burn the notes they pass me, written in their handwriting. I know these could be the last things they write. In this family movie, it is more than likely that they are next. The killer is coming for our generation. How many of us are left? I peek underneath the skirts of the states they all live in, and I realize it is true. No one dies in Bangor, Maine. But in the states that they reside, someone is already standing behind them with a knife. I try to scream to them to run and hide and fight at all the correct times. I watch my cousins light it, smoke it, inject it, drink it. I watch my family light it, smoke it, inject it, drink it. I watch the killer light it, smoke it, inject it, drink it. I watch the dead ones hide it all on the walls, board them back up, unboard them to package the envelopes, board them back up, lick and seal the envelope, mail it out. I watch the packages arrive, the envelopes delivered, boxes on porches. I watch them all unpack the same knife at the same time. I reach and reach and reach and reach. I stretch and stretch my arms across states, but the wind keeps blowing them in the wrong direction. They always grab the knife. Their DNA is everywhere now. It was the final girls that taught me not to trust anyone, especially those you trust. Not until the movie is over, stopping again when the sequel is filming. It was the final girls that taught me how to hold a knife, gun, axe, umbrella, chainsaw, turkey carver. It was the final girls that taught me you cannot do it alone. You must always have a sacrifice that you wish could make it, something to pour trust and love into, something to die just before the ending, something to be the murderer. It was the final girls that taught me we will have the last laugh. So I stay hidden until I run home again. It's always time for a sequel trilogy franchise. Plus, it is Nibbling's birthday. I run home with a knife in my pocket, gun in my coat. I do not leave my back turned to doors. I do not take time to hold hands. I do not take stops to pee. I run home and I hold their whole bodies in my arms, and I try to fit them all in my back or in my purse, but they always seem to crawl out of hiding. They know their DNA is everywhere. So I hug my nibblings and I tell them the safe word, the combination to the lock. I give them a phone that will speed dial me and the cops all at once and tell us their location. And I fight. I run home and I let my guard down, up, down, up. I hover my hand over the knife. I tell them all we need to grind off our fingerprints. It is about time we give up our DNA and swap with another creature. They always wear earmuffs no matter the time of the year. Then I run, again, and I don't stop running. I run until I hit my head on a wall that cannot move, that cannot be moved, that will always stand still. I run. Now I am home and all the doors are triple locked and boarded up, and the rooms and doors and cabinets have all been checked. I shimmy into the crawl space holding a match. I sleep while it burns slowly. I wake up when the flame touches my fingers. I repeat, 8 hours. It was the final girls that taught me, damn, that shit is fucked up, and some people just have shit luck. Dad is watching over us as he hovers from afar. Mom is in the living room, ashes in an ashy urn, half an ash, not even her. Dad sloughed off as she decomposed into her bed, became her bed. As she overdosed in her bed, Dad came home, couldn't drive himself. Dad was driven home by a coworker to find out that he is a widower. Dad watches the windows pass, and in each one he sees his dead wife alive with life and love, coating her from head to toe. Dad watches over us, but in his periphery he is watching Mom in the windows following him. Dad is in another state. Dad has run away. Dad runs and hides and fights with his new girlfriend. Dad runs and hides and tells us he only sometimes fights with his new girlfriend. Dad watches over us, but we are too scared to watch over Dad. We hide under our covers with even our eyes hiding. Dad has a pocket knife he only holds with gloves. In case of emergency, take the time to put on your gloves, or else your DNA, your DNA, your DNA, your DNA, your DNA. Dad has too much DNA. In jars, he keeps some of mine, some of brothers, some of sisters, some of Mom, some of girlfriend, some of stranger in an ashy urn. Dad is watching over us. It was the final girls that taught me that parents are fleeting, and isn't that the purpose? No parent wants to bury their child, and so they sacrifice and bleed all over the pages. They are drowning knowledge in blood. I teach myself every day that there is no such thing as final girl, only final girls, final people, final things. When they all die, they made their finale. We will all die. We will all exit out the screen and into your living room. You will be holding the knife. Thank you all so much for having me.
Thank you so much. That was great. Okay, so now our next reader. Would you be able to let me know real quick how to pronounce your last name? Okay. Well, we are going to jump ahead and so
Here. Yeah.
Hey, Robyn, would you be able to let me know real quick how to say your last name as I read your bio?
Yeah, sure. It's Schelenz. Thanks for asking.
Schelenz?
Schelenz, yeah.
Perfect. So, hi, Robyn Schelenz hails from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, which is somewhere between Amish country and Philly. Her work can be found at Back Patio Press, Gone Lawn, Maudlin House, Jake, of course, and is forthcoming from Permafrost. Her chapbook, Natural Healing, a collection of short poems, prose poems, and fables about our unnatural attempts to heal the unnatural world, is available from Bottle Cap Press. She lives in San Francisco with her dog, who will hopefully not be providing a companionment.
Thank you for that introduction. I really appreciate it, and I'm really happy to be on the stream. Jake is such a great magazine. It's super eclectic and fun to read. I'm so excited that Jake is growing, and some of the chapbook authors have been reading already. And I'm really thankful also to the moderators. I have moderated online activities and organizations before. It is like a pain in the butt sometimes, so you guys are doing a great job. So before I start, I just want to express a call for ceasefire in Gaza. It's a beautiful thing that we get to do these readings and share these moments. And I think that the piece that is required to have these events, should be afforded to all. So just having that in my heart, my thoughts right now. Without further ado, I'm going to move on to my reading. I'm going to start with the piece that I have published in Jake. It's called Noon. And it's sort of a continuation of my chapbook, which I'll read a few things from as well. Okay, so Noon. Noon. Cows circle in a field. They are having a discussion. How to get back to the land. No, nature, one says. We've made a mistake, another supplies. That bull fucked us, one says. He sure did, another adds. We used to be wild, one mourns. When, another says, wailing. It can't have been that long ago, one points out. We haven't gotten very far. This grass tastes like ass, another adds, and it's all I've ever had. That's kind of homophobic, one says. Anyone can eat ass, scoffs another. We need to figure out how to escape, one interrupts. How are we going to move out of here? I don't think it's all fences, one says. I have to believe that, says another. There is a silence, the kind of silence that makes a human mind drift when in big country the cows slowly move down a hill, as if you almost forget that you're seeing them moving, when the horse comes with its big sighing eyes, carrying the rancher. Now I'm going to shift to another poem about cows, which is from my chapbook, Natural Healing. Yay, cows. This chapbook is out on Bottle Cap Press. It has gorgeous art from Craig Mullins, who's another supporter of independent and eclectic writers, and so I encourage you to check it out if you want. And so this is a little kind of prose poem piece called The Bull. The Bull. The bull went shopping, interested in taking advantage of summer savings and back-to-school specials alike. It occurred to him that he needed new clothes after a passing encounter with a river, where he saw himself for the first time in years. He was used to having to try to grab little clothes on the fly for his children, who he wasn't too sure about as far as their identity or number goes. But he knew they were there, lowing away under the slow-eyed winks of their beautiful mothers. Now he risked life and limb, and whatever you call the horns he has, for their comfort and satisfaction. Horns are better than hands, he thought, perusing rack after rack. And avoiding one color, getting older, he wanted to retire, live the rest of his life out in pastels. And now I'll read a short poem from the same chapbook. Stable. We go to the horse pharmacy. The horses walk slowly out, leadened by pills. I eat some hay for my gut. I like it. Let's see. I'm going to read some newer stuff now too, so hopefully that will be fun time. Let's see. This is called Shufi Pie. The Amish country thing is funny. If you're not from the area, Shufi Pie is a kind of pie that has molasses in it. And so people are shooing the flies away because it's so sweet. For whatever reason, it didn't occur to me until I was writing this poem that the shoe isn't spelled like the thing on your foot. So that revelation didn't make it beyond the title of the poem. So this is just called Shoe Fly Pie, and it basically doesn't have anything to do with pies. So hopefully you'll enjoy it anyway. And now you know what a shoe fly pie is. Okay, shoe fly pie. Nobody move. The telepath has located the spirit. It could be anywhere in among this sea of sweaters. We are warning you. How long has it been here, and why? We are running beneath the beams, arms raised, looking, chanting, haunting. What a waste of time. If I could go through walls, what would make you think you could catch me? Wouldn't it be more likely to be sitting in your car, surveying all the changes made over the years, the ubiquity of power steering, and automatic shift? I'm waiting for the world to stop being so material and boring, to put on a t-shirt and go for a lovely walk, throw out all the old buildings, where I can drive in the grass with my ghost car going bumper to bumper with all the other spirits as the mountain pours down its goats like a white kind of rain falling through my open windows. How am I doing on time? How many more? Like,
Maybe 1 or 2.
okay, sounds good. I will do. I'll do this new one called The Bank, and then I'll do a real short one, about what else? Okay, this is called The Bank. My mom named me after a bank. I guess she thought it would be good luck, but I don't know who for. The bank is doing well. It used to be on one hill, now it's on all 12. Well, a teller reminds me of my name, that it's funny, and I agree. There's nobody in the world who isn't reflected at least a little bit in a little something. Me, I look up at a bank and see me, even when in the windows there's someone else. And from the hill, I see the whole hillside. I own it all. Yes, I bet I funded that roof, and that hairline thatched a little thicker this spring, with the popularity of those advertisements on TV for hair replacement supplements. And I bet I bought that TV I see the game on thinly through the window. And while I didn't buy that hawk springing down into the hapless grass, let's not pretend I wouldn't if I could. I won't say my life is perfect. There's been some bad investments, but it's good to know my name will live on, even when it closes down. There will always be some dusty bills in a dusty house, and people touching me in and out. It sure helps with the loneliness. And the last poem is called Message to Earth. This tool makes noise it will never hear, bubbling the earth. A volcano with an on-off switch, in the dark, in an empty office. It's raining near your lava lamp. Kinda makes your heart feel weird. Far away, many miles from here, whales fold the sea, and it's so bright. Thanks again for having me on.
Yes, thank you so much, Robyn. That was wonderful. And I also just got to say about the cows. Cows, amazing. I got this little cow tattoo right here.
Love it. Okay.
Yeah. It's gonna be blurry, but so you can see the heart. It's a Valentine's Day one. Her name's Strawberry.
Oh.
Yeah, when you started talking about cows, I was just like, oh.
That's so funny. Yeah. My mom grew up on a dairy farm, which I'm sure influences some of my I don't know, whatever, animal interests. And she used to show cows and got last place. But I'm sure she will watch this. Shout out to mom for, competing, putting the cows out there.
Yeah.
All right. I hope best of luck to everyone. Thanks again. I am gonna jump into the lounge.
Yes, thank you so much again. Well, and then for the last part of this reading, we're going to do a little switching it up. It ain't going to be an actual full-out reading. It's going to be visual art. And so to introduce our next artist. Minnesota-based graphic designer Elia Keske is on the verge of completing her BA in studio art at St. Olaf College in Minnesota. With a profound passion for the arts, Elia has immersed herself in the world of freelance graphic design for over a year, delighting in the opportunity to bring her clients' visions to vibrant fruition. Elia's personal artistic exploration delves deep into the realm of emotion, utilizing abstract representation and intense imagery to evoke powerful sentiments. Currently, she is eagerly preparing for her participation in the upcoming senior art show, pouring her creative energy into the development of captivating pieces for a cohesive debut. Driven by a vision to establish her own graphic design business, Elia is continuously seeking out new projects and opportunities to expand her portfolio. She's committed to infusing her work with innovation, creativity, and a keen understanding of her clients' needs. You can find her on Instagram and Twitter at Elia's Artistry or by name on LinkedIn. Keep an eye out for her latest projects and artistic endeavors. And then one last thing before she starts. I don't know if we mentioned it in the stream, but we mentioned it everywhere else that she is the graphic designer for all of the current Jake books. So if you like those cover arts, that is this person right here. She's amazing, and I'm so excited to see what she has. It's all you now.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so I was actually in the art studio and I was gonna paint, but they close at midnight, so I didn't want to like get kicked out in the middle of this. So I have just some pictures, which aren't very great pictures of my work, especially my works in progress for my upcoming senior art show. It's like the capstone project. As well, I just want to say it was such a joy working on the chapbooks and everything. So I don't know if I share my screen. Will it be able to be seen? Hopefully. Let's open some work. So yeah, I think this is the first piece I have right now. Again, not great pictures. There's like, I just took these in the studio quick as I ran back. But a big part of my work is emotions. I work out of my own emotions, and a lot of my stuff is abstract. This is one of my more representational pieces called Devoid. And how I usually work is I'm either deeply thinking about like something I went through that evoked strong emotions, or I just went through something that evoked a strong emotion. I just go to the studio and I paint. Or, you know, do whatever. So this piece is playing on a dichotomy. The bottom piece that's like they sit on top of each other. The one that's black is actually covered in puff paint, which is something that is very dear to my childhood and nostalgia with my mom, who is also an artist. Yeah, we're kind of thinking about, I was thinking about just being devoid of emotion, strong reactions, and things like that. This is a piece I am working on in my in a class. Actually, it's lithography and relief printing. So there's a print in the middle which I carved into a block of wood. Did the print on a large piece of paper, and I'm working with a large piece of paper. This is still in progress. This one is called Drowning. Really trying to capture water and these fun effects, working with ink and salt. And yeah, I'm not like, printmaking is really new to me, but that's just something that I've been working on that I thought was fun and cool. The this is one that I actually was just painting in the studio. So I was just in the studio and painting, and this is kind of how I start my abstract pieces. This one is called Flesh, and it's in progress. Just again thinking about those emotions, but something that I really like about painting specifically and with acrylics is being really physical with the canvas. So I usually start with this kind of wash of watered down mouse paint. So I have a bunch of like, colors. I usually use the primary colors and then some gray. So this is yellow, red, and gray. And I start with a watered down wash and I just kind of go at the canvas, again, being really intentional about the emotion, what I'm thinking about as I paint. So I just started working on this one, moving the paint around, and I really like to touch my canvas. I like to touch my canvas. I like to move the paint with my hands, and you'll see that more in the next one, which I wish I could get a better picture of this because the texture on the canvas and in person and the colors is just so wonderful. I'm so happy with the way this turned out. But I'm starting the same way as you saw the last canvas, with those primary colors in gray and watered down in the background and letting the paint move. And once that dried, I actually started working on something more specific, more representational, and I hated it. So I took a break and I came back and had an intense thing going on. So I called this one Visceral Reaction because I just like went at the canvas with paint, starting with black and then in the red. And I like this one a lot because you can see the physicality that I had with canvas. A lot of I don't know if you can see my cursor, but the paint up here and over here, all of these marks of red along the sides are me just like sticking my hand in the paint that I blobbed in the center and touching the canvas and moving things around. And there's also very tiny details all over. You can see these little specks of black that are actually like points of puff paint. So yeah, that's what I have for paintings and physical artwork. Super abstract, and it really complements the other work that I do. Being a graphic designer and using the analytical parts of the echo. Using the analytical parts of my brain, and I love working with clients and making helping other people's visions come to life. I love doing logos and things, as well as I do some graphic drawing that's pretty like realistic, which is fun too. So yeah, I don't know how much time I have. I could probably keep talking.
If you go a bit longer, you can. If you want to wrap it up, it is like 1 a.m., which is when your time is,
Yeah.
I don't want to keep you, but keep talking if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to see all of these chats about art. Art is cool, and it's just been a joy to do these book covers and work with the authors on the chapbooks. And yeah, it's been so much fun, and I appreciate it. And thank you all.
Well, thank you for the cover designs and joining so much of the live stream. Like, it was really just we need D&D players. Who's available? Aleah. Perfect. So we appreciate you so much. And I love you.
I love you too, Laurel.
Well then.
Yeah. Bye.
You're still on camera. You're good.
Yeah. Then we are gonna start playing some video games. Why? Because I wanted to. Okay, so we gotta get it all up, and as we figure some of this out, okay, this should be going pretty good. Oop. Real quick, I just want to say again to check out, we've already had Elliott and Willow come on today to read from their books and talk with us. So check out their book, check out all of the books. We will have, be featuring all 4 of the books during this live stream. And then also, again, we got merchandise. If you need a hoodie, they're honestly not bad. price for a hoodie these days and pretty comfy. So I really like them. Would be great for you guys to check it out if you feel so obliged. And then I think we should be pretty good to go on Skyrim. So I'm gonna start playing, and I'm gonna monitor chat in case it goes poorly. But if you're familiar at all with Skyrim, you're familiar with good old Bleak Falls Baron or Barrow, and that's where we are. And then, yeah, we can see too if we want to switch to Halo at some point, or if we want to do that later. Fuck yeah, you guys got the webcam and everything. Okay. So I'm gonna just talk a little bit about my love of Skyrim. So this is actually not my game. It was my sister's game who didn't even get this far. And then when we needed a game for the live stream, it seemed pretty obvious where to go. Yeah, so I always gotta have the one hand of flames. But yeah, so on my game, we're level 1 here, fam, and that is so fun. I'm like level 40 and somehow a little less fun usually. Ben, would you be able to tap here to continue playing, do you think? Oh, is it when I hit the triggers?
Maybe.
Okay, that's weird, because I was just gonna do a quick save in case I die. Gamer girl activated, you know, we gotta get those quick saves in.
Oh, that's so weird. Why is it doing that? I'm not moving the mouse. That's the those 6.
Oh. So like you can't use your computer while we're doing that?
It's fine. I wasn't going to anyway.
Funky.
But yeah, it's mapping functions there. That's so weird. Do you want to try the other controller? See if that does anything? Yeah. Maybe that's fine.
I might need to turn this one off.
Okay, never mind.
Because yeah, it's still connected. That one.
No.
This one is not connected.
That one's not connected.
So then.
Shoot. Okay.
Okay, sorry guys.
And C.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting hardwired in.
Yeah.
Here, can I hand you this glass just for where the remote's going? Okay, so then.
Oh, that chair, that's probably closer.
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. This though is not letting me hit OK.
Okay, tech difficulties.
Yes, tech difficulties. We always got Connect 4. I guess I almost should go in front of this then.
Maybe, yeah.
Will you just keep me updated on chats and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, this controller is still.
It's annoying. Oh, maybe it's good.
Or tap.
Okay, no mouse isn't connected right.
Yo, we're such gamers.
There we go. Now try it.
Still not.
Good. Cycle.
Can Jake connect a controller?
Fucking hell. All right. Let's try this.
I know this is riveting stuff, guys. I mean, do we just go back to the first one and connect it to the dongle?
Like a fucking golfer.
Okay. We are hoping that this works now, and it should. But you know, we're doing it on the fly. um Nice. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're back on the live stream. I can see it with the lag even. So yeah, we are still playing Skyrim. Got the controller fixed.
No audio, so it's just you.
Oh, there's no audio in there either. Oh, I had it
don't
muted
think so.
here because like it was echoing. Oh.
Oh shit.
Mm. Oh, that's on there. Let me just continue anyways. Yeah. Yeah. No, but if you guys really like, I don't know if this is how much I like Skyrim or just how much I was like, I need to get through school. My final essay in undergraduate, which was like for a 1000 or, basic level class, was all about how Skyrim has lasted for like 10 years and why it's so good. It might be memeable, but shit's fun. Okay. I feel like everyone's gonna yell at me because obviously this puzzle is this puzzle, but I never know it. Right? Like, what are these? Because they're never like actually in an order. I feel like. But we're gonna see. We're gonna just get hit with a lot of arrows together. Gorgeous. Is it something weird like that?
There's somewhere you can see it. I don't remember where though.
Yeah, well, because it's these three. There's the whale and 2 snakes.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. So it goes snake, snake, whale. Because that's supposed to be falling down the middle.
Oh. Wow, I never made that connection.
I had to look it up.
Yeah, dude, okay. Here's where y'all realize how great of a gamer I am. I love like Skyrim and Zelda, and I fucking use walkthroughs every single time because I'm just trying to get through and do me. I try it at least, but it's Stealth Archer. Oh my god, yeah, you guys, I don't know how many people are watching, but like in the chat, y'all should just talk about if you play Skyrim. It's such a good game. And like what your favorite quests are, because I'm doing this one, it makes sense, right, with what I had. But oh my god, the one where you like go into a book and like talk to one of the earlier Dragonborns might be one of my favorites, but why is it like so hard? Because you can't take companions with you, and so it's like I'm shit out of luck. I can't carry that much stuff, so it's a lot of praying. Got rid of that quest marker. Also, allegedly, I forgot the skeevers are here. I knew that though. Allegedly, I mean, this has been the thing they've said for years. Not Skyrim, whatever 6. Elder Scrolls 6, 2026, I believe. But don't
say that for a decade though.
I know. Well, yeah, because I think Ben and I talked about it last time too, where it's like the photo that I see that's like the 2026, they released, probably at least in 2016 or earlier. So like, who fucking knows? But also like, at some point, it's gotta come. And that's where like, manifestation works, baby. For the year before Fall Out Boy released an album, I kept saying I wanted an album, and then it came. And do I think I had anything to do with it? Not really, but it came out and it was good.
Okay, the real question is what releases first, Elder Scrolls 6 or Half-Life 3?
Oh, I never played Half-Life.
Ellie and I have a friend who's like obsessed with Half-Life. And
the funniest thing is just like it's been I don't know like what, 15 years since the last one or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, because Valve decided instead we're just gonna make a bunch of money off Steam instead of making games.
Oh. You gotta love money. Oh my god. There's still just some like old games that I need to play because I just have had the Xbox.
For sure.
Oh, y'all, I know what this is. I don't want to do this. Do you remember this?
Is this the big spider fight?
It's the big fucking spider. Someone called Ron Weasley for him to just take his bitch ass home. I don't want to do
How
it.
you cheese? I think you cheese it with fire. I think I'm trying to remember how you cheese it. There's a way to do it that's like not that bad.
Also, like maybe I should complain because like I'm not at this level, but I'm just like all I got is a sword.
Yeah, that's fair.
We'll end that part.
Nope. Okay, apparently it's not the fire. That doesn't seem to be doing much.
No, I don't have enough like different spells. I think to do too much testing.
Okay, no game audio. Okay, we're just gonna keep vamping then.
Yeah. Do you want to come on screen?
Yeah, I might as well. Fuck it. I'm already fucking
Yeah.
saying it's here anyway.
Yeah, this is the Laurel and Ben hour.
Yeah, I guess so.
So fun.
Yeah. Just keep back. It's fine. Oh, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Or I guess not.
Oh, are you not in screen?
Yeah, I think you're ahead. I think Elliott Coates short like space.
Oh.
Yeah. So we got.
Oh, smart. Okay. I need an item.
Yeah, you good. Be good.
Are you good there? Or do you need
Yeah,
more?
I'm good. Chill back here a little bit.
Yeah. I like how that's so much better for them, but now you're just behind me.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh,
You can come sit on the couch too. It's fine.
oh yeah, we did actually. There's
Right, Ellie, we just widen the shot and be fine, right?
there's literally no reason for me to be on that chair close anymore.
We just widen the shot so we can just sit on the couch. Yeah, cool.
Spider. Okay, but you're almost dead. There.
Yeah, I think what just happened. I did the math at one point when I was first playing. I think one of the basic spells is like better than the other ones because it like uses less mana. But that's the same amount of damage. I want to say it's either the fire or the lightning, but I don't know which one's which.
So
That's 12 per second. Oh no, the spark's 16 per second.
all right, so
The fire's
better.
yeah.
Okay. See, I usually play as like the dark. Is it dark elf or whatever is like fire resistant and
Oh
stuff?
yeah.
I honestly don't even know what this is. I don't think when it was made for any reason besides that looks fun.
Yeah.
It's so funny then when my sister got to the stones.
Fancy stuff, yeah.
Yeah, when she gets to the stones of like stealing strength or magic, she's like, I have no clue.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
For sure. Yeah, I gotta love Bethesda games. You have to like loot every single little thing everywhere to get any chance of going forward.
And then the whole like you need to drag everything to make money, but then you don't have any room in your inventory ever. What was that? No, that's the way it came. Oh, that's the other thing. I tried to do that this morning. I did not have enough money to get the clairvoyance spell because I am so bad at directing myself. That's like my go-to thing is get it. I was 20 gold short.
What does clairvoyance even do?
It is the one that has the blue like tube that leads you on the pathway to where you need to go.
Oh, that's smart. I didn't even know that was a thing.
It's the best one. Like,
Yeah.
the thing is, when I played Skyrim for the first time, I was like 16 and I'd seen someone play a little bit, but didn't know anything.
Yeah.
I really don't like this guy. Fuck you. Good night. I didn't realize the spell tomes or like the whatever.
Yeah.
because they're books. I thought you could only use them once,
Well,
and so I had the clairvoyance for like a day or two of playing, thinking I could only use it once and use it when I got so lost. And then when it was like, you have it forever now, I'm like,
yeah, it's good stuff. It's not bad.
I guess I got the claw. Well, I guess Ben, I was saying just in general, chat, do you have a favorite quest that you did in Skyrim?
I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I played. I feel like I remember really liking the like Thieves Guild stuff. I think it was fun. And I don't know, I played really dumb. I like mainlined the main quest.
Said that.
Yeah, it just got like totally creamed. But I managed to beat it somehow.
You did it!
I did it, yeah. And then I think I did the main quest, and then I did the like Civil War stuff afterwards, and then I started doing all the side quests. So I did like the two hardest things in the game, like right away.
Yeah. Dude, I think like because after the Greybeards is when I was like, I'm not doing that for a
That would've been
while.
smart. Yeah.
Do you do the Dark Brotherhood?
I think so. I remember doing the Dark Brotherhood stuff.
My thing is, I'm like, I can never buy another horse again. That like your normal horse gets lost and dies, and theirs just shows up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love this part.
Yeah, I've been like kind of looking at the chat a little bit, but I'm like, you are going like off on a whole other tangent, you guys, about like art stuff, and I'm like, man, we're just sitting here enjoying Bethesda time, like.
Yeah, we said Jake's brains are off right now.
Yeah, you gotta remember, it's 1 a.m. over here on the East Coast.
Yeah, I'm gonna be here live till 3. It's oh shit. Got. It's gonna be great. Damn, I even leveled up.
Yeah, let me check out, what is this art you guys were looking at here? Let's see.
I love Ellie's will concentrate.
Oh, that one, yes, you showed me the photo of that one, Billy. Oh my god, yeah, that was great. Yeah, iconic for sure.
Keeps looking like there's an oil slick.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've definitely done the opposite where you don't think there's an oil slick, and then you do the fire and everything blows up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thinking just general Bethesda time. What's been confusing me a little bit, why do their different games have different controls?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, why is Fallout a different jumping button? Because it makes it hard to swap.
Yeah, I haven't played the Fallout games as much. I like started the New Vegas game. I played a little bit of it, maybe like an hour or two. But I think it's super fun.
Oh, I got him. I thought he was killing me there.
Yeah, good shit.
Actually see.
Wait, Ellie, I see that you changed the stream output a little bit to see your face, but I can't see your screen because we're also broadcasting our screen right now. So I don't think you can broadcast out both things at once to Discord. No, you good. I mean, you can always put it in as like stream element if you really wanted to show off the clouds so badly.
And I'm a pussy. I save a lot.
Lee, we're all Jakes here. It's all good.
What did she say?
She said bring back Jake because it's showing Ellie on the screen instead of us. We're fine. Good.
Oh, there's the trapdoor thing.
Oh, man.
Do I just step on it for funsies?
I don't know what that one does, honestly. Is that the swing blade one, or is it like a fire one, or what? Or is it the one that wakes all the guys up?
I was thinking it was maybe an arrow.
Oh, an arrow? Okay, yeah.
I don't know. Let's see. Oh, it's the gate.
Oh, it's the gate. I forgot about the gate.
That gate is pretty brutal. That's like half.
Ellie, I know we're being dumb, but you know what?
That's the point.
That's the point, exactly.
Look, at least I knew I had enough health to get through it, most likely.
Yeah, most likely.
Oh. So we go on the other side of the gate and we say, "Hi, gate." So, were you ever bad about like getting lost in the actual dungeons in Skyrim?
Well, yeah, I told you I didn't know that clairvoyance spell existed. So.
That's true. Well, sometimes it doesn't help you. Because in dungeons, it'll be like, it's weird. And you'd think it'd help when you're like finished with it. But not, like, I would still sometimes be lost with it. Like, it works better in open spaces.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Need to.
Oh, with Daggerfall Dungeons bad, Ellie? I didn't play Daggerfall.
Say, stay back. Stay back. Stay back.
Ooh, okay. Good to know. You see, it's really funny. I feel like fantasy game wise, the one I cut my teeth on first and foremost was like the Gauntlet games and Champions of Norath, which are both much more like kind of arcadey style fantasy games. So like it was more a matter of like, can you survive long enough to hit the next like health potion that's like floating in space, and less about like, can you navigate this like maze or put together this puzzle or whatever. It's just like, can you not get hit? Oh shit!
I was trying to run away and I just ran into the swinging blade, not to hit him, but where I like
dead.
Guys, I was like, Bleak Falls Barrow or Baron, we all know this. It's and now here I am dying at every turn.
Yeah, okay, Ellie was saying that apparently the problem with the Daggerfall maps is that they're random generated, but they're like badly randomly generated. So sometimes they just like don't.
They don't even know.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, that's rough. That does not sound fun.
I guess that makes sense, but holy.
Well, then isn't that like the whole appeal of like the Diablo games? I feel like the Diablo games are random generated too, aren't they? For the dungeons.
I just be able to get through this without waking anyone up. I think that's definitely possible.
No, that seems rough.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Ellie put that counter on the screen.
Thank you.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
Honestly, my goal is like a solid 7.
You.
I got through.
I didn't know you could go behind there.
I only found out last time. I didn't think I was going to be able to not wake up those guys. Dude, I love how this part, we've already had the Jake can't find a control.
I know. Snick.
Who saw me?
Stealth Archer. Okay, but I thought Stealth Archer, like, wasn't the meme of it that's, like, really strong, but also, like, super boring to play? Like, it's like the try-hard answer. Like, yeah, of course you're going to do more damage, but also you're going to have a bad time. Wait, you have level ups available. Why the fuck aren't you leveling up? That's why you're dying all the time.
Do I have one right now? I thought I lost it. Oh, no, I did get it. Okay.
Yeah.
No, because I saw the once, but then I had died, so I think I thought that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then, like, but thank you.
Yeah.
I'm at magic right now.
Yeah.
Again, guys, I'm basic. I do one hand magic, one weapon, and just.
Yeah. I think my favorite build I ever played was I played a build one time where it was like magic. It was very magic heavy. And basically, what I would do is I would have my destruction magic on the right hand and the healing on the left hand.
Oh.
I wouldn't ever buy healing potions. I would just buy a bunch of magic potions and cheese it.
Fuck yeah.
Super fun.
Dude, I'm so bad at using the healing one.
Yeah.
But I should. Which side did you join in the Civil War?
I think I joined the Stormcloaks.
Okay.
I think I remember just like being like, God, the Empire people are fucking annoying.
Fair.
What about you guys, Ellie? Leah, do you guys have strong feelings on Stormcloak versus Empire? Never participated. Okay, that's a good starting point, I guess.
Fair.
Fair.
I think I was Empire, but
Not my problem.
who was that?
Ellie.
Oh my god, other question. Werewolf or vampire in Skyrim, if you've done both.
I don't think I had the expansion, so I don't think I got to either.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is horribly sad.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah. So, like, I got Skyrim, like, I don't know, maybe like 2 years after it came out, 3 years after it came out, but it was like bundled with the Xbox that I bought it with.
Oh.
Because they had like an Xbox 360 bundle that like came with for a while.
Yeah, I'm just supposed to go through this.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah.
I think the way to do that and have it work is you have to use the shout that like lets you go fast.
Oh, I don't even know if I have that one right now, actually. I didn't even ever think of that. I was just always like, let's time it. Guys, you're finding out in real time how bad I am in Skyrim. Don't ask how many hours I put into the game. It's too many. And I do unequivocally love it, even if I'm bad. Dude, I played my other game on like the easiest.
Yeah. So Ellie, as someone who's like an expert in the game, apparently, what's your like preferred build? What's your like go to? Stealth and magic. Okay, that's at least fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like all the magic stuff in Skyrim is just more fun than the like hand to hand stuff or the archery stuff usually. Yeah. Yeah, they give you like so many options. Like there's so many different kinds of magic to do too.
Down to the flame area. Come get me. And oh, Ellie, or I don't know, maybe I asked this to you when we were just chatting. Who do you usually go for companion? I feel like
Doing
that's
Guild
so
Guilds,
important.
These guilds, that's a good one. Yeah. Yeah, the Thieves Guild, we were talking about that earlier. The Thieves Guild stuff is just so fun. Like that's such a fun quest line to be on. I think out of the side missions, like the big developed ones, like that's my favorite one. Ellie, you're a Lydia girl?
Oh, what?
Lydia.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair.
Yeah.
I think I accidentally killed her.
Like a sword to carry your burdens. Exactly. Exactly.
See, I love my Jazargo, where he goes, Jazargo can only carry so much.
At least it's like it's not obvious. Ellie, are you also Lydia then, or are you someone else? She's so much. Yeah, I think I get annoyed with the companions, honestly. Most of the time, I just like play solo now. I think because like I think the problem I have is like you try to go like cheesing like up the mountain in weird ways or like other kinds of like navigation stuff, and you're just like, fuck, the fucking companion fucked it up again, right? Or they fell or whatever. And you're just like, it's not worth it. You're just like, oh, I'll just teleport to wherever I need to go if I need to like dump loot quickly.
When you're riding a horse, you're like, well.
Oh, I was asking, are you also like a Lydia as the main companion person, or because I was saying Lydia.
Okay. I think we're almost done with the first dungeon.
Nice.
I love the mushrooms. Guys, I'm sure something kind of like that exists in real life, but I want it to really, really exist in real life. Oh my, like, I love mushrooms. Imagine if I could just have glowing food.
Jellyfish mushroom, yeah. People man behavior.
Do I do a death jump?
Ellie with the fucking callback. That's good. I don't know.
My answer.
I don't think I've ever gone that way, but
Well, death jump. Oh, I didn't. I'm here.
oh, there's a chest.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, I do unironically think that this little lockpicking mini game is like one of the reasons that Skyrim was as successful as it was. Because like I feel like a lot of the time, like mini games like this are terrible, and this one was actually like kind of fun.
Yeah, when it wasn't frustrating.
Even when it was frustrating, I was like, all right, this is still better than like the like tube shit from BioShock or like other lockpicking mini games that I played before. I was like,
that's fair.
See, it's so good they haven't changed it in years. No, seriously though, like I think that's actually legitimately like one of the more fun mini games of this kind. Like the thing. Tube stuff hate exactly, dude. The tube stuff sucks. It's the worst. The rest of that game is so fun, and the tubes just like God again. The tubes.
Visit GetSkunky.com. So call 1-800-218-8418 or visit GetSkunky.com. Order now.
Oh, Susan. Okay, yeah.
Hmm.
Susan, it is not your time yet. We're gonna boot you and let you come back in when it's time for you to read.
If you need to practice, though, we have lounges.
Yeah, that's right. Or can I just pick your oh shit. There we go. There's the blur there. And yeah, like what the hell is that like advertising?
Your phone number, and I was like, okay. At first, I thought it was Ellie.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's. Oh, I guess there's no point in jump. I found the chest, but I think I'm going back up now.
I think probably. Wait. Can you go forward or back? Tunnels? Is that really?
That's where it came.
Oh, that's where it came from.
I'm
Okay.
pretty sure. Or wait, no, maybe this is
There's two
not.
tunnels. Yeah.
Fuck that. Got it. Oh yeah. Here's. Well, why do you need to be by the exit, sir? Don't die. I'm already carrying too much to be able to run. It might be the 3 battle axe.
Oh my god, yeah, maybe.
Look, I guess I made like 200 gold through this, but I was like, I gotta get that money.
Although honestly, I want to talk. Like I lately been playing Baldur's Gate. I keep picking up like everybody's heavy armor sets and just trying to like carry them, even though a lot of the times I'm playing characters like low strength score.
Oh.
So I'm just like, yeah, I can carry like maybe 100 pounds worth of stuff, and yet I'm picking up like 25-pound sets of armor on the regular, like multiple of them.
Damn. Damn.
And then immediately getting like, okay, you can't run anymore.
That's the one thing I do like companions for.
Yeah.
The carrying. But yeah.
Yeah. That can almost like need companions though. Like it's like just the way that turn order works in D&D stuff, like you have to have 4 turns. I'm sworn to carry your burdens. Exactly. I'm gonna tweet that out actually. Just got a little bit of a thread going for Skyrim stuff.
Fuck it. Well.
Get that in the chat too. Too many axes.
Look, I'm gonna run to Whiterun and then go sell stuff. I know we talked about this. I still
There's only got 1 confirmation. Okay.
Oh, I don't have many lockpicks right now.
Okay. I got some time. Okay, actually, the reason I was saying that I think the lockpicking game is like so good, it's annoying.
It was
awful. Oh, that's awful.
Especially when I only have that many right now.
Yeah, the reason that I think it's like the best actually is that I think that the idea of using the like vibration of the controller as like a touch feel kind of mechanic thing for it is like so fucking cool. I don't know any other video games that like really use it that well.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, something's happening. Shake, shake, shake.
Not even just that something's happening, shake, 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 but like it actually starts to feel like the controller is tangibly part of like what you're doing. Like it's a better role play, I feel like, than most other games. The only other games that like do that kind of thing, I feel like, are like Wii games where you're like moving the thing around or whatever. Like,
dude, if only we had a Wii.
Yeah.
Oh, I have one at like in Minnesota, or my sister has one, I think. Have you ever played Wii Fit Drunk?
No, that doesn't sound.
That's what. Oh my god! I guess I don't know if Aaliyah's still here. That's what we did New Year's Eve.
Jake Wii Sports one. Maybe the next live stream.
Oh my
Jake Wii
god!
Sports.
So then it's just us.
That's true. Yeah, we have to get more of us into like
We
one
have to get
place.
drunk.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah.
But it's like the skiing one where you have to jump. At one point, literally, I bent my knees, and then because I couldn't like bounce, I jumped off the thing, and then it's like, this doesn't count. And I was like, what?
Jake House Party Wii Sports when? I mean, you tell me.
Look, we're always down for games. Wait, how am I back here? Okay, guess we're back here.
Yeah, I guess so. Ooh, I'm gonna use some caffeine soon.
There.
Oh man, this room.
I was just gonna say I don't think I've actually been here yet then. So we're gonna do a quick save. Ellie, get that death counter ready, please.
Cursed.
And we're gonna. Well, I guess no. I need to.
I think you can do.
There's one right there. Do you see the
Yep.
foot?
Yep.
This is gonna go bad. Oh,
You set yourself on fire.
yeah, I was trying to run quick. Look, there wasn't much of a chance there, but I made it even worse. Okay.
Like, can we cue Linkin Park in the end? Is that, or are we gonna get like copyright and like the whole thing's gonna like fall apart?
Oh my god, why can I only hold it in you?
Yeah, let's not chance it. Like, there's probably not.
Did you just say it then?
No, I think I'll still be like too much.
Alright. Come on, you guys go in the fire. Go. They don't want to go in the fire. I think I also made the mistake that I sometimes do of quick saving in the wrong spot. So now I'm jumping in.
Oh yeah.
With 2 coming at me and half health. Yeah, but also, you know, got a game.
I think if you, I don't know. Can you throw them back into the fire?
I have to see what. Let's back to the.
Well, you do have shouts at all?
No, I haven't seen them yet, so yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this just is a new one. I don't even know if I fought a dragon in this. Like, I feel like I should have, but also like I haven't seen a dragon yet.
Sorry, I also was just like getting distracted with the chat.
I'm just saying, dude. Death count 4 again. Got to get it to 7.
No, but did you Aleah down here?
No.
No, apparently Aleah's playing League, like leaving a comment, getting your teammates pissed.
I love it.
MVP. Hey.
Oh, there's a door. Ooh, we're one.
It's so fucking funny. I tried to get into like MOBAs at one point, like a couple of years ago, just because like, oh yeah, it could be fun or whatever. It's pandemic at times.
Yeah.
And then I just gave up because I was so bad at getting like flamed all the time for like not doing things right. I'm like,
yeah,
first time playing this game, guys. Like fucking chill. Like
for what game?
I don't remember which one I tried. I think I might have tried a couple of them. I feel like I tried League and I might have also tried Dota. But
yeah. No, it's where I feel like it's like you almost need to just find the right people to start with. That'll be like, I got you. You're gonna fuck up.
That was my problem. Yeah, I was like, I don't know the fucking meta. I don't know how to like hero switch or do whatever. Because I'm fucking trying to learn one character. Like,
yeah, or like, what do you like? Top, bottom, and middle? Is it just a lane?
Yeah.
Is there a difference?
Well, I learned that much. I learned to be able to tell like where each thing was that, but yeah, they were just like mad at me in general.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Aleah would play League with you.
I don't think I've tried to do it.
Dude, that's so fucking fair, though.
I was like, I did because it's the start of the pandemic.
Pandemic.
Like, yeah, I was like, well, that's all I had this time.
Yeah.
Jake League win. When we're not doing a million other things, probably.
Yeah. That's the thing, though. You guys joke, and you don't realize how much everything that happens at Jake starts with a joke.
That is true. Yeah. We're about 80% joke.
And that's the goal.
Also, you should probably like quick save after you leveled up.
Oh yeah, to level up again. Fuck yeah. I should do health, but my keep go mad.
Because your character's name is Tomato Basil.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. It's tomato basil. The best spaghetti sauce. I don't know if I have enough for it. Probably should do.
Yeah, you see, that's the problem. Is that I tried to start playing League when I was like 22, right? So if I started at 13, by the time I was 22, I'd actually know what I was doing, and it wouldn't be flaming me.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I think I played a little bit, but I was like 16, and then it was like whatever. It was like fine, but I was I run Mac, so it's like I can't do shit.
Yeah.
Love it for school though. Oh yeah, and then okay, where are these fuckers?
I guess that queued up for the boss battle.
Boss battle?
Yes.
Dude, I guess I really didn't remember this one as well then, because I didn't remember there's a boss. I thought I got the golden claw and I was like, done. All of that shit. I see a door.
I made a mistake. Fair enough, Lee. Fair enough.
This puzzle also used to confuse me, but that is just because I'm stupid.
I think there's another spot in here where it like tells you the order of it, like the other one.
It's
Oh, that's right, on the claw. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like there's somewhere where it tells you the answer. I don't remember where the answer was.
So, it's the exact, not quite. So it's owl, bird, bear, or owl, flying thing, bear.
So it's like a moth.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we all randomly guessed it the first time, but like you get to enough playthroughs and you're just like, I don't want to guess it anymore. I'm just gonna look at the answer.
Yeah. Like look at an extra time. No.
Oh, you figured it out. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
Ellie, you're smarter than this, so I think we've established that at this point.
Yeah.
Intellect. Oh, that's right. No, I remember what's going on. Yeah, okay. You're good. You're good.
Oh, there's a shout up here?
Yeah.
Oh, because this is technically on the way to the graveyard.
I think this is the first shout.
And there's the no.
Right? Isn't this the Foos?
Oh, or does he come out of the thing once I get
I think so. I think so. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's Foos.
And then it's
The guy pops out.
yeah.
Then
Oh, but I gotta have that. Oh, but do I need a dragon?
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Maybe not. So, see, I wonder if I haven't killed a dragon yet.
probably
then.
not. Yeah.
But I don't know what happened in that first couple hours of the game where it's like, I just poof.
I probably you have to like actually do that.
Yeah.
Don't just get the shouts.
Well, I mean, once you get in a bit, you just don't even think about it.
Well, yeah, you killed enough dragons, you just have a bank of them already.
Yeah, and you're just more like, damn, I wish they would stop randomly appearing. Their bones are so heavy.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, let's not die right now. Let's not die. Okay, fuck you, Droger. A little bit more. Up, down. You're down. Basically.
Yeah, he's dead.
Okay. He's in
Nice. You know, that might be a good spot to like wrap up.
Yeah.
Considering the time.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
good. Grab what I want from him.
Good stuff. And then it's gonna be live poetry sub.
Live poetry.
Woo!
Safe.
I'm probably gonna be dipping back off camera, so I don't have to be entertaining for a little while longer.
As good.
Yeah. You guys enjoy.
And then I am going to turn this off, which might turn off that stream window. We'll see.
I think you're good.
But oh, should I do the responses on the desktop to share my screen?
I think it's fine.
Okay.
I can copy it up here.
Oh, dope. Okay. So that was Skyrim, Bleak Falls, Barrow. I really didn't care enough to learn it. It's Bleak Falls. Now I'm gonna switch into responding to the live poetry subs. So if y'all didn't know, you can still send in submissions to Jake Responds Live. It's on our Alita page. I am doing poetry subs right now, and then over the course of the next, I don't know how, we have like 20 hours left of the stream or something. No, 18.
Whatever.
Yeah, math's too hard. It's 2 a.m. So it's something like that. It's a chunk. But later in it, we will be having flash fiction being live responded to and the nonfiction subs. So yeah, be sure. The one thing you need to know is the correct submission box at our Alita for it. Yeah, but let's go to look at some poetry. Okay.
Want to start at the top and go down?
Yes, I am just getting. I always have it. It pulls up to the poetry box.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the first one, that Ashley Varela.
Yeah. That's relevant.
Okay. So then, it's. Should I read the cover letter?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, since you guys know this is the live one, I'm going to read the cover letter. Hey Jake, tossing my hat in the ring for some good old-fashioned on-air sub-review. It's fine, I probably won't cry. Included for your consideration are 2 pieces, Modern Poetry and A Million Gods Would Kill for This Job. One is silly, the other one is stuffed with as many The Devil Wears Prada references as I could cram in there. Enjoy, and thanks for your consideration, Ashley. Oh my god, I have not watched The Devil Wears Prada in way too long, because I really need to see it again. So good. Honestly, just bless Anne Hathaway. Okay, so go to the preview then. I will read them too. Modern Poetry. Something about a 7-Eleven hot dog. The point, mutation of a songbird. Flight pattern, flight pattern, flight pattern. The first bone you broke. The sound it made. Your mother in a bathrobe. Your father in the same bathrobe. Soda, a variation of summer. In your hometown, more and less common trees. 2 mouths grown stickier and how it relates to desire. The essential likeness of a knife and a knife in his hand. In the middle of winter, the groundhog's rounding error. The moon, the moon, the moon. Obvious statement. Profound observation. Something about love. I like that one. Okay, and so then I'm going to read the next one too before I get in and see about like actual sub stuff. A million.
Do you want to talk about it all, maybe, or?
I was thinking I'd read both of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then I will. So a million gods would kill for this job. God said light, moon, water, rib, and the world rushed into existence. Hungry to prove itself as a first-day intern, God said, I don't understand why it's so difficult for you to pull together a decent sky. So the interns gathered the lumpy blue oceans and stitched them with the cerulean belts. God said, find me that star I had in my hand yesterday morning, but failed to specify which one. So the interns called around and filled the sky with lesser lights. God said, florals for spring? Groundbreaking. And that year, all the interns agreed it was. God said, how many times do I have to scream your name? Which just made the interns blush harder under the fig trees. And on the 6th day, God said, That's all. But the interns knew it wasn't. Okay. So, Ashley, thank you so much for these 2 poems. I really like them. For modern poetry, the first one we read and the first one you submitted. God, the 7-Eleven hot dog image to start it, like, that's so genius. Especially when you title it modern poetry. Like, oh, juxtaposition, go you. I also like the repetition. Like, I don't know if you're gonna watch this and if you're gonna see how I read it. But I liked those repetitions of 3 throughout this. And just how it works. Like, I don't know. Again, the last statement just then too, with obvious statement, profound observation, something about love, like not having it be specific, just being like, well, I like it. And then for the other one, a million gods would kill for this job. I don't know, that one I feel like it's harder for me to even say specifically what I really, really enjoyed about it. And maybe it's just the characters and how they work, or like the tone that it seems like God has, especially with that capitalization and stuff. But this was a good one to start on. So I'm gonna go look at the base real quick.
Yeah, while Laurel's doing that, I'm also going to shout out. Ash Varela was also one of our guest editors this past December. So if you like their work and you want to see more work picked out by them, Ash's last call is under the special collections tab on the categories page on the Jake website, and there's going to be a bunch of other really cool poems that came out of that. Yeah.
Well, so Ashley, we are gonna send you a full packet acceptance. It looks like, again, we will be sending this to you, so please don't think you need to know this for right now, but it will be going live should you be down on Saturday, March 16th, on the Jake website. And so it'll take me 1 second to get this all filled in. Oh my god. One thing. We haven't that's the base right. As I'm formatting this, we haven't been using our previous formatting software because we had a free version, but we got to say a huge thank you again, and we've told them this in person, to CM Green, who got our Jake like publishing schedule onto just a better interface initially and makes it so fucking smooth. Like, that just came to mind since I'm putting stuff in right now. Huge thank you to them. If anyone's looking for anything, we used Airtable, but then with money ended up switching to Base Row, and it's like the same thing. Dope. Ashley. But yeah, and again, reminder, guys, if you want me to read your thing right now, you can send it in right now, and it could get read very easily. And if you don't want that, that's okay too. I respect it. I'm gonna do tags for them later though, so that's a
Yeah. Going to queue up the next pack?
Yes, if you want to pop it open, I will be ready in just a minute.
Okay, here's the letter.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
So the next one. So KT, yeah. So cover letter from KT Bachman, I'm guessing, might be wrong. Hello, Jake. Thank you so much for taking the time to read my works. These were written as spoken word poems, so I thought they'd be fun for the submission call. Oh, fuck yeah. I guess I don't know if some of you or how many of you know this. I started fully in slam poetry. I did that for 3.5, 4 years. I only stopped because of the pandemic. And the pandemic and me turning 18 hit at the same time, kind of. So that was a fun thing to navigate. But so for KT, yes, I did not send Ash the actual thing yet, so I have to do that right when I get off to save time.
No worries.
But so KT, your first poem, Self-Awareness. I fear I've forgotten what it feels like to fall in love with anybody but myself. It's a fear my father's former marriage therapist says is unfounded. Former only because he unfortunately split with his third wife last month. But I won't let his inability to abstain from infidelity affect mine to accept the guidance she gives. So she continues to be my unofficial therapist and recommends I start a journal to deal with the whole self-obsession thing. Technically, I don't pay her. Why should I? I, like him, have never taken her advice. Independently, in an attempt to be a little more self-aware, I've recently taken to writing down my thoughts in a pocket-sized journal, like the kind of pretentious asshole you'd usually find raising his hand in the front row of a women and gender studies class for his 15th comment of the day. My journal probably contains just as much narcissism, but don't worry, I haven't taken to reading it aloud to anybody yet. Yesterday, in my women and gender studies class, we went around the room round Robyn style, airing grievances about the patriarchy, and another front row white boy took a break from writing in his pocket-sized leather-bound poetry journal to jump in and entertain the class with a tale about Thanksgiving with his racist uncle. And the white teacher, who probably keeps his own leather-bound poetry journal half tucked away under a stack of blank papers she keeps around to appear busy, hears the story about the white boy's racist uncle and says, "I'm sorry that happened to you." And I hate to say anything at all about women and gender studies because I am of the sound and unwavering opinion that it is a legitimate degree with legitimate classwork that is very likely just as challenging and legitimate as the classwork from the mechanical engineering or pre-med tracks, especially seeing as probably 80% of male gynecologists, for example, would likely greatly benefit from a few classes themselves. But also, I can't help but share this tale as my own airing of grievances about the patriarchy, because it is embodiment of self-righteous, disingenuous drive that's seen in all the stereotypes of women and gender studies. And so, after a lot of thought and a lot of writing in my leather-bound poetry journal, I have come to the very carefully balanced and fair conclusion that I will complain about my women and gender studies class. And then you can share with your women and gender studies teacher what a whiny bitch I am. And then she can tell you that she's sorry that this all happened to you. Sometimes I wonder if I am the son of God, which sounds silly, I know. But last week I convinced myself I was going to become a falcon tamer. So maybe I'm just very slowly moving in the right direction. Or maybe I'm the second coming of Christ. Either way, I can't help but think of how proud my unofficial therapist is going to be of me for doing all this introspective bullshit. So, to remind her of this, I'm writing a note in my leather-bound poetry journal as I sit at a sticky IHOP table alone for my 3rd birthday in a row. Next year, I decided to go to Waffle House, like Walter White. Sounds fun. Okay. This next one is titled from still KT. The New York Times knew 36 questions that lead to love. Question 1. Did you know the Dawn dish detergent's advertisement campaign, Cleaning Ducks, exists as a cover-up obfuscating its primary ingredient's contribution to the contamination of groundwater? I hate capitalism so much, so I'm doing my part in being a vegan starting today. The waitress comes. I'm so sorry, ma'am. We only have the mac and nutritional yeast substitute mac and cheese. Will that be okay? I guess my veganistic quest to save the world will have to wait. And for you, sir? he tells the waitress to tell the chef that he is on an apology for formerly being a ROTC kid hunger strike. Day 1 of 9. Just the pitcher then. He says make it 2. I guess I know his answer to question number 8, but he still asks me, what are your thoughts on drinking on an empty stomach on the first date? I, personally, am more offended by the fact that he sold his soul to the United States military. Did you know that the Pentagon is the world's largest fossil fuel consumer? And a follow-up, what are your thoughts on going vegan? The mac and cheese arrives. What's your favorite book? He's a real highbrow browser of the Kansas City International Airport's romance section. The ones with the most smut are on the top shelf. I'm embarrassingly a little less sophisticated. A sucker for my rest stop novels. What can I say? I like the cover art. What about Russian classics? Another guilty pleasure. As he watches me dig into the mac and cheese, we get into a deep, meaningful discussion about Dostoevsky, how do you say his last name? Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment's first 5 pages. Have you ever thrown up on a plane? What are your thoughts on Granny Smith apples? Favorite Jonas brother? If you could have any power in the world, why would it be flying? Toes? Did you know that burying a body is bad for the environment? When I die, I want to be cryogenically frozen and then put back as a part of an underground voter drive by a secret society attempting to instate Bernie Sanders' great-great-great-granddaughter as America's first female president. What's your love language? He says no. Let me guess. It's gift giving, no doubt. He's right, and I prove it to him. During our scheduled quick bathroom break as he heads out front to smoke post-ironically, and I take time to root around in the dirt out back in the designated truffle sniffing spot to release my inner truffle peg, a recent addition to the Applebee's following a hot new tick friend. I know the truffles aren't supposed to leave the designated truffle sniffing pit, but I didn't fly this close to the sun by being a rule follower. So I find a particularly fun one and bring it back to the table in my purse next to the fine Applebee's china and present it to him. Gift given. The waitress returns to offer up the dessert of the day. It's a heart-shaped Rice Krispie. Did you know that marshmallows aren't vegan? It's his turn to ask question 36. Are we in love yet? Oh my god, I like that one. Random fun fact, Oreos are vegan. Ate them so much when I was vegan. Okay, so this is our last poem in the packet from Katie, and it's called Cliché College Romance. Last week, I went on a date with a guy who must have been Tarantino's long-lost son. And boy, would Daddy be proud of the create-your-own-major school dropout filmmaker whose concentration was in ironic misogyny for his finely practiced art of subtlety. He's not just gratuitously depicting graphic violence against women. He's commenting on graphic depictions of violence against women through his gratuitous depictions of graphic violence against women. And let me tell you, the 5'2" Porsche driving asshole in the skinny jeans with a porn star mustache has some groundbreaking commentary on the subject. At the independent alternative underground coffee shop he brought me to called Birch Coffee, he went up to the counter and ordered his regular from an overworked, underpaid barista who looked at him with only confusion as he held up the out of the door line until he clarified what he wanted was a lavender oat milk latte. He then told me how his ex, whose self-created major was the new age misapplication of appropriated herbal medicinal practices, told him last year that his tummy must be sensitive to oat milk, but that doesn't stop him from being a brave boy and drinking it in what he calls solidarity with bisexual women, who he insists he doesn't fetishize. I was only asked to consider a 3-way twice. After a 10-minute story about another one of his exes who once went to a fashion week in Springfield, Illinois, he ordered another croissant, drank the rest of his lukewarm black coffee, and asked to split the bill because he doesn't subscribe to the Patriarchy Times. I told him that was a bad joke, and then he asked me to pay the bill in full. So now I'm down $20 or $20. After the date, he asked for my number, and I could visibly see his disappointment when I diverged from the script and gave it to him instead of saying that I didn't have one like I was supposed to, so he could truly channel the Timothy Chalamet like he'd been trying to do all night and call me a good girl. He doesn't have Snapchat, but that doesn't stop him from asking for nudes in an artsy, ironic commentary on the visual value placed on the female body over Visco. And I hate him. But I haven't felt alive in 3 years, so I send them. These are good. I haven't read like slam poems, spoken word poems in a while, and that was really fun.
Yeah. I want to point out, I think we might have gotten a line break off a little bit on the first one.
Oh shit, where?
Yeah, so we're talking.
Did I jump?
I think on this one, right here. But don't worry, I haven't taken to reading it aloud to anybody yet.
Oh.
I think there's supposed to be a pause before yet.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. At least I read it that way because I feel like if you read it with a pause there,
Yeah.
it reads very differently.
Yeah.
To
the
the poet's benefit, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Here, I'll do that one little bit quick again.
Yeah.
So just going a few lines above. My journal probably contains just as much narcissism. But don't worry, I haven't taken to reading it aloud to anybody yet. So yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, like I think it's better when it has the break and the pause.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I think I really like the enjambment on this one too. There's another spot too where I was like, I think with a small edit it would be like perfect.
Yeah.
Here on the second coming of Christ line, I think it'd be very, very funny if Christ was by itself on a line and the of was on the prior line.
Oh yeah.
So I think you could do a similar kind of thing where it's like, okay, you kind of get a double meaning because of the enjambment.
Yeah. No, I can see that.
I don't know if that's too much of an edit for me to make as a prose person to say, but
no.
Yeah.
I think this is where this is more with slam poetry. Sometimes I think I don't know if the struggle's the right thing. The line breaks are so different. Like
yeah,
because it's and like in a lot of good ways, but also just in they're different.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I was thinking like if the of is on the line before, right?
Yeah.
You could read it one of two ways, right? You could read it, or maybe on the second coming of Christ, or you could read it, or maybe on the second coming of, and then as if the poet's interrupting themselves. So like am I actually saying that? Like,
I can see that.
Yeah.
See that for that edit too, I'd almost want think of italics. So it feels like it's really sliding in.
I mean that. Yeah, I think if you italicize it, you point it out.
That's true.
Yeah, which is why I was like, oh, maybe just an enjambment is enough to solve that. Where it's like you could read either way, and it's fine.
That's true.
I don't know.
I'd
run by the poet. That seems cool. Yeah. I was like, it's just like an idea I had when I was reading. I was like, I'm gonna be cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I really like the second one in this packet.
Yeah.
I think like that one might be my favorite. Not even because it was like, ooh, vegan, and then I was like, haha, Oreos. I think I don't know. It has a very different feel to the other ones.
It's playing with irony a lot more. It's kind of like on that nice edge, kind of ironically versus serious. And
yeah. Oof. Ambulance outside. Yeah. Well, I hop into base row.
the Applebee Trouble Pit. Yeah, the Applebee Trouble Pit is like that's such a funny concept in terms of like what I was talking about with the irony, right? Like on the one hand, yeah, it's inherently kind of a silly, over the top, kind of obscene kind of content, right? Like if it was real, we'd be like horrified, but also like it kind of reads in a way like the kind of thing you would read out of like a dystopic novel, right? And then in a way, it's almost kind of like making fun of both Applebee's and the idea of like dystopia, kind of. Yeah, exactly. They're putting litter box in school kind of energy. Totally. Yeah, definitely the same energy behind it, right? Definitely the same kind of thought behind it. Yeah, just kind of like a wild image. Exactly. Let's see. Okay. Who's up next? Oh yeah. Start to load the next one up because we're in that already.
Yeah, and then so for this one,
Yo, we got Alex.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you were just saying. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm just putting this in face real quick. So,
Yeah.
Katie, we're gonna do the first 2 poems in your packet. That's Self-Awareness and the New York Times new 36 Questions That Lead to Love. And those should be going live should everything like work out as planned with like in always. Duplicate March 20th. So that's good. And it's nice. We're getting scheduled out a bit. That'll be
always good.
fun. And then so yes, I will be sending the actual like responses to these within a couple hours of me packing up. So that I'm not just responding on YouTube, but right now I just want to make sure I'm doing it decently, streamlined for any of the viewers that I'm not sitting silently too long because I know I'm already doing it occasionally. But so if anyone's been here for a long time, Alex Carrigan's the one that opened the stream.
Yeah. The whole 7 hours ago. Yeah.
Oh God, 7.
Yeah. He was our first reader of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He had some really. He has a whole book about Drag Race.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking iconic. So his cover letter. I haven't been reading bios. I could have, but hello. I thought I'd submit 3 poems to be read/critiqued during the Jake livestream this weekend. I don't know if I'll be up at 2 a.m., but I'd love to be a part of this and submit some weird pieces to be read. Please let me know if you need anything else. Thanks, Alex Carrigan.
All right, Alex. Well, let us know if you're still awake. You're still in the chat.
Oh my
in some
God.
capacity.
Please do. Oh, someone is in the chat though that said they caught Alex earlier. That's so exciting. Thank you for sticking around. Okay, so looking at Alex's, his first one is Never Meet Your Heroes. I got a letter in the mail that the person behind Winky's Diner from Mulholland Drive wanted to meet me personally. I was a bit iffy to do so. I'm not in the best shape, so I could probably have a heart attack like that guy in the movie when he saw them. Still, they actually have some amazing penmanship, and their letter promised a meaningful encounter. I booked an economy class ticket, found a hotel that wouldn't affect my credit score too harshly, and made my way to the diner. Did you know that the diner has been used in many films and television projects and is a popular tourist spot on various Hollywood bus tours? The tour guide told me so as I tucked and rolled off the bus when we drove by it. I expected to meet the person behind Winky's at their infamous dumpster to take them in all of their uncanny magnificence. Instead, I just found David Lynch there in a ghillie suit, and he called me an asshole as he sprayed me with watered down cream from a super. Alex, you really just took the steering wheel and jerked it in the last 3 lines, but like you jerked it into a donut, like not even into a flip or anything.
This is even funnier to me because I was literally just talking with my students in class the other day about like, yeah, part of the fun about auteur theory is like you get guys like David Lynch who are just like, fuck it, I don't know what the answer is. I'm not gonna tell you. Like, he's like a horror director, but like makes like really weird movies, like Eraserhead, Mulholland Drive. I think Blue Velvet might be one of his or something. Yeah, they're all really weird and confusing and like don't make any sense.
I know the only the only context I have for Mulholland Drive. It's in Fall Out Boy's new album. They sing it, or they have one lyric referencing it. Okay, that's iconic. The ghillie suit. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so then the next one's gonna be melodrama. I'm gonna take a sip quick.
Yeah, that's definitely like a very like Alex Carrigan kind of poem. It was fun to see. Sure. Yeah.
So, melodrama.
Twin Peaks, yes, totally forgot Twin Peaks was one of them. Yeah, for sure.
I want us to become a melodrama because this mumblecore life has become completely unbearable. Let's have surprising coincidences and shared secrets we take to our graves. Let's nearly break our necks looking around for anyone who might recognize us in this restaurant in the next town over. I want to talk to myself while I want to talk to myself while alone in my bedroom as if an audience is watching and judging me from their cheap mid-sectional sofas. I want every syllable of your name to be its own sentence and exclamation when I feel personally victimized by your character flaws. I want to be slapped and have drinks thrown in my face and completely forget about it the next time we go out for barbecue. When people ask about the bruising and the cuts, I want to tell them we are clumsy around staircases. I want us become impossibly fascinating. I think that's supposed to be, I want us to become impossibly fascinating. I want us to become as manic as a Monday. We'll rack up hospital bills because every date turns into an extreme sporting event. I want us to be in a melodrama because then every moment of us together will be unforgettable and extraordinary. But most of all, this way we'll never run out of stories to tell when things get boring again. So then the last one in this packet is going to be Queen's Remix. Roll. Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah. Up above my head, there's music in the air. This isn't our parade. Nobody knows when you're down and out. Don't let me be misunderstood. They say I'm different, down with a click, other side of the game. Heaven help me. Keep it between us. When it hurts so bad, don't make me wait too long. I don't want to. What have you done for me lately, silly Sam? Keep it moving. It's my house. That's the trouble. Daydreaming, caught up in the rapture, slave to the rhythm. Is it a crime? Surely, sun will shine again. Don't make it harder on me. We need a resolution, like you'll never see me again. Where do broken hearts go? Same old mistakes. All things go. Oh, note, this poem is a cento of song titles of every artist named in the Queen's remix of Beyonce's Break My Soul. In order, they are Rosetta Sharp, Santi Gold, Bessie Smith, Nina Simone, Betty Davis, Solange Knowles, Erykah Badu, Lizzo, Kelly Rowland, Lauryn Hill, Roberta Flack, Toni Braxton, Janet Jackson, Tara Wack, Missy Elliott, Diana Ross, Grace Jones, Aretha Franklin, Anita Baker, Grace Jones. Grace Jones made it on there twice. Hell yeah.
Wait, was she on? Oh yeah, she was. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that's.
Yeah.
Jill Scott, Michelle Williams, Chloe Times Halle, Aaliyah, Alicia Keys, Whitney Houston, Rihanna, and Nicki Minaj.
Cool.
Okay. Well, I guess to chat about them. We already talked a little bit about the first one. That was fucking funny.
Yeah, now like I saw that that's what it was. I'm recognizing more of the as titles. I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, that's it. That's the end of it.
Yeah.
The back. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was on the page. Yeah.
Oh no. But yeah, no. These are good. The first one's so fucking funny. God, we need to get a Jake Gilly suit just for random occasions. Oh.
What are we talking about?
It's like those, I only know it from Jenna and Julian. It's one of these, like I'm
those.
the bush.
Okay, yeah.
I'm hiding in it.
Yeah.
See,
okay.
we need one for Jake. Just to randomly have, like, imagine.
For who to wear?
Imagine Ben rolls up to Barrel House in April. You're coming for that, like, editor conversation. He's in a ghillie suit. Like, and it just says Jake on it. I think too, like we're still good. I think no. Let's pause for a second and go back to because we haven't addressed how much. Everyone always thinks there is someone named Jake.
Oh yeah,
on
there's
staff.
nobody named Jake.
Yeah, so publicly we probably said it before. We're gonna say it right now, even though it's 2:30 in the fucking morning and no one's probably gonna hear. No one on staff is named Jake. We are all Jakes. It's like there ain't a fucking Jake. I think we've luckily published one or two.
We've published a few, I think. Yeah.
Every time we publish a Jake, I'm just like, go you.
Yeah.
Tax
purposes.
But so again, not one of the contributor Jakes. Is that what we call them on the thing?
Contributing Jakes.
Okay, contributing Jakes. Because Alex, he's been on the site before. I'm gonna go to base row. Oh my god, I feel so funny.
Okay, Ellie, you're joking, but that's like how most lit mags I know like manage their expenses. It's like, yeah, we need this for literature.
So Alex, again, I know. I'm guessing he did go to sleep if he didn't say anything.
Yeah, I think so. I think he would have responded by now.
Yeah,
Still.
for sure. I'm gonna do poem 1 and 3, and so I'm gonna put those in our base row. Again, I'm gonna keep saying it. This is gonna be officially sent out later, but we have all of it saved here. That's what I'm like just trying to get done now.
Yeah. You were saying the same thing. I think anyone who runs any kind of business does the same thing for being totally real.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Alana, you're up. All right. Yeah.
And huge thank you, first Patreon supporter.
Woo! Also, the only one other than Ellie who's still in chat.
I'm just gonna do super lazy. Okay, so then this is Ashley. Ooh, all right. The cover letter. Hey, sorry for the weird classification, but it's just hard sometimes. These are titled The Rebirth of Fool, You Don't Want to Know Where I Found This Song, and Invoking the Muse. Wherever, whenever you want to read these is cool. Hopefully I'll be awake still. And hopefully you're having fun still.
I think we can say that we're having fun still, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm definitely having fun. I'm just, my mouth is bleh.
Yeah.
I'm reading. So yeah, I'm sorry for all the stumbling, but this is a lot of fun. And can you pretty please with a cherry on top read this on air? Kayla, you're the most wonderful wife I could ever ask for. Thank you for always supporting my deranged literary dreams. Love, Alana. And then we got another. Love, Alana. Oh, I like that. Okay.
Ellie, I also want to just shout out, thank you for putting in the chat a poll on whether or not we need a ghillie suit.
I answered. I love the YouTube polls.
The YouTube polls are great. Okay. Ooh, it's a dense one.
Yeah. The Rebirth of Fool.
You can do it.
Learn the rules before they break, or else you're prone to make a mistake. And if that were taken as literal, then God only knows I'm a little bit sinful for 2-part didactic rhythms plinked into the universal lower register without a second thought. Crawling or climbing, itching or bitching, the end results in too many heads and too many crotches and not enough seconds to wind up the watches of all of our fallen fathers we blessed to untimeliness and cursed to carry our baggage. Back in that rusty river, the prawns are taking up hobbies like weekly therapy and lazing about. Deliver a sermon to them, but don't expect a tip. They sprinkle their lawns with gin and doubt. The waters flower quicker when mixed in with liquor. Just don't give the punchline to any bears in the barroom with Christmas Day chemistry sense. Sail along with easement, my old friend, the navel gazer warned, incensed at the notion that I'd given in, repented my sins, gone back to my daddy's old religion again. If high times are spotted, check the pictographs for meaning. It was written in an afternoon of etches in stone. The stones were sung on mountain moons in the dark, where fountain lungs have flooded the unfinished arc. Meanwhile, if we cast our gaze towards the end, 7 watchmen point with 7 swallowed swords toward reason again. The hilts are come loose, but the batteries still got some juice in them. Yet, the 7 secret keepers wipe the dirt from their eyes. 7 years at slumber between listless and September gave them attitudes of thunder lacking songs with any center. Before we make it through, the trees will lose their luster. The fruits will have all shriveled, and the dealers on the level. The cards he deals to my friend, the navel-gazing lawman, all are faceless save for 10, predicting 7 days of upwind restlessness, hissing mention, marching under storms that shadowbox the mainland to crack and crumble hollow. Words of purpose spoken from the lips with cracked tobacco spread like seeds in bird and God shit to travel over ocean. Flowers of tomorrow bloom in cowboy song and sinner's doom, stretch apart the sky with fingers soft and bony, awaken before dawn to petition God for alimony. In the madness of the moment, I'll record it all on tape. It's evidence this land was never once a religious blame to place. Best to keep it hidden till the boat here drifts ashore. What's more is that we're drowning in the dreams of bastard kings with bellies full of aspartame and tongues which cannot sing yet claim for folly clamoring of ruling classes de jour. The rules were like bowling pins, set up to be set up. Buy your own way to his wake, my ticket's good for 3. I plan to take my mother, and my mother plans her sorrow. If you can't take, then maybe you can borrow all the feelings that you need. If you can feel, that is, my righteous anger like the waves upon the rocks, then you should know the hand I played was in range of being shocked. But I wrote it down regardless, on a napkin in the diner. I laid it on the table as a proposition for the waiter. He shook his head in disbelief while filling up my water. I asked him if he'd called the men down from the castle, but he told me they were overworked and underloved, and it would be a hassle. I told him that's all right, but then remembered I'm an asshole. So I marched on back to sea where I saw a mighty omen. The ship we tailed coyly was resting in the bower where nesting lovers perched along sails furled. I'd give you more, but you won this round, and the story's all I got. If you want a lesson learned, then press it while it's hot. Post the watchman in the sand, rain glory down upon the land, and flip the empty pages of the calendar of man. We break them when we're able, we love them where we can. So that was the first one, The Rebirth of Fool. Now let's dive into numero 2. You don't want to know where I found this song. Honest, that's such a bitchin' title.
That's a great title.
Fun.
Yeah.
So I'm halfway done tripping on the choicest shrooms I've ever done when my buddy comes charging in on horseback. Only he was the horse and his dick was the reins. So he comes in screaming bloody hell about some obvious bullshit. You know, like he's found another government camera in his toilet or some shit. If you ask me, the boys in the CIA ought to be bored out of the voyeur shtick by now. So anyways, my buddy storms in while I'm tripping my tits off at the kitchen table. I distinctly remember sitting away from the window because I didn't want the dog to know that I knew she was watching me. For some reason, I was also magnetized, which I could only face true north. So when my buddy comes in, he just about knocks the door off its hinges. I know because I saw the hinges crying about it later. And he says to me that I gotta go set up the record player for a 45. First of all, I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. But I got up anyways and followed him around for a while until we were in front of the record player. I tried asking my hands what to do since my buddy didn't know. No one wanted to talk, so I shut my eyes, and next thing I knew, we were slipping in a thin 45 onto the disc mat. I have a fear of needles, so I got my buddy to put it on while I worked my way back up my body to find my head. By that point, someone had put on some music, and it was kind of grooving real slow and mellow, but it kept slowing down the more I focused on it. My body swayed back and forth with the relaxed tempo before realizing I'd become a tree with no leaves, strong in my roots but visibly dimmed and still against the wind. So I turned myself around to find the music again. I figured I'd catch up to it if I spun with the record. After maybe 3 spins, I caught a taste of the song. Another 3, and I could feel its beat, but only inside my chest. Then, after 3 final spins, I began to remember the song. I'd heard it before, but where? I was too dizzy to continue the thought, so I fell into a blanket and rolled myself together, looking up. I found my buddy vibing and a little drooly. I tugged on his shoestrings. "What the fuck is this?" I asked. His face grew into that of a tree spirit and creaked against the tension while his lips cracked. He said some kind of words to me, but it was in an old language that time forgot, so I asked him again. This time he coughed up a chunk of thread, which I promptly tugged. The line ran deep, but not so deep that the song had time to finish. But that's no surprise anymore. I doubt the song will ever finish. I followed the line until I came into a hidden meadow somewhere in the bony forest of my buddy's rib cage. Sickly little flowers bloomed all around me. Each one sang a note so divine I dared not repeat it. I gathered enough to form a bouquet to give to my buddy when I bunched all the flowers together. The notes they sang began melting back into the song. Only this time I remembered where I heard it last. It was the terrifying sound of rebirth. The elevator music on endless repeats while souls float between lives. Okay, and then final one is going to be Invoking the Muse. I held my breath as Margaret shed her skin. Opaque folds of memory mixed with epidermis billowed onto the floor like wedding dress relieved of duty. Standing in front of us, more like above us, Margaret stepped out of herself, allowing in the other. "Ascend," we cried Margaret home. I watched, frozen, as the being of pure ecstasy within Margaret's body reached out, thumbing away with my tears. Goddess Calliope, your kindness precedes you. Do not consider me kind, my dear, for I choose you as my poet, and poets are determined to comprehend the ways of the world.
This is doomed to comprehend.
Poets are doomed to comprehend the ways of the world. Fuck yeah. Okay.
Very poet kind of way to close out that one.
Yeah. Okay, so I think for these, I really like the first 2. I'm just not sure 100% if they're poetry or flash fiction, just kind of like how you were feeling, which Jake has had this before. So what I am going to do, which is like, I'm going to see what flash fiction says of them, and if they might want them, and if when Trent is reading this, he'll either accept it, or if he says he doesn't want him for flash, I really like the middle one. So I'll take the number 2 as poetry if he doesn't want either as flash, but I'm going to let him see 2.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
You sent him a message.
Yeah, I was going to put in the second reads too, maybe, or something.
Yeah, whatever. Either one. Yeah.
Or I'll pop it there just so he knows. Well, I guess he'll be on here anyways, but whatever. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
This,
Okay.
Okay. And so, yes, Alana, Trent is asleep right now, so we'll be talking to him when he's awake and on stream, and we will figure things out. But at least something will have a home at Jake, because I did really, really like those first 2 pieces, especially the second. So then the next one is going to be... Oh, I think we're getting love. We have Robert Allen. Okay, so, dear editors, I've attached 3 poems for your consideration. They're love poems, as February has moved me to write in that vein. I've had love and erotic poems published in the past, and they are an important part of my writing as a whole. It allows for a different mode of personal expression, a safe place to explore desire and deep wishes. Thank you for your time, Robert Allen. And then I guess if anyone watching is
Do you want to just screen it really quick before we like put it on the screen?
oh yeah.
Yeah, just to be like, is that okay? Or yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, it's good. I mean, honestly, complication with genre is like kind of our name of the game. Like we have genre distinctions on the site, mostly just like for our own benefit and being able to like find stuff. Yeah, they're good. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
they're fine.
All right.
Okay. So this first one is Poetry 101. Write my skin like a bird, ink spilling blood and thunder. Write with me. Let the pen hush my breath on your throat. Write with me. This is how we come together, spelling our histories as we go. And the next one is Feline. Too sad we don't have cat alert right now. Feline. Wildly, they took me like a big cat in the night. Pleading for the flame of their bite, I roll in submission to the cat on fire, and wildly I die in their crazed, urgent ire. And then last, we have Clematis. Clematis? Clematis. Yeah.
I don't think that's good about that one.
Yeah. House, I want trellis over the garden, and those flowers, ooh, oh, what do you call them? They're purple and shaped like stars. And so we talked, and quietly I called them with E. These are some really nice short little poems. The first one, I really like the repetition in it. The write with me in between, and the let the pen, and then I think the other thing, let the pen hush my breath on your throat. That's a fun image in the middle. For the second one, the rhyme is really, really good. Like, sometimes I think with rhyme and poetry, what I struggle with is it's like, oh, if I know the rhyme scheme, I can guess what next word you're going to go for. But I didn't feel that way with this, especially with it being shorter. And then the last one, I like the flowers. Oh, what do you call them? I like that part. I think for me, though, I'm struggling. These poems don't feel the most like Jake and like the other things we have traditionally published. So I think, although I do like and appreciate these poems, we're going to pass on them this time. But that doesn't mean, like, please keep sending us stuff, because obviously these poems have a lot of good stuff in them. I just don't feel like it fully, which is always, I feel bad given that reason. Like, it doesn't fit with the mag, because it's also like we kind of have made the mag, obviously, but it just, there's I don't know, it's hard. Sometimes it just feels so separated too. So yeah, Robert, again, I did like these poems, but unfortunately we're gonna have to pass this time. But please, please, please send us more if/when you have more. And then it looks like this is our last poem.
Yeah. Heather's gonna join us for this one.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. So Heather, if you're ready to log on, then you can hop right in. Couple seconds to see if we get caught up on stream.
When we finish this.
Yeah. Perfect. Heather, it looks like you got logged in. You there?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I'm talking while on mute.
Yeah, we've all done that a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I looked at that earlier on the street. We're all good.
Well, Heather, do you want to like read this one or do you want me to? I'm fine with whatever.
Right. I think I can read it from the screen right here. Just need a moment.
For sure.
All right. Is it all right if I read from the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so just this is just one poem, right?
Right now I've got the cover letter up. I haven't opened the
Yeah,
poem.
we're
up
starting
yet.
with the cover letter.
Yeah, we've been reading the cover letter usually, and then going down to the poem afterwards.
This is fun cover letter.
Yeah.
So the cover letter reads, "Dear Laurel, please consider this poem entitled Witness It for Jake. Thank you for your time and consideration. Reading is a contact sport, especially at 2 a.m. That is savage. Running through walls for us. Come on, keeping on, Anthony."
Fuck yeah.
Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, that's a fun cover letter for sure.
Yeah.
Y'all send such great cover letters to Jake. Half of you think Jake is a real dude, and it's like,
Yeah,
hi,
it's the
Jake.
best. I love the ones that are addressed to Jake as if it's person.
I
Single
think
person.
I did that when I subbed.
That might be. I don't
I
remember.
like receiving letters addressed to Jake.
Yeah.
Alright, so then.
Right, so here goes. Witness it. I don't think you realize that your eyes are beginning to look like brake lights. Two red-black opioids wishing I can outrun bullets. When the sky gets low and the sandbags leak. When all the lights have dimmed and fire goes extinct. You'd be surprised who you get close with. Flaps of these cold tents, bruised and dusted in dirt, just follow the sleep lines under these eyes of mine. You had your fathers, they lost their shine. Buried them with you, diamonds still inside. Deep, oh darling, I want to follow you there, but I don't want to make this peace with death and what it might be. My last breath. If you carry me there, I just might be okay with this finality. I'm watching you get hit by that train on spiral tracks, horn blowing in new neighborhoods. It followed you there. Smoke rising out on every horizon. I couldn't believe your pain. True what they say, you reap what you sow. Just this constant sound of skin tearing from bone. It's all splitting at the seams. And everything beautiful has ceased to be. My love for you. Oh, it's the truth. Still a palpable energy. In a land of nothing with a pulse. It is the worst thing, a part of me. Your heavy metal lips. I anticipated this. A younger man. Counting down these days. A counting sheep.
Can you scroll, Ben?
Yes, sorry.
It all brought no peace. No sleep. Nobody seemed to pay any mind to their own lives. Digging this pauper's grave in a garden of light. I could see the bad taste tomorrow in your throat tonight. That poisoned apple seems stuck in no recollected yesterdays. You might start to think with it on the brink and everything so bleak that it all just might be meaningless. Afraid I'm the only one to witness it. I'm starting to think that every one of you that holds on to this fever of youth just might be everything.
Right.
I enjoyed reading that. Maybe a bit too much.
Yeah. What do you think? Like, what do you mean by too much?
Because I think in the first part I was focused on reading it right.
Mm.
That I I wasn't really paying attention to the words I was reading, but I think I like a lot of things about this poem. First, I think I have to declare that I might be biased a bit towards pieces that read well, since I did a bit of spoken word for a time, so I like those. So I like that this is like easy to read, and yeah, I can imagine this working well as a spoken word piece. I also like some lines. Like the second page had some really long lines that I liked. Something about counting sheep.
Yeah.
Um,
Or like the grave in a garden of light. That's a good image and like good alliteration.
oh yeah, and I like the line right after that.
Yeah.
Bad taste tomorrow in your throat tonight.
Yeah.
I feel
A line I've heard before somewhere. I can see the bad taste tomorrow in your throat tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know, like not that I've heard it before somewhere, but like that vibe, I feel like I've definitely heard before somewhere. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's fair.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah. It's like the impression of something I've heard before, but like in a good way, like a familiar way.
Yeah. Almost like in a stamp way or
Yeah.
something. Like, oh, just slides in nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess Heather, what do you think for if we want to put this on the site or not?
Oh, right now, I'd be leaning towards not. Mostly because I think even if I enjoyed reading it, and I know it can work well as a performance piece, I guess what we're mostly looking for is maybe something like out of the box. I'm not sure if I'm making, but I loved a couple of lines, but yeah, would have wanted it to push the limit a bit more.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think though, I also really liked your note of like how it almost reads like a spoken word piece where it's like if the author is thinking of making any edits, like trying to push it in that way, it might really lend itself well and even start building itself. But I think yeah, between just with where it's at right now and what we are typically looking for, it doesn't quite match up on the level of weirdness or theme or those things, even if the writing itself can be solid in this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
We again, letters going soon, but so Anthony Gettle, unfortunately, we are going to be rejecting this submission. But thank you for sending it, and thank you for the cover letter that made everyone giggle.
Yeah.
That was a great cover letter. Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
I'd be happy to watch this performed somewhere. Yeah, I think Anthony won't have a hard time maybe finding a place to perform it or publish it.
Yeah, definitely let us know if it gets picked up somewhere else. We always love like putting out promo on like stuff that we didn't end up picking up too.
Yeah, I mean, like, we try and be active on our socials, so like, definitely let us know stuff, and we want to support everyone as much as we can. But then, I guess that's my time.
Yeah.
So, thank you all for such a fun time. Loved it. I will be passing it off to the other poetry editor with Jake, Heather. Yeah. And I guess I'll be seeing you guys later because I am doing a reading, so it's only goodbye for now.
All right. Sounds good. Heather, hopefully we'll get some more subs in a minute. But yeah, we're gonna log off for now.